live from April of last year that we're now able to keep in stock, and we'll be having it for sale in a moment, here a little bit later on the show. But when you're on and watching tonight, we'll see who the first commenter is, and I'll go ahead and set down this thumbnail. But usually I wait for Craig or Alex or somebody, and it's Craig. Craig's the first commenter. I'm actually on time tonight, Craig, by, well, yeah, about on time. It's 7:02. Can't get much better than that. Well, you technically could, but I think y'all know what I mean. Okay. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and get this shared. I'm going to go ahead and share it there and there. I'm sharing it. Hopefully you share it. I need you to share it. I would like for you to share it. I want you to share it. And I'm going to also copy this link, and I also want you to do this right here, thumbs up button. Boom. See that? Boom. That's all I need you to do. Now we had 12. We had 2, now we had 12. We had 112 last night, I think, which is great. Still not everybody is doing their job, though, because we had like, I think 2.1K, over 2,000 different viewers last night. So if we could get everybody to like the post that hops on, that would be incredible. I'm also got some posts going over here in the group. When you go to the group, if you click on my name, Chad Williams, that's like my group profile, and you can scroll down and see everything that I've posted for the day. Like there's where I posted that kind of some hot pictures from the night. I'm going to copy the link there. There's some pre-orders I've posted: Nuggets, Typo Negative, a Thelonious Monk, Rolling Stone singles box set. Got some great stuff posted for pre-orders. I've been trying to do more and more. I've done more in the last 48 hours than I probably did the last 2 weeks of the year. So, of course, there wasn't a lot of new releases coming out, but lots of great stuff coming out now, projected for the springtime. There's the other ad for tonight. I'm going to post it there. And then, of course, we've had a couple very popular posts for today. The first one was this one, where we have a crew up in Minnesota. They're heading now down to Indiana. They just purchased 3,500 albums, and that was a great acquisition. Also 1,000 CDs, and of course the big post from today, which has had a lot of activity. We purchased a collection of nothing but sealed albums, and there's some amazing stuff. The Led Zeppelin discography, Pink Floyd, most of the discography except for the first 2 albums. I'm going to go ahead and post a link there. And we're also streaming this on YouTube, which I'm going to go over here to my email. If you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you will actually get an email when we go live. It will look like this, and when you click on it, it will open up the live feed, and it will take you straight to the video. And then I usually hit the thumbs up button right there. See the thumbs up button on YouTube? Please hit that. Then you can hit share and then copy link. And I'm going to go over here and put that on our Instagram page. So I'm going to go over here to Instagram. And we also have an Instagram. We now have 900. I just noticed we have 900 posts. Probably should be a lot more than that if I actually posted everything that I've took pictures of to post. And I'm going to post a story, and the reason I do this is because the people who don't have Facebook, I think sometimes go to our story, and they can click a link and go to our YouTube channel and watch it. So, and we got some ads running on Instagram as well. So lots of new people on there. Let's go over here on that, and let's go to chat. And I think I'm going to go ahead and get the show started, because all of a sudden we have a lot of stuff to show. There's like 2, 4, 5, 6 crates of new vinyl. There's vintage discount bins, and of course tonight's going to be another one of these big nights of 45s. Lots of 45s tonight. And yes, this is a Madman box set. Stephen Martinelli. This is $124.99. It's actually a 50th anniversary edition on 4 LPs, and that's actually kind of a reduced price at $124.99. I just got it, but it was on sale with one of my distributors. So that is $124.99 if anybody wants that. I'm going to go ahead and put up the first crate. I've got lots of new vintage stuff to auction. I got plenty of auctions tonight, including 45s, autographs, bootlegs, and lots of other stuff. So we'll get started. My font is different on my chat. Is your font different looking, Tanner? It looks like it's... Okay, mine looks like it's almost in cursive over here. Very weird looking. So, just kind of odd. Looks like it's in Times New Roman. Okay. So if anybody wants that, let me know. That's available, Stephen Martinelli. And I think I am going to... I wonder if there's a way I can change that. I honestly don't like the way it looks. I'm going to go ahead and grab our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. I've got my laptop handy. I don't have any of the pre-orders pulled because there was like 7 crates, and to thoroughly go through all the pre-orders on this, we would have been doing it for a while. But however, I'm pretty sure I know what is pre-ordered and what's not, or what's on a waiting list and what's not. If you haven't already, please go ahead and hit the like button on Facebook. I really need your help doing that, and please go ahead and share, because I've made a lot of posts tonight. I usually don't make a lot of posts if I know I'm about to go live, because sometimes that throttles our feed. It don't suggest as much because we got so many posts going. But we'll see what happens. So please go ahead and share if you don't mind. Plus, some people may not hop on to like 7:30, because sometimes that's not really to when we're live and rolling. But I do technically start at 7. That doesn't mean we're live. Take that however you want it. Okay. Let's go over here, and I've got some auctions. I really don't know what to put up first. I may put up some of these autographs I've got right over here. I got a Chris Hillman that's personalized, also signed by the Turtles, Howard Kalin and Mark Volan. I may put that up for auction. Chris Hillman, one of the members of the Doors, the Birds. He wasn't in the Doors. It's got lots of, it's got 3 really cool signatures on it. We may make that one of our first auctions of the night. So let's go through some new vinyl auction. So this is a Chris Hillman album. It's called Slipping Away. Chris Hillman, Slipping Away. It also includes the inserts with it. It comes with 2 inserts, and the vinyl's very clean. Let me double check that and make sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Yes, I looked at that the other night. It's very nice, and it's signed Chris Hillman. Also Mark Vollman and Howard Kalin, also known as Flo and Eddie, also known as the 2 frontmen of the Turtles. And then Chris Hillman signed it. Dale, thanks for all your support. That is a $10 start. So let's go ahead and go through some new vinyl. Let me bring my laptop a little bit closer, because we got like 9 crates of, well, if you spread them out, it'll probably be 9 crates. We've packed them into about 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. And let me open our waiting list, because we got some stuff that we need to do waiting list for. First is Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. This is $28.99 for Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Holly Safe was on a waiting list, so we're going to go ahead and give one to Holly Safe. And I've got one extra, and this is called Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. It is what it is. $28.99. Me and Bobby McGee, Down on Me, Piece of My Heart, Summertime, Ball and Chain. That is $28.99. Stephen Martinelli's in on the Chris Hillman autograph for $10. I'm going to mark Holly Safe off the waiting list. Holly, if you're watching, you got a Janis Joplin Greatest Hits. Also, Pink Floyd Relics. I only have 1 copy. Relics is $33.99, and this is a remaster. James Guthrie, Joe Palante, Bernie Grundman. That is a $33.99 for Pink Floyd Relics, and that is a remastered Pink Floyd Relics. I don't think there's anybody on that one. Also, we have Billy Idol. This is the very best of Billy Idol. $39.99. $39.99. It's a 2 LP. All of his great stuff. Also some stuff with Generation X and bonus tracks. $39.99. I do have reel-to-reel tapes. I've actually got a few right over here, but I don't show them too often. John Stotts, I think I have your name down on the list of if we ever get any new ones to let you know before we sell them. So AC/DC Ball Breaker. This is $31.99. We should have a big restock of AC/DC albums. This one is called Ball Breaker, and this is $31.99. AC/DC Ball Breaker, $31.99. Bill Samus is going to take the best of Billy Idol. That is so to Bill Samus. Thank you. And let's remind everybody, we have a Chris Hillman, Mark Vollman, and Howard Kalin signature up. It's a final call to Stephen Martinelli for just $10. First auction of the night. AC/DCs are sold. Wayne Carr and Stephen Martinelli. That's Ball Breaker. If anything, just like all week and just like we always do, if we sell out of something and you want on a waiting list, let me know. Ball Breakers are sold to Wayne Carr and Stephen Martinelli. Sturgill Simpson. I got a big restock of his catalog. This is High Top Mountain. Sturgill Simpson High Top Mountain, $28.99. Sturgill High Top Mountain, $28.99. And the best of REM, I've got 2 of these. I think there's somebody on a waiting list, $46.99. $46.99, the best of REM. Best of REM. And there was possibly a waiting list. Nope, that's just 2 extra copies to sell, it looks like. Let me make sure. There was an old waiting list, which we fulfilled last week. So those are available, and that is $46.99. Now, there was somebody who commented R2R, yes. Was that a claim? What was R2R, yes? And then Gregory Gaskey's at 11 on the Turtles. So Stephen Martinelli, you've been outbid on that. Kenny Case Jr. on SS. That's for Sturgill Simpson. Sturgill Simpson. There was only 2 copies of AC/DC. Todd, if you want one, it's going to be a waiting list. and Stephen Martinelli's at 12, and Mike Tonetti wants an REM. That's the best of REM in time, a collection of REM's greatest hits. Orange Crush, Losing My Religion, 2 LPs, 180-gram vinyl. And Michelle said she was on a waiting list, but Michelle, that might have been from one last week. That was last week, so you've already got, that's on an invoice from last week. So that was an invoice from last week. Reel to reel. Oh, okay. Reel to reel. Yes, I've got some right over here. Maybe later in the show, if y'all ask me again, I can bring those out. Now, Led Zeppelin 1 was out of stock when I tried to order more, but I got the best next thing, which is the deluxe edition. This is actually Led Zeppelin 1 remastered, and then it has a full live concert and 2 other discs. So these are 3 LPs for just $64.99. You get a full Led Zeppelin concert from Paris, 1969. $4.99. That's a deluxe Led Zeppelin 1. I recommend getting that if you don't already have a copy, because you get a full live concert as well. I haven't had this in a while. Tom Petty, live, Pack Up the Plantations, 2 LP, $46.99 for Pack Up the Plantation, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And we had a new bid on the Chris Hillman autograph, $12 for Stephen Martinelli, Gregory Gasky, you're outbid. Let's go ahead and get our first 45 auction. John has priced about 500 45s for us tonight. That's probably not an exaggeration. The first one is Whitesnake, Here I Go Again. Here I Go Again. Of course, Here I Go Again on my own from their Whitesnake album. It is unplayed, near mint minus, in a near mint company sleeve, and that is going to be a $10 star. Whitesnake, Here I Go Again. That's now up for bid. We have U2, Octung Baby, $46.99. U2 Octung Baby, $46.99 for that. And another AC/DC, Heads Up, Blow Up Your Video. I have 2 copies available. $31.99 for AC/DC, Blow Up Your Video. 2 copies for $31.99. Now, of all of the Pink Floyd remasters we've had recently, I haven't shown this one in a while. It's $46.99 because it is a 2 LP, and that's Umaguma remastered from 1969. It even has the original cover. We got a sealed copy of that on the way back from Michigan. This is $46.99. This is sealed, but it's a new copy, and that is $46.99. And the Rolling Stones, their classic album, Let It Bleed. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $33.99. Now, Mel Moss, if you're watching, I'm pretty sure he wanted one of those. I will make sure later if I see him on that he definitely wants one. The Chris Hillman autograph was at $13.14. Stephen Martinelli bid 10 on Whitesnake. Brian Lacey bid 20 on the Chris Hillman. Whitesnake's at 11, now 15, and now 17. And speaking of Pink Floyd, I got a restock of The Wall. I've had a copy behind the counter, an OG copy I've been meaning to listen to, because I hadn't listened to it in a while from beginning to end. You know, every once in a while here in the store, one of the random songs will pop up on shuffle. But what an epic experience from beginning to end. That's $49.99. And David Bowie Low, haven't had this in a while, $31.99. That is a remaster on 180 gram. David Bowie Low, $31.99. 2 copies of Metallica Reload featuring Fuel, The Memory Remains, and The Unforgiven 2 has a hop sticker there on the front. Metallica Reload, that's a 2 LP remaster for Reload, and that's $44.99. So we have 2 outs on the Chris Hillman. If you're just joining us, this is a signed Chris Hillman album. It is personalized to Dale. Dale, thanks for all your support. Chris Hillman, and it's also signed by Mark Volman and Howard Kalin, original members of the Turtles, Flo and Eddie as they're known. That is at $20 for Brian Lacey. That's a final call. And Calvin Ward has the Whitesnake, Here I Go Again, for $17. A couple people's already set out on that, so that's a final call. The Essential, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $33.99. That's 2 LPs, 17 tracks of Stevie Ray Vaughan's greatest hits, $33.99. I have 1 copy. Speaking of Sturgill Simpson, this is Meta Modern Sounds, or no, this is Sound and Fury, excuse me, $31.99. Sound and Fury, Sturgill Simpson, $31.99. Stephen Martinelli wants the Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan. If we sell out of something, anybody that's back up, we'll put you on a waiting list, which means we'll have more copies next week, and then we'll bill you for it the following week. So Stephen Martinelli gets that one. Drew Smith, you were second. If that's okay with you, we'll order you one on a waiting list. And the Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, $28.99 for the Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces. Here's another AC/DC. Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, $31.99 for AC/DC. Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, $31.99. I've got 2 more copies of that. And another Metallica album we just got a restock of, and that's the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited, Metallica. I've got 3 of those, $31.99 for Metallica Garage Days Revisited. All right, I'm selling our first auction tonight. This signed Chris Hillman album, it's sold to Brian Lacey for $20. And let's go ahead and sell Whitesnake, the Calvin Ward. Nobody else really set out on it, but we're going to go ahead and sell it to Calvin for $17. Before I go any further, I'm going to go ahead and grab one of our first handfuls of $9.99 45s. And man, do we have some good ones. So I think y'all know how 45s work. Let me go 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's do 5 here. I think this is 5. The way we do things here is I'm going to show some 45s. They're all $9.99 each. They're all $9.99 each, and it's first come, first serve. And I've got hundreds tonight I'm going to be showing randomly in between vintage crates and new vinyl crates. First is the Bengals, Manic Monday. All of the 45s are EX Plus Near Mint Minus. You'll see if it has a picture sleeve or company sleeve. What I'll do is just read the artist and try to give you the title, like Manic Monday. That's $9.99. So is Glenn Fry, Sexy Girl. Glenn Fry is $9.99. Looks like the B-side is better in the USA. Except is free. That's a promo single from Metal Heart. Except is $9.99. Night Ranger, Sentimental Street. That's $9.99 for Night Ranger from Seven Wishes. And Proud Mary and Born on the Bayou, an original CCR single. Those are all $9.99. $9.99. So there's our first batch of 45s. We have some good ones. Back up to the top, the next new comment was Drew Smith on a waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan, and then Kenny Cates on SS. And that was for Sturgill Simpson. So there's Sturgill Simpson going to Kenny Cates. Dan Ingerson first on the Bengals. I'll start a pile for those right here. That's so to Dan Ingerson for $9.99. Darren Wortman was second. And Darren Wortman was first on Accept, though. James Lugwood first on Night Ranger. And Stephen Martinelli first on CCR. That leaves Glenn Fry, Sexy Girl, if anybody wants that. That is $9.99. And Grant Peltzer, you were second on Night Ranger. So let's grab a couple new auctions. First, let me show you the last thing in here. We haven't had this one in a while. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won, $214.99. Haven't had that one in a while. I've had BBC Sessions. There's the other Super Deluxe. That is the Super Deluxe. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won. Amazing Led Zeppelin live there. One of the few official Led Zeppelin live releases you can get. $214.99 on that. Okay, I've also pulled some stuff out of the bins like I did last night. Some great vintage stuff I found kind of scattered throughout that I'm going to slash the price and put it up for an opening starting bid. And here's the first thing, Judas Priest and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Can you believe that records like this are just sitting in our bins, unclaimed? That either means I showed them late one night or I don't know what happened, or I didn't even show them. So sometimes that happens. This is a very nice looking copy of Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. I mean, the vinyl is fantastic. The cover has very little wear on it, if any. And that's a $25 start for Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. That's going up for bid. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. I'm also going to put this up for a $25 start. Just a generic inner sleeve like it came. The vinyls EX Plus are better. And about a VG Plus cover. Just a little bit of shelf wear right there. Looks like somebody pulled it off a shelf a few times to listen to it, as they should have. And that's also a $25 start. This is our first crate of new vinyl, so if you just hopped on, you haven't really missed much. We sold out of a couple things in here, but there's some stuff in here like, wow, I can't believe this hadn't been claimed. But there's also a lot of store stock in here, a lot of things that, a lot of things in here that I needed for the store that we keep selling out of. One more time, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $28.99. Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. The Best of REM, one copy left, $46.99. And Led Zeppelin. This is the deluxe version of Led Zeppelin's debut first album. It has the album remastered and then a 2 LP full live concert from Paris, 1969, $64.99. The Led Zeppelin How the West Was Won was $214.99. $214.99. We have Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation. That's a 2 LP live Tom Petty, $46.99. We actually don't get OGs of that too often. U2 Octung Baby, $46.99 for that. And AC/DC, Blow Up Your Video, $31.99 for Blow Up Your Video. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, $46.99. Mel Moss, if you're watching, I think you want one of those. Just let me know if that's correct. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, is $33.99. We got 2 bids on the auctions. Todd Tipton's at $25 on Judas Priest, going once, going twice. And currently, Stephen Martinelli is stealing Stevie Ray Vaughan. He has it for $25, and that's going once, going twice. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. That's a 2 LP remaster, Pink Floyd The Wall. Jerry Stone wants an Uma Guma. That is sold to Jerry Stone. There is one copy, Uma Guma or Gumma, whichever you prefer. David Bowie Low is $31.99. Metallica Reload, $44.99. 2 LP remaster, Fuel, Memory Remains. Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, $28.99. Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, AC/DC, $31.99. And Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited, $31.99. Those are all still available. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. We have Judas Priest 25, Judas Priest now 30. I'm about to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25. Final call whenever I come back with a new crate. The first crate I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go straight into one of our discount bins. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and knock out another crate of new vinyl because I like doing all the pre-orders or all the waiting list early. A lot of people are very curious about that. There was our first crate. This one has half full with box sets. So let me go ahead and show this one that's half full with box sets, and I'll go ahead and then do one of our first crates of vintage. Judas Priest is at 30. Todd Tipton's out. Stephen Martinelli's at 30 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's because we had a $27 bid. Now we have a $31 bid. So we are back to a new crate. This is Dave Matthews Band, or actually just Dave Matthews, Tim Reynolds, live at Luther College. 4 LPs, $89.99. $89.99. And I did get more copies of Dolly Rockstar, $64.99. This is the indie exclusive on purple vinyl. Dolly Rockstar. And actually, we had a waiting list for this. Dolly, there was Victoria Rachel's waiting on one of those to come in. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a couple more putbacks, but that is sold to Victoria Rachel's, and I have one extra if no one has that already. The last time I showed this, we had like 8 non-payments and 8 putbacks, and I sold them all, and I actually can still get them in stock. Led Zeppelin Mothership, that's the 4 LP. Led Zeppelin, the very best of, $119.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. And Eddie McKenna on Rockstar, that is Dolly Parton. We're going to give that one to Eddie, and then Kristen Seam and Michelle Miller, we'll put you on waiting list. I need to probably cancel some other people's orders. We got a few local people. There's Tanner's nodding his head in his agreement. There's like 5 local people who has not paid for theirs. They haven't came and picked them up. They haven't paid for them. We've had so many people not pay for that and pick it up that pre-ordered it. We can't get a hold of them. They won't reply to our messages, so they're being deleted, blocked, and I'm going to have a lot of dollies to resell. So if you want on a waiting list, we're probably going to cancel those by tomorrow so we can show them for the last couple of sales of the week. Stephen Martinelli's at 40 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I think we were done on Judas Priest, but just so everybody knows, this is a super clean copy of Sin After Sin. Tom Byrne has the high bid for $30. I'm about to sell it. Becky Lerner wants the Dave Matthews Band box. That's sold to Becky Lerner. And I have Led Zeppelin. So we had How the West Was Won. Here's the complete BBC sessions, $214.99. So 2 people on the Dolly waiting list, Kristen and Michelle, and I should be able to have those for you by the end of the week. Billy Idol, the California concert, 1990. I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. Let me scratch Victoria Rachel's off the waiting list for that. And the waiting list for Billy Idol was actually 2 people, and I only have 2 copies. So if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Mike Anderson Tanner and Paul Brothers. Mike Anderson and Paul Brothers. Those have already been claimed. I've only got 2 copies in. I'm sure I ordered more, but that's all I could get. And I have the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, $46.99. The Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, $46.99. Judas Priest is now at $35. The last bid was $40 with Stephen Martinelli. Becky Lerner got Dave Matthews Band. Dan Moran, Mothership, is $119.99. 4 LP box, Mothership. Stephen Martinelli back in on Judas Priest at $35. Nick's out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And we have Stevie Ray Vaughan Texas Flood, $36.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan Texas Flood. We're in our second crate of new vinyl for tonight. There's another Dolly, her classic Jolene, $28.99, featuring I Will Always Love You, and of course Jolene. I haven't had an OG of this in probably a year. I don't know if we even had an original copy of that last calendar year. That's how scarce that album is, and they've gotten more pricey, more pricey. We sold a sealed promo copy a few years ago for almost $500. Not an easy album to get. This is a new sealed copy, $28.99. Drew Smith, you're first that time on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is sold to Drew Smith. And we have Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, 2 LP remaster, $49.99 for The Division Bell. Let's give Debbie Winston Dolly Jolene. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. And I have Rush, Spirit of the Airwaves. This one should be on blue vinyl, $39.99. That is a live, unofficial 1980 Missouri radio broadcast, $39.99. So let me update Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Judas Priest, Stephen Martinelli is at $35. That's a final call. So whoever else was the high bidder, you're out. Stephen has that for $35. Tom Byrne was, and he's back in at $36. And now let's update everybody on Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is an OG copy of this, and it's at $40 with Stephen Martinelli. So Stephen has that for $40. $40 on that. James Lugwood's going to take the copy of Rush. That's sold to James Lugwood. And the next record is Sticky Fingers, Half Speed Master. Half Speed Master, new and sealed, the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, $36.99. And another Pink Floyd I haven't had in a while. More. This was actually a soundtrack they did. Crazy Pink Floyd music here, $33.99. Truly Psychedelia, $33.99 for Pink Floyd More. And another AC/DC, Flick of the Switch. If you missed it earlier, there's some AC/DC albums left in the first crate. We'll definitely go back through that one later. But we have Flick of the Switch available for $31.99. One copy of Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. This is on pink vinyl. It's actually a breast cancer awareness kind of fundraiser proceeds kind of donation thing. That's $33.99. New bid on Judas Priest. We have a $36 bid and now a new bidder, Jeffrey Dunlap's at $40 on Judas Priest. But that can only mean one thing. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a final call to Stephen Martinelli. Stevie is at 40 with Stephen, and that's a final call for $40. Bob, so far I have not read your name off any waiting list, but you do get a Flick of the Switch. Sell that to Bob Riger, Flick of the Switch. Bad Company, that's their self-titled debut album. That's the Atlantic 75th Anniversary Celebration on clear vinyl. Sounds fantastic, $31.99. Tom Byrne, thank you for letting me know you're out. Jeffrey Dunlap, final call on Judas Priest for $40. Ziggy Stardust Remaster, $31.99. I may have a waiting list for that. Let me check right quick. Let me type in Ziggy. And nope, I just got 2 copies. I figured I needed 2 that time. $31.99 for Ziggy Stardust. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. That's $49.99. And Rush, 2112, $36.99. We were just listening to 2112 before the show. Mike Tonetti wants Bush. That is Razor Blade Suitcase on pink vinyl. Sell that to Mike Tonetti. And I think it's time to end some auctions. Judas Priest is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $40, and Stephen Martinelli gets Stevie Ray Vaughan also for, I believe, $40. Yeah, both of those sold for $40 and $40. Bill Samus wants a Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. We have Assume Control. That's a reference from 2112. Okay, next auctions. I've got some pretty cool stuff here. 245s are going up for auctions. If you didn't hear what I said earlier, here's what's the agenda for tonight. Great records. I have a whole crate from Dale's collection that's been cleaned. I'm going to sell them at auction, but I really hadn't got to do a lot of research as far as a lot of them's bootlegs on what concert is, etc., etc. Paul's not here. He's on a buying trip, so I'm kind of short a person getting a lot of our auction stuff ready. But I do have some stuff that John got ready, like 45s. I've got hundreds to do for buy it nows, discount bins, new, vintage, new, and of course, I'm going to show you that whole crate of stuff that we're going to be auctioning to see if there's anybody interested. So these are our next 2 auctions. This is Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. One of the few ways you can actually get this on vinyl. It's either on the Breakfast Club soundtrack, which it's advertising here. It's on this single, and then it's on their greatest hits, like on a new LP. This is going to be a $10 start. Don't You Forget About Me, OG Simple Minds, original single with the picture sleeve, advertising Breakfast Club on the back, $10 start. And Poison, Talk Dirty to Me, another original 7-inch single, Talk Dirty to Me, and the B-side is Want Some, Need Some. That is an original Poison 7-inch single, also a $10 start. So there's our next 2 auctions. Usually when I'm auctioning 45s, I'll put something else over here too, so I'll get another auction started in just a minute. Next is, that's it. So let's go ahead and go through this crate. We have Led Zeppelin Mothership, 4LP box, $119.99. Led Zeppelin, The Complete BBC Sessions, $214.99. Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, Half Speed Master, $46.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99. I was actually out of stock. That's my only 2 copies now. Sticky Fingers, $36.99. You got to have that in your collection. Oh my goodness. Pink Floyd More, $33.99. Last copy of Flick of the Switch, $31.99. Bad Company, featuring Ready for Love, Bad Company, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, $31.99. Ziggy Stardust is $31.99. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. You can get this for $49.99, or you can buy an OG copy for about $800. It's not a cheap record. I think that's about what a sealed one goes for. $49.99. And Rush 2112 180-gram remaster. That's another collection essential. $36.99. Back up to the top. We had Simple Minds 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 11, 11. Poison, 14. John Miller wants Sticky Fingers. That's so to John Miller, the Rolling Stones. Next is Simple Minds, 15. Simple Minds, 15. If anybody else wants anything in that bin, just let me know. That was our first crate, 2 crates of new vinyl. And I guess we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more like that to go through. But one of the first things I'm going to do, kind of like I did last night, well, first I'm going to give you a preview. So this is literally what we have, crates of records from Dale's collection still in the back. Literally crates of records from Dale's collection in the back. And every once in a while, Paul will grab one, I'll grab one, we'll start cleaning them and marking them, and this is kind of the stuff that's still back there. And I plan on auctioning just about everything. I was going to do a video before the sale, but I figured I didn't have enough time to do it and post it where everybody could see it. But here's some of the stuff from Dale's collection we're going to be auctioning tonight. If you see anything, I'll try to run it sooner than later. This is a Frank Zappa. We have an REM bootleg, Aerosmith, Fleetwood Mac. Now, some of these, I don't have the information. I'm just going to put them up, tell you the condition, and sell them. Townes Van Zandt. These are big records here. Townes Van Zandt. Kind of an obscure America compilation. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Jackson Brown. Yes. That is a David Bowie. Aerosmith, Jeff Beck, Cat Stevens, Todd Rundgren, Leon Russell on orange vinyl, a Vintage Police concert, Blue Cheer, Aerosmith, Bob Weir, Richard Betts, that's a test pressing, Big Country, Rod Stewart, Frank Zappa, Eric Burden. It's kind of autographed. I'll put that up actually pretty soon. I will tell you about that Eric Burden record. Pretty cool. That's a radio broadcast for Fleetwood Mac. I've got Fleetwood Mac on colored vinyl. I got Fleetwood Mac half-speed master, vintage Fleetwood Mac concerts, more Zappa, and more Masked Marauders. So that's some auctions for tonight. That's all from Dale's collection. That's what, when I say there's crates of bootlegs in the back from Dale's collection, that's what it looks like when we literally grab a random one and just bring it up here. It's that kind of selection and variety, and there's still more back there like that. And every once in a while, we'll run across another autograph we've never shown before. So, okay, let's go back up to the top. And I also got autographs that I've pulled from Dale's collection. Those are kind of bootlegs and imports. I've got other new stuff and 45s, lots of 45s to auction. So back up to the top. Everything in this bin, this is going to be a pretty crazy bin. I hope that everything in here sells. It should. Tanner, first bin of the night, a discount bin, $19.99. We're going to start with the $19.99 stuff first. Let me update everybody on our auctions. We had, let's see here. I think Simple Minds is at $16. Let me update everybody. We got 2 auctions going before we get into this very busy $19.99 bins. We have a Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me, and we have a Poison, Talk Dirty to Me. So Don't You Forget About Me and Talk Dirty to Me. That's both by Poison and Simple Minds. The last bid I had on Simple Minds was $16 with Craig Weatherford. And Poison, the last bid I seen on Poison was $14 with Fred Carnell. If you think you're higher and you've already placed a bid higher than 16 or 14, go ahead and bid it again because I'm not seeing it. There was a lot of comments, and that's where we're at on those 2. So, did somebody ask for this Led Zeppelin? Somebody wants Led Zeppelin. Monica Malley says she'll take Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won. So to Monica Malley. If anybody else wants a copy of that, let me know. That's my only copy of How the West Was Won, but we can get more. Simple Minds is at 17, Poison's at 15. Everything in this bin is discounted. It may be $3 off. It may be $20 off. I've discounted them to $19.99. Some of them's $20. A lot of them are $5 and $10 and $15 off. And we have Frank Zappa. Meets the Mothers of Invention. If I don't say anything about condition notes, then it's EX plus near mint minus like this. It is super nice. That's closer to near mint minus. Zappa, $19.99. Johnny Cash at San Quentin. Zappa was $10 off. Johnny Cash is $5 off. Original label, Columbia 2i, no condition notes. Johnny Cash live at San Quentin, $19.99. A classic compilation here. Marvin Gaye and his girls. All those amazing duets with Tammy Terrell, Mary Wells and Kim Weston. It's an original Motown, 1999. Marvin Gaye and His Girls. Yusef Lateef, a 1977 pressing of Yusef Lateef. I don't think it actually has a title. It's on Cadet. We'll call it self-titled, 1999. Back up to the top. Simple Minds was at 17, Poison 15, Poison 20, Poison 21. George Delisle, first on the Zappa. That's the first 1999 bin sold to George Delisle. Stephen Martinelli, first to Johnny Cash. Rob Scheffler, you were second on Frank Zappa. Jason Anderson, second on Cash. We have Romelu first on Marvin Gaye. Davey Winstead second on Marvin Gaye. Calvin Ward third. And George Delisle getting the Yusef Lateef. Jedit, you were fifth on Marvin Gaye. High bid on Poison is $25. Now $26 with Calvin Ward. And Simple Minds is at 17 with Tony Shore. No one's bid since then, and a couple people set out. Tony Shore has the Simple Minds. Don't You Forget About Me. Original 7-inch single, and it's at $17. Poison's at $26. Small Faces. VG Plus condition. Ronnie Wood, Rod Stewart, original green label. VG Plus condition, $19.99. It's a 1970 Terre Haute in VG Plus condition, $10 off at $19.99. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is sealed. That is now $10 off. It's a 1975 sealed copy with a clip corner, $19.99. $19.99. Check this out. $5 off, Strawberry Alarm Clock. This one's called Wake Up, It's Tomorrow. Very, very cool. Don't get this too often. It is in VG condition on the original Uni label. Psychedelic, Strawberry Alarm Clock, VG condition, $19.99. Thomas Hujar wants SF. That's for Small Faces. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Poison is at $30. Calvin's out on Poison. Jared's at $30. And Brent Robley wants Strawberry Alarm Clock. Somebody's asked for Coda, and somebody's asked for Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 2 will be coming up a little bit later in the show. We got new sealed copies for $31.99. In Hendry, I've only got one copy of Coda in stock, and it's $36.99. New and sealed Led Zeppelin Coda. It's my only copy, and it's $36.99 if you want one. That's the only one I have, $36.99. All right, now, if y'all remember, Dale had an incredible amount of signed Eric Burdon albums, right? We probably had 30 signed Eric Burdon albums. Most of them we got JSA authenticated. This one was in the collection with all the other ones. And let me read you this note that Dale put on this record. He said, Eric Burdon refused to autograph this. He said he wasn't getting anything from them, the record label, meaning he wasn't getting paid. Then he drew the X's over the album cover and the label and logo. So Dale had a whole stack of Eric Burdon albums and War albums and Animals albums for Eric Burdon to sign. When Eric Burdon got to this one, he kind of made like an X on the album, and then down here on Capitol Records, he kind of made an X through Capitol Records. Evidently, they released this album and they never did pay him for it. And this is called the Eric Burdon Band Stop. So it's kind of signed by Eric Burdon. It's got some marks in Eric Burdon's hand. Now, we can't authenticate that, of course. I think y'all know, coming from Dale's collection, he wouldn't make up a story like that. I hadn't done the research on exactly why they didn't pay him. But also, we don't get this album too often. It's really cool. It's a gatefold in the die-cut cover, shaped like a stop sign, an octagon. $25 start, the Eric Burdon Band Stop. And Eric Burdon made those like crosses through it, or those X's. And Dale said he got to that album and he didn't sign it. So $25 start on that, the Eric Burdon Band Stop. Back up to the top, Brent Robley got the Strawberry Alarm Clock. Thomas Hujar was second. Edwin Blom was third. John Gollin was fourth. And I think it's time to sell some auctions. Let's sell Jared Benoit, the Poison single, for $30. That's sold to Jared Benoit. And Simple Minds is sold to Tony Shore. Tony Shore gets that for $17. Neil Brashear's at $25 on the Eric Burdon, but Davey Winstead was in first. That's the Eric Burdon Band and Stop. And I hope everybody heard that story. If not, I will repeat it again later. Pretty cool. Before I go any further in the 1999 bin, I'm actually going to show some more $9.99 45s. I've got one, I've got two, I've got three, four, and let's do five here. I've got five $9.99 45s. We've got, once again, an incredible amount of fantastic 45s in the back. The first one is Tina Turner, Better Be Good to Me. Tina Turner is $9.99 with the picture sleeve. Fleetwood Mac, Hold Me, one of their classic singles from 1982. Christine McVie, Stevie Nicks. Also, Duran Duran, Is There Something I Should Know, in the original Capitol sleeve. That's $9.99. The Beach Boys, Dance, Dance, Dance. That's the A-side on that, in the original Capitol sleeve. These are all EX Plus Near Mint Minus, and the Monster Mash, it's on a reissue label, and that is Bobby Pickett's Monster Mash, $9.99, a classic. Eric Burden's at $35. Those I'll tag in just a second. Let me get some other 45s up for auction. I got some autographs. This is going to be a long show tonight. I hope everybody's had their caffeine. We've got a lot of stuff to get to. Right, Tanner. U2, Pride in the Name of Love. The B-side was Boomerang 11. Should have Martin Luther King on the back of the picture sleeve. It does. Of course, that was a song about him. U2, Pride in the Name of Love, original picture sleeve, Near Mint Minus, and that is a $10 start. That's going up for bid. Eric Burden was at $35. Josh Tanner is going to get the sealed nitty-gritty for $19.99. That's so to Josh Tanner. And now Tanner time for the $9.99. Josh Tanner got that. Now Tanner, I'm going to hand you these 45s. That's sold to Debbie Winston for $9.99. Debbie Winston also got Fleetwood Mac for $9.99. James Ludwood second. Mike Massey's getting the Duran Duran. Stephen Martinelli's going to pick up the Monster Mash. Michelle Miller was second. And then that leaves Dance Dance Dance. And the B-side of that was The Warmth of the Sun. That's on original. Check that out. Usually these Capital 45s are in this. They're not in this kind of condition usually. Very clean. Very nice. That's $9.99. James Rayner's at $15 on U2. Eric Burden's at $35 with Brent Robley. Final call on that. $35. $35. I'm about to sell it. Let's grab one more auction. I literally have stuff. Okay, this is pretty cool. Chris Hillman played on this album. He signed the back of it. This is Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. It's signed on the back by Chris Hillman, who played on the album. Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. Near Mint Minus in the original company sleeve. Gatefold, of course, $15 start. I'm sure there's a picture of Chris Hillman here on the gatefold. I thought there was. Maybe that's another one. There's one I've got where he's in the gatefold. That says, yeah, there he is, Chris Hillman. Photograph taken by Henry Diltz. I told y'all he took a lot of photographs. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Signed by Chris Hillman on the back, who played on the album. All right, let's go through some more 1999 LPs. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Right now, we're going to show some more 1999 buy it now LPs. These are all reduced price. Ziggy Stardust. This is a VG copy. We had a really, really nice one last night. Same label on this one, OG pressing. $19.99, orange label. That's $19.99. VG copy. James Brown. No condition notes on the vinyl, which is rare in itself. It's about an EX or EX Plus. John didn't put any condition notes on it. It probably isn't, but it does have a seam up here on the split. There is a seam split up here at the top. So a VG minus cover, but still a very clean James Brown. James Brown directs and dances with the James Brown brand, the Popcorn. That is now $19.99. Muse, The Second Law. Muse is from 2012, 2 LP, now $10 off, VG Plus condition. That is $19.99. And The Beatles, Hey Jude, non-album singles and B-sides, VG Plus condition, and original on the Apple label, $19.99. So way back up at the top, we had the Eric Burden record, and then I put up a U2. U2 had some bids for $10 and $15. Also, we had Eric Burden at $37. We had MR at $36. I'm not for sure what that was for. U2 $16, Eric Burden $39, and then U2 now at $20. Fogelberg $15. Zachary P. first on the Ziggy Stardust. That's so to Zachary for $19.99. And then we had Dan Ingerson second, Travis Wade third, Stephen Martinelli fourth, Calvin Ward first on James Brown. Calvin Ward gets James Brown. Colin Butler second, Stephen Martinelli third, Chris Hillman autograph $15. That's the first actual bid I've seen, I think. Chris Hillman $15, where someone's actually put Chris Hillman $15. There's a lot of other people that had put $15. I'm assuming it was on that. Make sure you actually put Chris Hillman or CH or Dan Fogelberg, so you let me know what you're bidding on. And then the first to Muse was Mike Tonetti. Mike Tonetti gets Muse for $19.99. Angela Rachels was second on that. Cassie Center third. Debbie Winston first on the Beatles for $19.99. John Gollins at 41 on Eric Burden. Now 41, now 45. I'll update those in just a second. Let's show a few more here. Tommy, The Who, MCA, $19.99. No condition notes on that. Tommy, The Who. And Troublemakers. This is one of those Warner Brothers Lost Leaders records, and this one's really cool. Has artists such as the Sex Pistols, Urban Verbs, Robin Lane, Marion Faithfull, John Kay's on here. That's one of those Warner Brothers Lost Leaders compilations, $19.99. And King Crimson Discipline, that is $19.99 for King Crimson Discipline, $19.99. Okay, so Eric Burden is at 45. Where were we on U2? I may have to do some searching on U2. Angela was out. James Rayner has that for $20. That's now a final call on the U2 single, Pride in the Name of Love, $20 on that. The Fogelberg is now at $16. It is signed on the back by Chris Hillman, one of the original members of the Doors. And then Brent Robley has Eric Burden for $45. Stephen Martinelli gets the Who for $19.99. I'm going to put that on top of James Brown. Next is Heather Feather on Crimson, King Crimson. And yes, that's a great compilation. I recommend that. Troublemakers. Also, Greg Allman Tour, that's a 2 LP. This is $19.99 for the Greg Allman Tour. 2 LP, Greg Allman Tour on Capricorn Records, $19.99 for Greg Allman Tour. And Aretha Franklin, Lady Soul, $19.99 on Aretha Franklin, Lady Soul. Original Atlantic label on that one, $10 off, no condition notes. Aretha is just $19.99. Dan Fogelberg, 17. Eric Burden, 56. Rob Scheffler, you were second on King Crimson. We have Fogelberg at 20. We have Colin Butler first on Troublemakers. That's sold to Colin Butler. C.C. Allen first on Aretha Franklin. Brian's out on Dan Fogelberg. Steven second on Aretha Franklin. Thomas Hujar third. And we have Captain Beyond. This is VG Plus condition, $19.99 for Captain Beyond. It has the lenticular 3D cover, $19.99. It was $34.99, and I can't believe it didn't sell for that. Now it's just $19.99. And Pearl, Janis Joplin, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus condition, $19.99. All right, Tanner, U2, sold to James Rayner for $20. Dan Fogelberg, signed on the back by Chris Hillman, is now at $20 of Grant Peltzer. Final call, going twice, going 3 times. And now a final call on the Eric Burden, which is these marks here on the cover, these X's, those were made by Eric Burden. If you didn't catch that full story, I can repeat it if you need me to, but it's now at a final call. Davey Winstead's at $46 on that. Back up to the top, we have Brian C. on Captain Beyond. Yes, that's sold to Brian C. for $19.99. Bill Samus gets the Greg Allman. Greg Lacey, you were second on Captain Beyond. Everything I've posted, all the sealed records, the collection I just posted, that stuff is not even in Tennessee yet. So if you're here looking for any of those sealed LPs, you're going to be greatly disappointed because they're not even close to Tennessee. The Alice in Chains, the 13th Floor Elevators, the Led Zeppelins, the Pink Floyds, the Sealed Ramones, all that stuff, it's somewhere between here and Minnesota. And they've actually still got to go down to Indiana. I think they may even jump over to Ohio, and then they're going to come down. So it's going to be, like I said, first of next week. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's probably not even going to be Monday or Tuesday. It's going to be a while before those sealed records. Trust me, it will be in a post where you see what's being auctioned, and I'll be like, tonight, these are being sold. A lot of that stuff isn't even here at base yet. So that will be a few days before any of that is sold. Neil Young Harvest, no condition notes on the vinyl. There is some seam splitting down here at the bottom. Very clean copy though. Harvest is $19.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, original Columbia 2i label, $19.99. Yeah, when they left Minnesota, when they was in Minnesota, it was like 18 degrees and it was like middle of the day. So I don't know how cold it is right now, but also a snowstorm was coming in. So they're trying to get back to Tennessee. So a little bit further south will help them. But they do have some other stops. Grant Peltzer gets the Dan Fogelberg for $20. And Eric Burden is sold to Debbie Winstead for $46. That's sold to Debbie Winstead for $46. Let me put up some new auctions. Probably grab a couple more 45s over here. But first, I have Led Zeppelin. This is Led Zeppelin, Good Times, Bad Times, and Communications Breakdown. This is near mint minus. It has a Rockefeller address, which means that could be 1975 or 1977. I haven't confirmed, but I know it's not 69. But it is a very nice Led Zeppelin single in the original Atlantic sleeve. That is a $15 start. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Yeah, Kid Rock. You'll want to tune in every night. I hope that if you're watching tonight, you're ready to see some great stuff. And all next week, I mean, when we start buying new collections, that means the shows are going to get just kind of crazy because of all the different stuff we have coming in. We were talking about the Monster Mash earlier. Here's the original. not Led Zeppelin. That'd be pretty cool if they did the Monster Mash, though. This is the original Bobby Boris Pickett on the original label, in the original company sleeve, the Monster Mash. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. So there's Led Zeppelin. There's the Monster Mash. I've also got a couple things over here I found in the bins that I'm going to reduce the price on and put up for auction. One of them is a James Brown record. I couldn't quite put this in a $19.99 bin because it's a little bit more desirable album. People ask about this for a lot. And this is the Payback, the Godfather of Soul, a classic, James Brown, the Payback. The vinyl is in VG condition. It's in VG condition. Not as bad as some James Brown records I've seen, but this is going to be a $20 start. $20 start. This is James Brown, the Payback. It's in about a VG jacket. It's a gatefold. James Brown, that's going to be a $20 start on that. There's James Brown, the Payback. How about we grab some $9.99 45s? $9.99 45s. I've got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3, I've got 4, I've got 5. 5 $9.99 45s. Let's do them. We got, I don't know if y'all saw that picture I posted, but I have a whole cart, like a big mail cart over here, full of 45s. Dream Police by the Cheap Trick in the company sleeve, or in the picture sleeve. Cheap Trick, $9.99. Genesis, I've never seen this. Tonight, the original Walmart price tag still on it. Genesis, $9.99. The Never Ending Story, Lamal, $9.99. And it actually advertises the film on the back. Lamal, there it is, Never Ending Story. Music by Giorgio Moroder as well. $9.99 for that. USA for Africa, We Are the World. That's $9.99. And one more, Karma Chameleon in the original company. I keep wanting to say company sleeve. That is a company sleeve, but we call them a picture sleeve. $9.99 on that. So before I paused, way back up at the top, we had a request for Jeff Beck. I will try to get that into rotation. Then we had Led Zeppelin. We had a $35 bid on Led Zeppelin, then a $15 bid, and then a $15 and $15 bid on Monster Mash, then a $17 bid, and then a $19 bid, and then a $25 bid on James Brown, and now the comments for the 45s. Calvin Ward got Cheap Trick. That's $9.99 Tanner. Michelle Miller was second. Stacy Metternich third. James Ludwig fourth. Chris B. Jack fifth. Jason E. was sixth. Brian C. was seventh. And James Rayner first on Genesis. That's so to James Rayner. Michael Thomas first on the Never Ending Story. That is so to Michael Thomas. Javi Soto gets USA for Africa. And Dan Ingerson gets Culture Club. Those are all gone. James Rayner, you were second on We Are the World. Debbie was third. Rebecca fourth. Brian C. next on CC. Monster Mash is at $20. So we got some final calls. James Brown is at $25 with Paul Brothers. No, Bob Riger. Who did I say? Bob Riger. Bob Riger has that for $25. The Payback, VG condition. The Monster Mash just hit $20. Pamela Yeager's at $20. And Led Zeppelin's a final call for $35 with Stephen Martinelli. That's where we're at. Nobody claimed these. For $19.99, we have Janis Joplin Pearl, Neil Young Harvest, and Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits on the original label. We'll continue with some $19.99. Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laughs. It is a 2014 pressing, $10 off. This is $19.99. Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laughs. Stephen Martinelli wants Neil Young. Very clean copy. The cover was VG, but it is now sold to Stephen Martinelli. Metallica, $19.99 for And Justice for All. What in the world? That's a new remastered copy. It is near mint, though. Metallica, just $19.99. And Jimi Hendrix, a clean copy with no ring wear of Rainbow Bridge. I hope everybody watched my video. Did everybody watch my video about Reprise Records or Reprise? I actually said Reprise in the video. It's also known as Reprise, but I made a video about all the different labels. If you hadn't seen that, please go watch it, like it, especially if you can comment on it. I made a video about the history, not the history, that would take a long time, kind of just a quick, dirty breakdown of the 3 most collectible labels from Reprise. So I hope everybody watched that. Give you a kind of an instructional to know which era certain albums came out on, what to look for, so you know what's going on there. So those are fun to make. That was 59 seconds. That took like 2.5 hours to make. 59 seconds. It took me 2.5 hours to make that. And I sat down and was like, okay, I got to get this done. Paul sent me those pictures. Most of those record labels were from Paul's personal collection. So thank you, Paul. Okay, so next was Metallica. That is sold to Stephen Martinelli. James Brown's back in at 35 with Bob Rocker. Stephen got Metallica. Travis was second. Thomas third. Rebecca fourth. Cassie fifth. 86. Stephen Martinelli first on Jimi Hendrix. Angela second. Michelle third. Scotty, you were ninth on Metallica. And we have Scott Smith on Sid Barrett. That's sold to Scott Smith. Also, we have Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus condition, $19.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu for just $19.99. It is a 5-digit, but it is clean, $19.99. All right, let's sell these 45s. Led Zeppelin is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $35, and the Monster Mash is sold for $20. Monster Mash is sold for $22. I saw a $20 comment. Pamela Yeager. Pamela got the Monster Mash for $20. Those are sold. James Brown's at $35. Stephen Martinelli, you have been outbid on that. Stephen Martinelli, you're outbid. Bob Riger has it for $35. I'm going to turn off the heat for a second. I think it's very warm in here. All right. Man, I got too much to sell tonight. There for a while, with Paul not being here, I was like, man, I don't have any auctions to go to. And now there's so many I can't even get them all going at once, including all these 45s. Okay, back up to the top, and we have Gregory Gasky gets Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Okay, a few more 1999ers. We have Aerosmith Rocks for $19.99, and Boston, Third Stage, VG Plus $19.99. I still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through as well. But first, I'm going to grab some more $9.99 45s because we got some really, really cool ones here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think this is 5. So here's some more $9.99. First, Brian Lacey's going to get Aerosmith for $19.99. Stephen Martinelli's going to get Boston. And we have George Michael, If You Were My Woman. That's $19.99. Elton John, Candle in the Wind, picture sleeve, $9.99. Culture Club, Kiss Me Blind. I don't think I've actually ever seen this before. Foreigner, Dirty White Boy. These are all $9.99. And Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion, $9.99. Bob Riger gets James Brown, The Payback. That's a funky song. That's sold to Bob Riger for $35. Those are all $9.99. And we're going to get some new auctions going. Let me restack some crates here so I can get to everything a little bit better. There's one crate. There's another crate. There's the crates I've already been through. Our next crate's going to be a $9.99 crate. And we have a copy of, let's see what else we have here. I got some audiophile pressings, including this Meatloaf. And now I'm officially going to get to some of Dale's records. And if you missed out on what I said earlier, we got some Dale bootlegs and foreign imports that I really don't have tagged, meaning I don't have the information on what it exactly is. I'll tell you the condition, but other than that, it's I'll just have to put them up and let you bid on them. Okay, so $9.99. We pulled Boston for Stephen Martinelli. That was sold to Bob Riger. And first was Carlene Rollins getting the George Michael. That sold to Carlene Rollins for $9.99. Next was Debbie Winstead on Elton John. Brian C. on Culture Club. Rebecca, you were second on Elton John. Debbie was third. James Lugwood first on Foreigner. Stacey Metternich second. Scott Smith third. Calvin fourth. Chris fifth. Javi on Kylie Minogue. Manoga. And our next auctions. I'm going to severely cut the price on this one for a starting bid. This is the half-speed master of Meatloaf, Bad Out of Hell. An audiophile pressing, a half-speed master of Meatloaf, Bad Out of Hell. It is EX Plus, near mint minus, $35 start. $35 start from Meatloaf. That's a half-speed master. And now from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, this is REM Down South. And I actually think it is live from 81 to 82. It is REM live. The vinyl is very, very nice. How about a $35 start on the REM bootleg? So there's REM, vintage bootleg from Dale's collection. These have all been cleaned and put in anti-statics. $35 start for that. There's our next 2 auctions. And I'll go ahead and put up another 45. Check out how nice this is. This is nice. And I don't think I've ever seen this picture sleeve before. Stevie Wonder, A Place in the Sun in Sylvia, an original Motown single from 1966. The vinyl for a Stevie Wonder Motown single is extremely nice. EX Plus, almost near mint minus, pretty close to it. It's advertising some other Stevie Wonder releases on the back. $10 start on that. Check out that picture sleeve. I don't think I've ever seen that one before until John brought it up. $10 start on Stevie Wonder. Back up to the top. We had Meatloaf 35, REM 35, REM 35, 35, 35, REM 40, Meatloaf 35, and REM 40. Everything in this bin is on sale for $19.99. Everything in this bin's on sale. Zappa, the Mothers of Invention, Roxy and elsewhere, this is actually in shrink wrap. It's in partial shrink wrap. It's a little loose here on the edge. EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, just $19.99. That's what we priced it for just a couple months ago. I still think it's pretty fair price for that, but now it's $19.99. Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere. We've already sold Harvest. Here's the next classic one. VG Plus Condition, just $19.99 on that. Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere. Rubber Soul, an Apple reissue, meaning most likely from the 70s. VG Plus Condition, $19.99 for Rubber Soul. That's an Apple stereo reissue from the 70s. VG Plus Condition, just $19.99. And the Best of Buffalo Springfield, now $19.99. The Best of Buffalo Springfield on the yellow Atco label, 1841 Broadway, very clean. That is $19.99. We got 3 auctions going on. We have a Meatloaf Half-Speed Master, an REM bootleg, and a Stevie Wonder picture sleeve from '66 that's near mint. Pretty incredible. The last bid on REM that I see was $43. We have Brian C. getting the Frank Zappa for $19.99. Tony Shore was second. Scott Bodnar, you were third. Davey Winstead on B for the Beatles. New bid on the Meatloaf Half-Speed Master at $37. Chris Frazier gets Buffalo Springfield. Meatloaf is now at $40. Stevie Wonder just has one bid for $10 to Calvin Ward. Going once, going twice. A Place in the Sun in Sylvia. Never seen that one before. Pretty scarce picture sleeve there. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. This is a 2 LP, no condition notes, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, no condition notes on that. We've got that now half off at $19.99 for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. And Neil Young, I'm going to show 2 different copies. I've got a German copy. I'm pretty sure, and I have a U.S. copy. Actually, let me verify this. I've got 2 really clean copies of Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. This one has a hype sticker on it. And it is from, let's see here, Australia. So the one with a hype sticker on it, it's near mint from Australia, American Stars and Bars. And then this is a U.S. pressing in shrink wrap. Very, very nice. In shrink wrap, $19.99. So there's the 2 different Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Really nice copies on those. Those are notorious for having really worn covers. So back up to the top, REM was at $45. Stephen Martinelli wants this Neil Young for $19.99. New bid on Stevie Wonder for $11. REM $46. Meatloaf $41. New bid on Stevie Wonder for $11. Stephen Martinelli wants the Neil Young U.S. pressing for $19.99. And Roger Ramjet is at $40. Debbie Winstead wants the Neil Young Australia. So the one there on top with the hype sticker goes to Debbie Winstead for $19.99. REM is at $48. Meatloaf out. I'll get those auctions updated in just a second. Let me show some more $9.99 45s. I got some more $9.99 45s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 here. Let's see what we have. Oh, let me go ahead and do all these actually. I think I've actually grabbed 5, 6, or 7, but these are all $9.99. First come, first serve. Dobie Gray, Drift Away, in the original Decca company sleeve, original Decca label, $9.99. The Doors, Hello, I Love You, and Touch Me. That's a spun gold, meaning it's like back-to-back hits. $9.99 on The Doors, Hello, I Love You, and Touch Me. The Cars, Let's Go, and My Best Friend's Girl, kind of another back-to-back singles hit on that one. Free, All Right Now, and The Stealer. That's on an interesting label, A&M Forget Me Nots. I don't know if I've actually seen that before. Free, All Right Now, though. I think we all know that one. Bobby Gentry, Fancy. And He Made a Woman Out of Me. Bobby Gentry, though doing Fancy, a Bobby Gentry original. Cat Stevens, Baby, A Wild World. And the B-side on that one was Miles from Nowhere. Cat Stevens in the original A&M sleeve. And Jim Croce, Working at the Car Wash Blues and Thursday. That's from his, that's an original single of his. That's not like a reissue. That was from '73. That was actually published and released while he was alive. Working at the Car Wash Blues. $9.99. All right, we'll tag all those First, let me get updated on Meatloaf. Roger Ramjet was at 40 on Meatloaf, but we already had a $41 bid. John Gollin was at 41 on Meatloaf. And then somebody else bid 40, but we was already at 41. REM was at 50 and then 52. And now Stevie Wonder was at 12 with Calvin Ward. Now it's time to tag these 45s, Tanner. First is Dobie Gray is going to Pamela Yeager for $9.99. Stacy was second. James Lugwood first on the Doors. D comment for James Lugwood for Doors. I hope that was for the Doors. Tim Jernigan was third on Dobie Gray. Michelle Miller second on the Doors. Mark Fallon third. Tim Jernigan fourth. James Lugwood on C for Cars. Stacy Mettinger second. Grant Peltzer third. James Lugwood first on Free. That's sold to James Lugwood. Michael McDowell on BG for Bobby Gentry. That's sold to Michael McDowell. REM's at $53. Henry second on Bobby Gentry. Michelle Miller first on Cat Stevens. And Michelle Miller first on Jim Croce. Those are all sold. Davey Winstead was second on Jim Croce. I'm about to sell Stevie Wonder for $12. A Place in the Sun and Sylvia. 1966 very clean picture sleeve and vinyl. And Meatloaf. Meatloaf is at $41 with John Gollin. I just want everybody to realize that. This Meatloaf Half-Speed Master, Roger Ramjet and everybody else, this is a final call. John Gollin, $41. The Half-Speed Master, which we had priced a lot more than that originally. REM is now at $58. Next, 1999 records. The Who, a 2-in-1 deluxe package. You get the Who Magic Bus and their first album, My Generation. That is $19.99. Also, Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder. Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead. This should be on the original label with the Rolling Stones Skull and Bones logo. That's $19.99. And we have James Taylor, his self-titled first album on Apple. That's on Apple. James Taylor, $19.99. One more, Deep Purple, Purple Passages. 2 LP, Deep Purple on the original. Fantastic vinyl. A common condition cover showing a little ring wear, $19.99. If you ever find that cover, and it's near mint, you might want to grab it. I'm going to go ahead and open this up. I desperately needed as much talking as I've done in the last hour or so. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. I am back, and the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to grab some more 9.99er 45s. I think that's the proper grammar. 9.99ers. All right. Back up to the top. The last thing I said was Tyler Browning out on REM. Angela at 56. REM 58. Meatloaf 45. Neil Brashear gets the Who for $19.99. That's sold to Neil Brashear. $19.99. Chris Sheridan was second. Stephen Martinelli on NH. That was probably for MH, Mickey Hart. And that means John Dorsey was second. Colin Butler was third. REM's at 60. Davey Winstead first on James Taylor. Meatloaf now has a bid for 47. We have Deep Purple, Purple Passages, and one more, Neil Young Life, $19.99. Or I've got an autographed copy for $875. Your pick. I've got this one here for $19.99, or you can get an autographed one for $875. Big price difference to have his signature on it. All these 45s are $9.99, and from what I'm holding here, I don't expect any of these to be left. $9.99. We have Spirit in the Sky, Norman Greenbaum on reprise in the original company sleeve. Soul to Soul, Back to Life. Soul to Soul, Back to Life from 1989. $9.99 for that. Ode to Billy Joe, another classic, Bobby Gentry in the original company sleeve. Culture Club, this is, the A-side is actually It's a Miracle. And I think Love Twist on the back. It's a Miracle and Love Twist. And a Madonna, which I don't think I've seen too often. That's the single from Vision Quest, Crazy for You. Madonna from Vision Quest. Madonna, $9.99. Those are all super, super clean. Super, super clean. Meatloaf was at 47. The last bid on REM was at 60. And I'll tell you what's up for auction in just a second. Let's go ahead and tag these, Tanner. Pamela Yeager gets Norman Greenbaum for $9.99. Michael McDowell was second. Chad Van Horn third. Craig Weatherford first on Back to Life. Pamela Yeager on Billy Joe. That's probably BJ for Ode to Billy Joe. So sell that to Pamela Yeager. Stephen A. Young was second. James Rayner, you were second on Soul to Soul. Debbie Winstead next. Troy Robinson next. Carol next. Webster next. Brian C. first to Culture Club, and Debbie Winstead first to Madonna. Rebecca next on Madonna. Debbie next. Webster next. And CeCe Allen next. Okay, so we got a vintage REM bootleg up for auction. This is called Down South REM. Down South from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Angela Rachel's has the high bid for $60. Final call. A very, very clean, a very, very nice Meatloaf, Bad Out of Hell, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. This is an audiophile pressing, a CBS Master Sound half-speed master. The high bid is with John Gollin at $47. That's the highest bid I've seen on my screen. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time, $47. And this has been up for a long time. This is sold for $12 to Calvin Ward. That was the Stevie Wonder. $12 for that. Those are final calls. Continuing with 1999, the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. That's 1999. And Greg Allman, Laid Back. Greg Allman, Laid Back, 1999. Those are both 1999. So is Bob Dylan Desire. No condition notes. Original inner sleeve. Super clean vinyl. Bob Dylan is 1999. Fred is in on Meatloaf at $48. John Gollin, you've been outbid. James Ludwig wants the Rolling Stones. I'm about to sell REM. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next auction. So if you haven't bid already, now is the time. I've got autographs from A.C. Reed. A.C. Reed, I have autographs by the Turtles. Autographs from Randy Newman, Niels Lofgren, Chris Hillman again, Yorma Calcoen. I've got some signed Hot Tuna, Richard Thompson autographs. I have a signed Greg Kihn. We haven't done a Greg Kihn autograph at all. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Greg Kihn Band, Contagious. It's signed, non-personalized. Greg Kihn Band, $15 start. It has the original inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl. That is a $15 start. $15 start on that. Meatloaf's at $48. James got RS. And next, the last two records in here is Zappa in New York. A German pressing, half off at $19.99. A German pressing, half off at $19.99. Whoever else was bidding on Meatloaf, let me know if you want back in because I'm about to sell it. And Sid Barrett, a 2014 pressing of Barrett, $19.99. REM Down South, REM is now sold. Nobody else really set out. Angela Rachel's gets it for $60. That's sold to Angela Rachel's. Greg Kihn is at $15. Lucas gets BD for Bob Dylan Desire. I'm assuming that's right, Lucas. That's $19.99. Another $15 bid on Greg Kihn. Scott Bardnar, you're first that time on Zappa. New bid on Meatloaf for $49. Another $15 bid on that. And Rob Scheffler gets Sid Barrett. Lucas was second. Another $15 bid on Greg Kihn. Now a $50 bid on Meatloaf and $25 on Greg Kihn. Here's all that's left from the $19.99 discount bin. Before I show those, let me grab some more $9.99 45s, including this one, and that one, and this one, and that one, and this one. I like those. I'm picking them out. We have so many over here. First, let me start from the bottom. Funky Town, Lips Inc., and the Casablanca inner sleeve. These are all $9.99. Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue, in the original company sleeve. The Eagles, Spun Gold, Take It Easy, and Witchy Woman, $9.99. The Turtles, the original Happy Together on the White Whale label, $9.99. That's the OG label for that. And Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. Fantastic. That's an original Holland, Dozier Holland song, which is the trio of Motown hit writers. $9.99. Of course, that's a classic, You Keep Me Hanging On. Vanilla Fudge. Back at the top, John Gollin was at $50 on Meatloaf. Fred Carnell bid $50 first, though. Fred was at $50, then John Gollin. Greg Kihn, a $30 bid, then another $30 bid. Jerry Stone was in first. Jared, you were second. And now for $9.99, Debbie Winstead gets Funky Town, $9.99. Henry Pardides gets Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. Michael Grimes, second on Funky Town. Fred's out on Greg Kihn. Michelle Miller, first on the Eagles. Trevor Melcha, second. James Ludwig, third. Debbie Winstead, fourth. Debbie Blair, fifth. Sherry Darnell, first on the Turtles. James Rayner, sixth on the Eagles. And Stephen A. Young, first on Vanilla Fudge. Lots of other people next on the Turtles. Roger Ramjet, we've already sold Bob Dylan. And Debbie Winstead was next on Vanilla Fudge. Okay, so the Greg Kihn autograph, Jared McLaughlin, you're out. Jerry Stone has this for $30. Jerry Stone has this for $30. That's a final call, and Meatloaf is now a final call. Fred Carnell was the first person in at $50. Michelle said no, Eddie Grant. So EG was not for Eddie Grant. That was for EG was not for the Eagles. That was for Eddie Grant. So now it's going to get really confusing. How about this? That is going to be very confusing because there's lots of EGs and E's for Eagles. So Tanner, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the Eagles out of here, and we're not going to give that to anybody right now because there's too many E's and EGs. We'll just figure that one out later. I'll show it again randomly. So those go to, Funky Town goes to Debbie Winstead. Henry gets 80 Grand Electric Avenue, and Sherry Darnell got the Turtles. And what was the last one there? Vanilla Fudge, that goes to Stephen A. Young. That goes to Stephen A. Young. So we'll show the Eagles again randomly in just a second. There's like 9 comments that either say E or EG, so that will be impossible for us to figure out. We have Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus condition, $19.99 for Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, on the original label. On the original label, that's $19.99. That's Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. That's on the Columbia 2i. Another Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $10 off on this one, also on the original label, VG Plus condition, $19.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Lots of Dylan here, man. Bob Dylan. We talk about Pablo Cruz having a lot of albums. I have so many Bob Dylan albums. We talk about Elvis. I have Dylan. It is unbelievable. I've had thousands and thousands just last year of Bob Dylan albums. It is absolutely incredible. Deep Purple, Purple Passages, 2 LP, $19.99. And Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Life. That's also $19.99. All right, no one else bid on Meatloaf. We got sold out to Fred Carnell for $50. The Greg Kihn autograph is still getting bids. We was at 32, then we was at 34, then we was at 35, then we was at 37, then we was at 40, then we was at 37. Angela Leckington gets Janis Joplin for $19.99. Greg Kihn, 42. Dennis Jackson, second on Janis Joplin. Lucas wants JWH. John Wesley Harding. That's sold to Lucas for $19.99. Next is Michael Swanger on Bob Dylan Greatest Hits, Volume 2. No condition notes. About a VG Plus cover because of ringwear, super clean vinyl, $19.99. And Greg Allman, Laid Back, featuring These Days, Will the Circle Be Unbroken, and of course Midnight Rider, his solo cover of that. So Greg Allman, Dylan, Neil Young, Deep Purple, and Dylan. Somebody can get Volume 1 and 2 back-to-back if anybody wants it. Let's grab up a new crate. And the Greg Kihn autograph is at $42 of Jerry Stone. Greg Kihn, not personalized, up for bid. Man, we got a lot of stuff to auction. Like I said, hope everybody's ready to stay late tonight. I've still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through, including this one right here. Let's go through it. If you miss those first 2 crates, you might want to hang around when we do a recap because there is so much left. Mel Moss says he does want Umaguma and The Wall. Mel, whenever I get back to those, I will pull them for you. Trust me, I won't forget. Michael Swanger says he'll take it, and that was for the Bob Dylan Greatest Hits Volume 2. Bluegrass crate. I do not see that in the future. Once again, I hadn't posted that we have that, and I doubt we're going to get to that again. I will let you know. There will be a post whenever the Bluegrass crate is coming up. Greg Kihn Band, Jerry Stone's, $42. Sell that to Jerry Stone. No one else bid. Nice pickup there, Jerry. Eagles, $9.99. I think there was like 7 people wanting it a moment ago. There it is, $9.99. Let me show some more to go with it. Falco, Rock Me Amadeus, $9.99. How about The Safety Dance? Men Without Hats, $9.99. Rock Lobster, the B-52s, and Dolly Parton, but you know I Love You, and the B-side is Poor Folks Town. That's in the original RCA sleeve. There's 5 more, $9.99. You know what? Let's make it 6. This one's still in my hand. Talk about an instant seller. I Can't Drive, 55, back-to-back hits. The other one is I'll Fall in Love Again, Sammy Hagar. Near mint in the original Geffen sleeve, $9.99. Okay, I've got that up. I need some more. Bootlegs. How about an Aerosmith? Let me grab something out of the back here. I got all these bootlegs. Some of them, like I said, I don't know what concert or what's going on, and I'm going to go ahead and pull Townes Van Zandt. I've got some really, really cool Townes Van Zandt records. I get nervous holding them. Okay. So, Tanner, we got some $9.99 45s. The last thing I said was Mark Fallon says like 2. We may go to 2 a.m. again if everybody's got enough caffeine in them. Jason Anderson, first on the Eagles. That's $9.99. He for sure got that one. James second, Mark Fallon third, Debbie fourth. Mike Massey gets Falco. Rock Me Amadeus. That's so to Mike Massey. Tim Jernigan was next. We had Mark Fallon next on Rock Me Amadeus. We have Pamela Yeager on RI, and that was... that may be RL. Is that an L? That's an L, I think, maybe. Rock. I'm not for sure. That might be RL for Rock Lobster, Pamela Yeager. I'm going to give it to her unless she says otherwise. Rebecca next on Falco. Mike Massey next on Rock. That was Rock Me Amadeus, right? Or no, that was Rock Lobster. There was two, Rock Me Amadeus and Rock Lobster. Once again, bad luck on those. And D for Dolly Parton, I guess. That goes to Debbie Winstead. If you hear me giving you anything that you didn't get, you might want to let me know. Josh was next on Dolly Parton. James Ludwig next on B-52s. Michael Thomas next on B-52s. And Mark Fallon got Sammy Hagar. Let me recap those one more time. That leaves Men Without Hats, the safety dance. You can dance if you want to. That is $9.99. So, Tanner, I have the Eagles being sold to Jason Anderson for $9.99. Then we had Mike Massey on Falco, Rock Me Amadeus. Pamela Yeager on Rock Lobster, if that's what RL was for. And then Dolly goes to Debbie Winstead. And then Mark Fallon got Sammy Hagar. That's how I had those. And we have Safety Dance being sold to Mitchell Richardson. That's sold to Mitchell Richardson. All right. So if you're a first-time watcher, before I go any further in the sale, if you're a first-time viewer, because I just saw somebody else comment in those feed that were new buyers, Albert Wicks, you were second on the Safety Dance. If you're a first-time viewer tonight, you're right in the middle of a very hectic sale. We have auctions I'm running back here. You can bid. You don't have to be pre-registered. We have Our Mother the Mountain. This is Towns Van Zandt. This is going to be put up for auction. Towns Van Zandt, Our Mother the Mountain. This is a 1978 U.S. pressing. This is a 1978 reissue. 1978 reissue. The OG came out in '69 on the Poppy label. The OG is on the Poppy label in 1969. There's only one for sale on this label in the U.S. for $150. There's only one for sale in the U.S. for $150. Very clean, $65 start. This particular pressing, there's only one available for $65 for $150. And like I said, the OG, I have a note here, the OG on the Poppy label is like a $300-400 record in high grade. It's a very expensive record. This is now up for bid. Towns Van Zandt, $65 start. Our Mother the Mountain, that's a 78 reissue, $65 start. Also, I have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This is on colored vinyl. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is on white colored vinyl. This is a foreign import from Holland. This is on white colored vinyl from Holland. It's really hard to see the condition on this. It looks very nice, though. I'm looking at all these for the first time. It looks very nice. Either way, I'm going to put it up for a $35 start. This is Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $35 start. It has the insert with it, and this is on white vinyl from Holland, Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's also up for bid. There's Towns Van Zandt. There's Fleetwood Mac. If you want to bid on Towns Van Zandt, make sure you put a numerical. So put TV Towns Van Zandt, TVZ, and then a numerical. That way I know you're bidding, okay? Let's go through some new vinyl. I'm going to be showing a lot more 45s. I have some waiting list over here to go through in this new crate of new vinyl. First is Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. This is $144.99. Led Zeppelin Live box set, $144.99. The Song Remains the Same. 4LP Deluxe. Rush, the first American broadcast. Rush Live, 1974 at the Agora Ballroom, 1974. That's on colored vinyl, $39.99. Fleetwood Mac is at $40 of Tracy Tallman. Drew Smith is at $65 on Towns Van Zandt. AC/DC Highway to Hell, $31.99. And the Allman Brothers live from A&R Studios. This is the Allman Brothers live, 1971. And this is on pink vinyl. And I'm pretty sure there's a wait list for it. Let me type in ABB over here. There's one for the Pittsburgh concert, and there may be one for this one as well. Nope. This is no waiting list for this one. So that's the Allman Brothers Live, 1971. A&R Studios. It's a 2 LP on pink vinyl. Classic lineup of tracks, $33.99 for that. $33.99. I've got 2 of those available. And Muddy Waters with the Rolling Stones 2 LP on red and white colored vinyl, $58.99. This is Muddy Waters and the Rolling Stones at the Checkerboard Lounge, live in Chicago, 1981, $58.99. Drew Smith, first on the Allman Brothers. That's sold to Drew Smith. Final call on Townes Van Zandt. I can't believe it. $65. The next cheapest one on Discogs is $150 for Our Mother the Mountain. Townes Van Zandt is at $65. We also sold a Townes Van Zandt autograph last month here live on auction, which is a very, very, very rare autograph. Bill Samus is at going to get the Rolling Stones with Muddy Waters. The colored vinyl Fleetwood Mac is now at $45 with Michael Nath. Speaking of colored vinyl, this is the Rolling Stones exclusive limited edition, 180-gram swirl on swirling mass of gray, blue, and black, white, or gray, blue, and black and white colored vinyl. 4 different colors. We have a poster. That is $36.99. That's the Rolling Stones Beggars Banquet. And AC/DC Power Age, $31.99 for AC/DC Power Age. 2 copies of Pearl Jam Versus, $31.99 for Pearl Jam Versus. And Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass, $28.99 for Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass. Indie Retail Exclusive Opaque Blue and White Swirl Vinyl, $28.99. $28.99. Metallica Master of Puppets is $31.99, and Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music. Sturgill Simpson is $28.99. $28.99 for Sturgill Simpson. Metallica and Justice for All is $44.99. Metallica and Justice for All, we have 3 copies of that. I don't think I had waiting list on any of those. I didn't. All right, we have a new bid on Townes Van Zandt. Lucas is at $68. He bid over on YouTube. $68 on that. That's now at $68. Thomas Hujar is at $70 on Townes Van Zandt. Fleetwood Mac's at $46. Tim Jernigan wants SS. That's for Sturgill Simpson. Sell that to Tim Jernigan. Carol Puckett wants RS, and that was for the Rolling Stones Beggars Banquet. That's sold to Carol Puckett. Next is Paul Brothers on Cutting Grass. Actually, there's 2 different Sturgill Simpsons in here. Let me make sure I know exactly which one Tim Jernigan wants. Tim, let me know if you want Metamodern Sounds or Cutting Grass, and then there's that. I'm going to just leave Carol Puckett's out now and figure out what he wants on those 2. Townes Van Zandt's now at $70. Bad Company 10 from 6. It's a Bad Company Greatest Hits compilation, $31.99. All right, hope everybody's ready. I'm about to do some more $9.99 45s. Here's 1, here's 2, there is 3, 4, and that's the same artist. Let me grab a different one. And yeah, let me do this one. These are all $9.99. We have St. Elmo's Fire, Man in Motion, featuring John Parr, $9.99. Taylor Dane, Prove Your Love, $9.99, both in picture sleeves. Buster Poindexter, Hot, Hot, Hot. That's $9.99. Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies in the original picture sleeve. And Steely Dan, Hey 19. Hey 19. I just got logged out of Restream, Tanner. That's not good. Let me reconnect right quick. Oh, boy. Hopefully, select all images with a fire hydrant. That is... Click Verify when there's none left. Okay. Tanner, I'm definitely going to need your iPad because I'm looking at the monitor and there's comments. Select all images with bicycles until none are left. Then click Verify. I am not a robot. Okay. There we go. I'm going to have to reset it now. I don't know how that happened. Okay. So, Tanner, I'm going to need your iPad or something to look at all these comments. So, first, let me see what's going on here. Okay, so up at the top, we had Allman Brothers, we had Fleetwood Mac at 45, we had Townes Van Zandt at 68, Townes Van Zandt at 70, Fleetwood Mac 46. Tim Jernigan was going to let us know which Sturgill Simpson he wanted, and I have not heard back from him. If you can hear me, Tim Jernigan, let me know which Sturgill Simpson you wanted. Paul Brothers wants Cutting Grass if you don't. Fleetwood Mac's at 48, Townes Van Zandt's at 70. And now $9 or $9.99 45s. Let me figure out what we got to. Grant McKenzie put SS. That's also for Sturgill Simpson. Brent Turner also wants Meta Modern if not sold. So Grant, let me know which Sturgill Simpson you wanted. And Brent, I will put you down on a waiting list for Meta Modern Sounds. Brent Turner, because we've already sold out. Now, Taylor Dane is sold to Grant Peltzer for $9.99. Mark Fallon wants Max. And that was for, I don't know. We'll figure out if he auto-corrected that one later. James Ludwood on F, which is for Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to James Ludwood. So Taylor Dane for sure sold to Grant Peltzer. James Ludwood got Fleetwood Mac. Davey Winstead was second. We have Show the Led Zeppelin box set again. Another Fleetwood Mac. Another S comment, which I'm assuming is Steely Dan for Davey Winstead. Pamela next on Fleetwood Mac. Pamela next on Steely Dan. James next on Steely Dan. Lucas wants the Buster Poindexter. Sell that to Lucas. Jerry Stone next on Steely Dan. We have Tim Jernigan says he wants Cutting Grass. So give Tim Jernigan Cutting Grass. That means that new buyer who wanted, there's a new buyer on YouTube, Grant McKenzie. You're going to get the Meta Modern Sounds, Grant McKenzie, and we're going to send you a link in just a second to fill out a new time buyer form. That means Paul Brothers is going to go on a waiting list for Cutting Grass. I think I've done all that in the correct order. Mitchell, you are next on Hey 19. And we have Javi next on Taylor Dane. Grant also wants a Cutting Grass. Debbie next, Debbie's bidding on Fleetwood Mac at 49. Tim says let him have Cutting Grass. That is actually going to make things just more complicated, but how about we just keep your name on it for right now. Fleetwood Mac's at 50. Mark Fallon wanted Fleetwood Mac, so I think, Mark, that means you would have been second. And we have, I think we're caught up now. We're caught up now. So this is the only thing that wasn't claimed, which was St. Elmo's Fire by John Parr. That is $9.99 if anybody wants that. Now, the last thing you can maybe find for me, Tanner, was who had the high bid on Our Mother the Mountain, Towns Van Zandt. And I think we're at $70 on this with Thomas Hujar. Drew Smith, $70. Thomas Hujar, $70 on that. Thomas Hujar, $70 on that. That is a final call on Our Mother the Mountain. And the last bid on the white vinyl, Fleetwood Mac, the last vinyl on Fleetwood Mac is at $50. Sherry Darnell gets St. Elmo's Fire. I cannot reverse any of the 45s because my feed got messed up. I'm going by Tanner's laptop, so whoever I said got those 45s, I'll have to keep it at that because my feed got erased. I'm going off Tanner's. Whatever name we had on them, including the Sturgill Simpson, that's what we're going to have to stick with for right now. John Miller got 10 from 6. Thomas Hujar is first. That's what I thought you were at first on that. So Thomas Hujar is at $70. Thomas Hujar is at $70 on Towns Van Zandt. That's where we're at. Okay, and then a quick timeout. I do take one-letter comments, but if you can help out Chad and Tanner in any way possible, if I can get one more than just one letter, just one more letter after one letter will be so helpful, especially when you're claiming these 45s. I will take an E, but if you can give me an EA, if you can give me one more vowel or something, throw me a bone, it will be very helpful because tonight, when we're going to be selling like 500 different 45s, one letter is killer for us. I will take it. But man, it gets very complicated, and you actually could miss out on something. You might even be first, but if you just threw me one letter, I may have to skip over you. So if sometimes you may miss out on something because you did comment one letter, because sometimes I'm like, I don't know what this is, so I'm just going to have to skip over you and give it to whoever maybe spelled it out, especially when we're trying to tag 7 different things at once. Led Zeppelin 3, restock, $31.99. This is Led Zeppelin 3. This is a 180-gram remaster. Led Zeppelin 3, that is $31.99. And Jerry Stone, Tanner says you were 4th on Steely Dan. And I think some of those were still on my screen. So, yeah, I'm not really for sure. But Metallica, Kill 'Em All, 180-gram remaster, $31.99 for Metallica, Kill 'Em All. $31.99. And Pink Floyd, Metal. This is $33.99. Pink Floyd, Metal. This is $33.99. $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. There's 2 LPs of Pink Floyd Metal. And the Beatles, Now and Then. I actually got more of these. This for the while. When all the new Beatles stuff came out for Now and Then, this was the hardest thing to get. And now we can get them. Now and Then, that's the 12-inch single. That is $29.99. $29.99. Okay, so back up to the top, we got 2 auctions. Thomas Hujar was at $70 on Townes Van Zandt. Now Drew Smith was at $71. The white vinyl Fleetwood Mac's at $55. Brooks Vaughter first on Led Zeppelin 3. That is sold to Brooks Vaughter, Led Zeppelin 3. James Ludwig first on Metallica, Kill 'Em All. That's sold to James Ludwig. And also, we have the Beatles Now and Then. I just showed that. We have 2 of them. And Led Zeppelin 3, for whoever asked for it earlier. Led Zeppelin 2, that is. We had Led Zeppelin 3. There's Led Zeppelin 2, $31.99. $31.99. I think we're back on normal pace now. Sorry for all the confusion, especially if you're new watching. You're probably like, what the heck? But there's a lot of different stuff we're selling tonight. We're basically doing 4 things at once tonight. 45s, auctions, and some crates, and I guess that's it. I'm also slipping in some other stuff. So these are all $9.99. Let's see, that's the same artist. Let me make sure there's no... I also try to pre-stack them where there's no like similar letters, but sometimes I don't realize that after I've already put them down. But if so, we usually go that. But some of these 45s, man, some of these 45s, there's like 9 and 10 different people trying to get the same 45. It's amazing. So we have to really filter through and figure out who was first. Mark gets the Metallica, and that was for Kill 'Em All. We'll go ahead and pull that. And Brent Turner wants a Led Zeppelin 2. Those are all sold. Okay, Townes Van Zandt's at $72, and Fleetwood Mac is now a final call at $55. That's the white vinyl Fleetwood Mac from Holland. Final call to Michael Nath. These are all $9.99. Madonna, Like a Prayer, $9.99. Like I said, I will take a 1-letter comment, but if it's going to be confusing, I may have to skip over you. Sam Cooke, The Chain Gang, an original RCA. That is $9.99. Bruce Springsteen. This is Bruce Springsteen. Excuse me. Let me find the actual title. Guess what? It's in cursive. Looks like Chinese. I think it's called Brilliant Disguise. Brilliant Disguise. $9.99 for Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. Also, Taylor Dayne with Every Beat of My Heart. There's another Taylor Dayne, and Whitney Houston, her classic, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. That's $9.99 for Whitney Houston. All right, so Thomas Hujar's back in on Townes Van Zandt at $72. Who is the other bidder? Drew Smith. If you're done bidding, say Townes Van Zandt out. I'm about to sell Fleetwood Mac for $55. And now Tanner, these are all $9.99. Kenny Case Jr. wants on the Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass waiting list. Pamela Yeager gets Madonna. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. Travis Wade was second. Pamela Yeager first to Sam Cooke. Pamela first, and on both of those. Calvin second on Sam Cooke. Rebecca Barber first on Taylor Dayne. Debbie Winstead next on Taylor Dayne, and Grant Peltz third. That leaves Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody, and Bruce Springsteen. Those are all $9.99. All right, this is sold to Michael Nath for $55. This is sold to Michael Nath for $55, and Townes Van Zandt is sold to Thomas Hujar for $72. Those are both sold. Okay, here's what's left in this bin of new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and go back through that one more time. We've got 2 more crates of new vinyl, 2 more crates of vintage discounts, counting 9 and 14. I got a 9 and a 14 bin, and then I have an unlimited amount of $6.99 bins. Literally an unlimited amount of $16.99 or $6.99 bins. I can show those probably all night, which we may actually do that. Let me go ahead and grab one of our next auctions. Somebody asked a long time ago for Jeff Beck, and I'm going to try to find that Jeff Beck, which is right here with Carmine Apiece, and I got a couple new auctions to put up. So this is Beck, Bogart, and Apiece. Jeff Beck, Tim Bogart, and Carmine Apiece, a vintage bootleg, and this is going to be, let me check it first, because I really haven't got to look at these. They've been cleaned, thanks to Seth, and they're all a new MoFi inner sleeves, but I really hadn't got to look at them. And this is going to be a $35 start. Very clean bootleg. Still has that original paper in it, and that is a $35 start. $35 start. Also, this is a signed copy by Yorma Calcoen, Too Hot to Handle, and it is autographed from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It is signed by Yorma Calcoen. $15 start on that. Signed and autographed. Same thing. $15 start. Next is Rebecca Barber on Whitney Houston. That's sold to Rebecca Barber for $9.99. And Bruce Springsteen is $9.99. Carol Puckett, that was called Brilliant Disguise. Near Mint, 1987, in the original picture sleeve. That's one like the only 45s that have not sold. Jeff Beck's at 35. Here we have Led Zeppelin. Song remains the same, $144.99. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same, $144.99. Also, Rush, live, 1974, 2LP unofficial, $39.99. AC/DC, Highway to Hell, $31.99. The Allman Brothers Band, live from A&R Studios, New York, 1971, pink vinyl, $33.99. AC/DC Power Age is $31.99. AC/DC Power Age. Pearl Jam Versus, $31.99 for Pearl Jam Versus. Metallica, Master of Puppets, restock of that, remaster, $31.99. Also, And Justice for All, $44.99. Led Zeppelin 3 is $31.99. Kill 'Em All is $31.99. Pink Floyd Metal, still available, 2 of those, $33.99. Now and Then's $29.99, and Led Zeppelin's $31.99. That's a lot of store restock in there, especially with the AC/DCs, Metallicas, and Led Zeppelins. But if anybody don't already have those, let me know. We had a $35 bid on Jeff Beck, going once, going twice. Yorma Calcoen, $15. Davey Winstead takes the Bruce Springsteen for $9.99. Another $15 bid on Yorma Calcoen. William Ray on Allman Brothers. And once again, before we got really busy there earlier, I was letting everybody know, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. We still have 228 viewers on right now. If you're new and you want to purchase something, it's very easy. Just like William Ray just did, just comment AB for the Allman Brothers, and I will sell it to you. That is so to William Ray. Mark Robillard on Rush, and that was the unofficial concert. That was their first American broadcast from 1974. Early Rush there. That's so to Mark. Brent Turner wants a Pearl Jam Versus. Very nice decision there. And Fred Carnell, let me know which Led Zeppelin you want, because there's Led Zeppelin 2, there's Led Zeppelin 3, and there's Led Zeppelin Song Remains the Same. But if you let me know which one you want, I will let you know. This is not the new 2LP. This is the single LP. That's the single LP Pearl Jam. Okay. We got new bids on Jeff Beck, and no one else bid more than 15 on Yorma Calcoen. George Delisle, you're out. There was already a $15 bid ahead of you. So there's crate number 3 of new vinyl from the night. And I think it's time to go ahead and go through another bin like that. Let me see what I have over here. I also have my, let's see which one I have here. I have my waiting list. Also, I need to bring back over, make sure I'm not, I think none of that shouldn't have been no waiting list for anything in that bin, but I will double check, because I don't think we technically sold out of anything in there. So let me go ahead and put up another 45 for auction, and I'm also going to grab some other stuff for $9.99. So let's see what we have here. We have 1, we have 2. I have a Leonard Skinner to auction. I have a Beatles. I have another Leonard Skinner to auction. I have NXS and Cult of Personality. Okay, so let me grab one more in there, actually. Let's do the another Elvis Costello, or excuse me, another Sam Cooke. So here's Living Color, Cult of Personality, live. This is actually, this is Cult of Personality live and Glamour Boys remix. This is taken from Vivid. So Cult of Personality live and Glamour Boys remix. That's now up for bid. Living Color, $15 start. Okay, so these are all $9.99. Sam Cooke, Tennessee Waltz, $9.99. NXS, Need You Tonight, $9.99 for NXS. The Beatles, Baby You're a Rich Man and All You Need Is Love, that's $9.99. Berlin, Take My Breath Away from Top Gun, has the Top Gun company or picture sleeve there. And Elvis, Are You Lonesome Tonight? And I Gotta Know on the red RCA label, $9.99. $9.99. Okay, so Jeff Beck was at $42.45. Yorma Calcoen 16. Yorma is at 18. Jeff Beck 47. Chris Wood said Aerosmith. Jeff Beck 48. Rudder Butter said COP. Now, what was that for? COP. Let me know what that was for. Jeff Beck at 50. James Rayner on LC. That's probably for Living Color, which is now up for auction. Yorma Calcoen. We have a $17 bid, but was already at 18. And the first actual claim I see is Calvin Ward on SC for Sam Cooke. That's sold to Calvin Ward, $9.99. That's the first one. Cassie first on NXS. That's sold to Cassie for $9.99. Mark Fallon on IND. That was probably for NXS. I've got 3 cards left here in my hand. James Rayner bid $15 as well on something. Mark Fallon on NXS again. James Lowood next. Debbie Blair on SC. And that was for Sam Cooke. And then Jeff Beck 52. Jared Inc. also on NXS. Debbie for B. And I'm not for sure. And then Pamela on NXS. Debbie Blair put PCR. That was BER for Berlin. So Berlin goes to Debbie Blair. We have Jason Dobbs second. Debbie Winstead first on the Beatles. Debbie Blair Debbie Winstead first on Elvis. And then Pamela next on Berlin. Living Color 22. Jeff Beck 53. And we have Cult of Personality. Okay, so those are up for auction. Where's my laptop at, Tanner? Here's my laptop. I think we're about to get into a few things here that I have waiting lists for because I see Pearl Jam Unplugged. So here is our next auction. This is our next bin of new vinyl here. This is Pearl Jam Unplugged. Let me get this out of full screen and close out this. And Pearl Jam Unplugged. Amy Ward. Amy Ward was on a waiting list. I have 3 more of these. One of our best sellers. This is Pearl Jam Unplugged. It's on red vinyl. It's a 2LP. It's the complete MTV Unplugged concert. Red vinyl. Great sound quality. $39.99. I have one myself. From beginning to end. Fantastic. We have the very best of Dolly Parton. That's a 2LP. That's her essentials. Just $33.99. Just $33.99 for Dolly Parton. The very best of. $33.99. Romy Lou gets a Pearl Jam. Cassie Center gets a Pearl Jam. And Tanner, the waiting list on Pearl Jam. Let me make sure I cleared that one off. The waiting list for that one was Amy Ward, of course. Let me go ahead and scratch that off. There's 1 Pearl Jam left. There's 2 Dollys left. And the Rolling Stones Steel Wheels. $36.99 for the Rolling Stones Steel Wheels. $36.99. Debbie Winstead first on Dolly. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. John Duran's going to get the last Pearl Jam Unplugged. 1 Dolly left. And then there's the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Half-Speed Master for $36.99. Update on these auctions. We have Living Color Cult of Personality at $27. Yorma Calcoen, the high bid on Yorma Calcoen, it's called Too Hot to Handle. Too Hot to Handle. And the last bid I had on that, I'm going to probably have to hunt for it now. Yorma Calcoen, JK. George Lyle was at $18. George Lyle was at $18. And I don't think anybody's bid since then. It is autographed. It is signed right over here, not personalized. The actual record is EX Plus Near Minus. It's called Too Hot to Handle. That's a final call. They're still bidding on Jeff Beck. The last bid on Jeff Beck was at 59, now 60. Yorma Calcoen's at 19 and Living Color's at 30. Continuing, the Misfits. This is Collection 2. The Misfits is $33.99. The Misfits is $33.99. Misfits is $33.99. This is the Collection Volume 2. No waiting list for that. The Misfits, $33.99. And AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, $31.99. Let There Be Rock, $31.99. We have 2 of those. Nickelback, The Long Road. I actually haven't had this one in a while. Nickelback, The Long Road, $31.99. And 3 Days Grace. This is called 1X. Includes the #1 hits, Animal I Have Become, Never Too Late, and Pain. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. I have 2 of those available. This is Johnny Cash, American 4, The Man Comes Around. $49.99 for Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. That has his song Hurt on it. $49.99. Also, Personal Jesus, he covered Depeche Mode. $49.99 for Johnny Cash, American Recordings. Back up to the top, Yorma Calcoen, 20. 2 people was at 20 on Yorma Calcoen. Anthony Gray was in first. Thomas Hujar back in on Jeff Beck at 61. Dave Kavanaugh on AC/DC. That's so to Dave Kavanaugh. James Ludwig on NB for Nickelback. Let's put Terry Gearhart on a waiting list on Nickelback. Jeff Beck's at 62 with Edwin Blom. James is out on Living Color. Jeff Beck's at 63. Brent Turner wants Johnny Cash. That's American Recordings. That's so to Brent Turner. Johnny Cash. Also, Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth. That is on the Atlantic Clear Vinyl. That's on clear vinyl, $31.99. George Lyles at 20 on Yorma Calcoen. That means we can do a final call on Living Color. Calvin Ward has that for $30. Mark Robillard wants the 3 Days Grace. I have one of those left. That has all their big hits on it, or at least 3 of their big hits on it. High Voltage, AC/DC's first album, $31.99. It's a long way to the top. Janice Jackson getting the Sturgill Simpson. If anybody else wants on this waiting list, let me know. That's on the clear vinyl, part of that Atlantic 75th anniversary celebration. AC/DC, no waiting list for this one. First time I've had this in stock for a while. This is Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $28.99 on that one. If I can get a charger for an iPhone, Seth, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm on 2%. I would greatly appreciate it. We don't need my phone to die right now during all of this. Grant McKenzie, I will put you on a waiting list for Sturgill Simpson. We're going to give J.D. Harris a High Voltage. If anybody's new or if you haven't bought from us in a while, thank you and welcome. If you're a first-time buyer, we just need you to contact our page if you're on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, we'll send you a link to our website. We got some final calls going on here because Anthony Gray's out on Yorma Calcoen. Anthony Gray is out. We have 2 people. Actually, John Dorsey also bid 21. We need a tiebreaker. Somebody go ahead and bid 22 on Yorma Calcoen. Technically, John Dorsey has it for 21, so we have a tie for Yorma, the signed Yorma Calcoen there, and I have several more signed by him. I like this signature, very front and legible on that. Kind of blends in with the cover, though, of all those other crazy lines going on over there. 3, Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, his classic. This is sold to Dave Kavanaugh and Cassie Center. Those are sold and sold. Let's go ahead and sell Calvin Ward, Cult of Personality. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $30. So there's our next 2 auctions. Let's get an update on the Jeff Beck, because Thomas Hujar said he was out. Edwin Blom has that for $64. That's a final call. I have some other Jeff Beck bootlegs to auction in just a second. Georgia Lyles at 22 on the Yorma Calcoen, and that means we have John Dorsey out. Let me grab some other $9.99 45s. I hope y'all are ready. I have this one, I have that one, I have this one, that one, and let's go ahead and do that one. What else do I have over here? Let's see here. Man, some great stuff in here. Yep, and yep. I've got a handful here. Ricky, don't lose that number. Steely Dan, $9.99. Steely Dan, Ricky, don't lose that number. An original label, original sleeve from Pretzel Logic. Steely Dan. The Boxer, Simon & Garfunkel and Baby Driver. Columbia in the original Columbia company sleeve as well. The Standales, Dirty Water on Tower, the OG in the original company sleeve. Stray Cat Strut by the Stray Cats in the original company sleeve. And Black Betty by Ram Jam, also in the original company sleeve, $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Mark Fallon first to Icky. He meant Ricky. That's Ricky, don't lose that number. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Debbie Winstead was second on Steely Dan. Michelle Miller was third. Michelle Miller was first, though, on The Boxer, Simon & Garfunkel. Pamela Yeager, you were second. James Ludwig first on SC for Stray Cats. Debbie Winstead looks like she's second. Calvin Ward first on Black Betty. Henry next on Ram Jam. Pamela next on Stray Cats. James next on Ram Jam. Josh next on Black Betty. Michelle next on Black Betty. Mitchell next on Stray Cats. Trevor next on Ram Jam. And then Blade and Mitchell also next on Black Betty and Black Betty. I have one left. That's the Standales Dirty Water, a classic in the original Tower sleeve for $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell Edwin Blom. The Edwin Blom gets the Jeff Beck for $64. That's sold to Edwin for $64. And the Yorma Calcoen is sold to George Lyle for $22. That's sold to George Lyle for $22. Our next vintage bootleg is Aerosmith, Rock This Way. Aerosmith, Rock This Way. I remember we had one of these already in Dale's collection, and it was a battle for it. This one's in about EX condition. It is a vintage live Aerosmith bootleg, and this is going to be a $55 start. Aerosmith, Rock This Way, also known as Monkey Grip. That's now up for auction. $55 start for that. Let me also grab something over here. Where's that other crate I was pulling stuff out of? There's that. That came from the bootleg crate. How about a copy of, this is interesting. It's called Speed Metal Hell. It's volume 3. This is actually a stray metal record. Whenever we do a metal night, a very rare stray metal record that doesn't get sold. This is called Speed Metal Hell. I have a sticker on it from what it was originally priced for. It's sealed. It is sealed. And you're going to be hearing me say the word sealed a lot lately whenever that collection comes back from Michigan. This is going to be a $25 start. It is sealed, and it's called Speed Metal Hell, which sounds like a speed metal, thrash metal, metal compilation, Volume 3. Somebody just asked for Leonard Skinner. It's in the front of the 45 bin. Let's put it up. This is Leonard Skinner Freebird. Leonard Skinner Freebird, and the B-side is Searching. $10 start in the MCA Company sleeve. Freebird and Searching. $10 start on that. Aerosmith's at 55. I'll put up some more boots. There's Aerosmith, and those are now for auction. Okay, so I'll do another handful of buy it nows in just a second, but let's go ahead and show a few more in here. The other night, I was like, I never can get Lyle Lovett, but guess what? This album came back in stock. Lyle Lovett and his large band, and I don't think I've ever had new sealed copies of that. Lyle Lovett is $31.99. I've never had new sealed copies of that. Misfits, Legacy of Brutality. That is the full album. Misfits is $33.99, Legacy of Brutality, or at least it's not the single, $33.99. And Metallica, Death Magnetic, $44.99. Death Magnetic, $44.99. So we put up an Aerosmith. Thomas Hujar bid early at $55. That's going once, going twice. Next is, let's see here, Davey Winstead on FB. FB was for, I'm not for sure. And then Led Zeppelin 10, Speed Metal 25, Leonard Skinner 10, Leonard Skinner 10, Leonard Skinner 15, Leonard Skinner 15, and Sherry Darnell wants a Lyle Lovett. Debbie Winstead also wants a Lyle Lovett. So those are sold to Sherry and Debbie. Sherry and Debbie, Leonard Skinner 17, Jeffrey Dunlap on Metallica. That's sold to Jeffrey Dunlap. Mark Fallon's at 60 on Aerosmith. Sean Mankel wants Metallica, Death Magnetic, and Rebecca Barber. We will have to put you on a waiting list. We'll have to put you on a waiting list for that. The last one is sold to Rebecca, or sold to Sean. Tanner, they're sold to Jeffrey Dunlap and Sean, the Death Magnetics. Rebecca's first on the waiting list. The Rolling Stones, Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass, $36.99. This is an exact reissue of the U.S. pressing. Has the 8-page book with it too, $36.99. Leonard Skinner's at $23. We have Megadeth, piece sales, but who's buying? Let me see if we had a waiting list for Megadeth. I'm also going to go ahead and clear off some of this other stuff that I had on here because it's making my spreadsheet a little bit more difficult to find. Let me delete that. Let me delete all this over here. And actually, we had a waiting list, Tanner, for that Beatles Now and Then. That was from that last bin, wasn't it? I thought we did, and that was Holly Safe. So if you want to go ahead and make a sticky out for Holly Safe, I'll grab that Beatles Now and Then. I was wondering, I was like, man, I had a feeling that people are always wanting that. That's sold to Holly Safe. Let's go ahead and set it off to the side. Let me clear off a few other things here. Okay, so, what did I get to? Megadeth. This is what I was about to search. Megadeth. And that's a waiting list for in-game. So no waiting list for piece sales. That is $36.99 for piece sales. Brent Turner wants LL for Lyle Lovett. Brent, I will put you on a waiting list. I only have one copy of that. And I got more copies of Rush, A Farewell to Kings. 180-gram remaster. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, $34.99. $34.99. James Ludwig wants a Megadeth. That's sold to James Ludwig. Megadeth is sold to James Ludwig. Sold to James Ludwig. Let me delete a few things in here. That and that. Okay. And Rush also. AC/DC, Iron Man 2. I've sold a lot of these lately. Iron Man 2 soundtrack, $46.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, live at the King's Inn, Norfolk, Virginia, 1980. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, a live concert from 1980. And I'm pretty sure there was Scott Smith on a waiting list for this. Let me see if he's on here. I must have already got him one. So, Scott, I have already got you one of those pulled. I think that was actually on the last waiting list. So, I've got two of those left, $28.99. Dan Hamilton's going to take the other Megadeth piece sales. That's sold to Dan Hamilton. Those are sold. Let's update these auctions. So, this is called Speed Metal Hell. Speed Metal Hell, Volume 3. It's a sealed speed metal, thrash metal compilation. The last bid was with Jason E. Jason E. at $25. Jason E. at $25. Thomas, I think Hujar bid first on Aerosmith. Then Mark Fallon bid $60. No one else has bid since then. This is at $60. $60 with Mark Fallon. That's a final call. Speed Metal Hell's at $25. And now Leonard Skinner is a final call. Pamela Yeager has that for $23. We have Brent Turner on a waiting list for Law Love It. Megadeth, so did James. Megadeth, so did Dan. Michael Swanger wants Stevie Ray Vaughan, and so does Brian Lacey. I do not have Typo Negative. We have that on back order. Speed Metal has a new bid for $30. Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, $33.99. And Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, $44.99 for Physical Graffiti, 2 LP. I have not ever had this before. Dio, Philadelphia Freedom, Dio Live Unofficial from 1984, $39.99. $39.99 for Dio, Philadelphia Freedom, 1984, and that's a colored vinyl. That's a full Dio concert for $39.99. Misfits Evil Live, also $33.99. AC/DC, for those about the rock, is $31.99. And Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets, $33.99. All right, so last thing I said was Speed Metal 30. Then we had a $26 bid and a $27 bid, but we already have a $30 bid. Tim Jernigan commented number 1. Let me know what that was for. And then we have Leonard Skinner 25. New bid on Leonard Skinner for 25. Speed Metal 32. Dios are sold to Calvin Ward and Debbie Blair. Those are sold to Calvin Ward and Debbie Blair. Mel Moss put PG, and that was for Physical Graffiti. That's sold to Mel Moss. How much was Johnny Cash? The Johnny Cash is still left in here is Folsom Prison, $28.99. Debbie Winstead put D.O. I think that was for D.O. So we'll put Debbie Winstead on a waiting list for D.O. If you say D.O., it also pronounces D.I.O. And then Mel Moss on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Mel Masuda as well. Stephen Martinelli on Misfits Evil Live. Terry Gearhart wants Rush. And Terry, I'm assuming that's for the Farewell to Kings. A great album, 180-gram remaster. That is sold to Terry Gearhart. Pamela's out on Leonard Skinner. Speed Metal's at 33. Speed Metal's at 34. He wants Pink Floyd Dance, not Physical Graffiti. So Mel Moss, I'm going to swap those out then. There's that. I'll give him a collection of great dance songs. That's sold to Mel Moss. Okay. Next is Leonard Skinner then. So Pamela got outbid, and the new high bid on that was, it was at 23, and then we had Tim Jernigan at 25. Mark Fallon. He's probably like, Chad, please end this. Sold to Mark Fallon for $60. I was waiting for everybody to make sure you were done on that one, but now it's done for sure. And Speed Metal's at 42. And let's recap this bin one more time. We have a huge selection of new vinyl tonight. Here's the sticky note for the next Townes Van Zandt auction, which I'm going to go get. I have another incredible Townes Van Zandt record to auction. This one is even more difficult to get than the last one. Hardly ever get this one. From Dale's collection, High, Low, and In Between. High, Low, and In Between. Townes Van Zandt. An OG. 1972 on Poppy. This is the OG pressing, 1972 all-disc pressing of Townes Van Zandt, Low and In Between. There's only one for sale in Belgium for $217. It's about EX condition. This one's in about EX condition. Only one for sale in Belgium for $217. This is a $115 start. OG Townes Van Zandt, High, Low, and In Between. A solid VG Plus cover. There's a little bit of writing on the back. There is a name written on the back, top left on the back. 115 on Townes Van Zandt. New high bid on Speed Metal's $42. And let's go ahead and sell Leonard Skinner then to Tim Jernigan for $25. That's sold. There's the details for Townes Van Zandt. Let me grab some more $9.99 45s. $9.99 45s. I think we're ready for some. Man, I've got Striper over here, Faster Pussycat, The Cure. That's some of the artists that I still have over here to auction. And I've got some other stuff over here for $9.99, like this one, and that one, and this one, and not that one, that one. I think that's 5. Let me also grab this one right over here. Okay, these are all $9.99. We have Whitney Houston. Didn't we almost have it all? Whitney Houston's $9.99. Hank Williams Jr., Heaven Can't Be Found, $9.99. Dusty Springfield, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me, in the original picture sleeve. B-side is Little by Little. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. Tiffany and the Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town, $9.99 on that. Okay, we have Townes Van Zandt, no bid for $115. Speed Metal Hell is now sold, or actually we have a new bid. John Gollin's at $42. Is that right? $42 of John Gollin, and that's a final call then. Final call on that. And then Tanner, these are $9.99. First, Debbie Winstead gets Whitney Houston. Shane Devers gets Hank Williams. Tim Jernigan was second. Pamela Yeager on Dusty Springfield. Debbie was second. Jason Dobb on Dream Academy. Grant Peltzer second. Craig next. Michelle Miller after that. And then Yaski after that. The only one that didn't sell was Tiffany. I think we're alone now. So those were sold to Debbie Winstead, Shane Devers, Pamela Yeager, and Jason Dobb. Those are all sold. Okay, here's what's left in this bin. The very best of Dolly Parton, $33.99. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, $36.99. Misfits Collection Volume 2, $33.99. Let There Be Rock, $31.99. 3 Days Grace, that one's called 1X, $28.99. High Voltage, $31.99. At Folsom Prison, $28.99. Legacy of Brutality, $33.99. Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass, $36.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, $34.99. AC/DC Iron Man 2, $46.99. Michelle Miller wants that last, $9.99. Then we have Stephen Martinelli on the Misfits. That's collection. Stephen, was that for Legacy of Brutality or collection? Probably for Legacy of Brutality, because I don't think I've sold you that one yet. Brooke Padgett wants The Last Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison. That is sold to Brooke Padgett. John Duran wants 3 Days Grace. And Jeffrey Dunlap, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. That was my last copy. So sell that to John Duran. Stephen Martinelli wants the other Misfits as well, so I'm going to put that on top. Jeffrey's on a waiting list for that. Physical Graffiti, $44.99. Incredible. And AC/DC, for those about to rock, $31.99. All right, John Gollin gets Speed Metal Hell. That's sold to John Gollin for $42. No bid on Towns Van Zandt. Buy it now for $115. These Towns Van Zandt records have been stolen tonight. I would have preferred to not even auction them. $115 buy it now. Unbelievable. High, low, and in between. OG pressing. We have sold 2 Towns Van Zandt records at theft prices. We sold his autograph as well a month ago. It brought $1,075, and that was a great deal. I think closer worth to like twice or 2.5 that actually. So whoever got that, you got a great deal on the Towns Van Zandt autograph. 80% gets that, Tanner, for $115. It's time for a whole new slew of auctions and then a whole new bid of discount vintage. I do have more new vinyl. Let's put up another Jeff Beck bootleg. I think there's like 3 or 4 people waiting on those. Here's another Jeff Beck bootleg. What else do I have in the bin? Let's do the this Fleetwood Mac in the back. The Fleetwood Mac in the back that I don't think I've seen before. This one, and I'll show some more 45s, of course. So this is Fleetwood Mac. This is Fleetwood Mac offhand, the return of another roadside attraction live in the city by the bay. Now, once again, I have not really done the exact research of knowing what these are. This looks like it's in about EX or EX plus condition. EX or EX plus condition. And this is Fleetwood Mac offhand, the return of another roadside attraction. I really don't know what this is, but it looks like it's Bob Welch, Christine McVie, John McVie, Mick Fleetwood, and so that's pre-1975. I'm going to call it a $45 start. I've never had that one before. And then here's another Jeff Beck, the Jeff Beck Group, also a $45 start, and this one is extremely nice. So there's Jeff Beck. There's 2 vintage bootlegs, $45 and $45 start on those. Eddie got Towns Van Zandt. Do you have any more Misfit stuff? Just what I'm showing. And we have Win Some, Lose Some, Elvis. Brooke, we sold about a half of a crate of Elvis records last night. You may have not been on. You may have missed those. Fleetwood Mac is at $45. Jeff Beck's at $55. Fleetwood Mac's at $60. There we have it. I'm going to stack these right over here. Our next bin is going to be a discount vintage bin of $14.99, and I still got more new vintage to go, or more new to go through as well. But this is a very short bin. I'll probably be showing a lot of 45s in between all these. This is about just a third of a crate. Let's put up that Guns N' Roses Paradise City 45. Wow. Guns N' Roses. Let me figure out what I've done with it. I think it's right in here. Oh man, let's do this one. Depeche Mode, Enjoy the Silence with the original jukebox strip. It's near mint. Enjoy the Silence. $15 start for Depeche Mode. That's now up for bid. And let's see here. Let me figure out what I want to make for buy it nows. That Hootie and the Blowfish will be auctioned. Cherry Pie is going to be auctioned. We have a Ren and Stimpy Show 45. I'll have a Madonna Vogue picture disc, another Depeche Mode, another Cult of Personality. This is the studio cut. Led Zeppelin, Hey Hey, What Can I Do? Foreigner Double Vision promo. Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? That's some of the stuff I have over here to auction. So that just got pretty crazy. Let me set those back here in the back so I know where they're at. And REM. Wow. Let me figure out what I can actually show for a buy it now. Let me see what this handful is. Let's see here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that the Supremes? Who is that? The Four Tops. 5 and 6. Let's do these here. These are all going to be $9.99, Tanner. $9.99. Okay, so when I walked away, Fleetwood Mac was at 60. Fleetwood Mac 65, Fleetwood Mac 65, Fleetwood Mac 66, George Lyle, You Just Missed Towns Van Zandt, Depeche Mode 15, Depeche Mode 15, Fleetwood Mac 68, Fleetwood Mac 67, Fleetwood Mac 69. Dolly, Real Love, duet with Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Picture sleeve, Dolly. Beach Boys, I Can Hear Music, that's a great one. $9.99. That's probably my favorite Beach Boys song. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Wasted on the Way, $9.99. Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, a Stone Cold classic by George Harrison, $9.99. Four Top, Standing in the Shadow of Love, Since You've Been Gone, very nice condition in the original Motown Company sleeve. And Elton John, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. What a great song. And the B-side is Jackrabbit and When You're Ready. Those are all $9.99. Another nice pocket of 45s there. So this box has not really been touched tonight. I've been working out of 4 little cartons. Here's a whole box. That's stuff that I hadn't got to tonight. So those are all going to be shown throughout the rest of the night. I have that many more over here in these little cartons that I'm pulling out of as well. So lots more to show. All right. Fleetwood Mac was at 69. Jeff Beck is the one I hadn't said in a while. Jeff Beck was at 55 with Thomas Sujar. So 55 on Jeff Beck. Then Fleetwood Mac was at 69 and then 70. Also, we have Shawn Mankel, first on the Dolly. Tanner, that's $9.99. Next was Debbie Winstead on D.O., which I think was for Dolly Parton. Debbie Winstead first on the Beach Boys. Debbie Blair second on the Beach Boys. Mark Fallon first on Crow, which was probably a Crosby, Stills, and Nash. It was. He said it again later, Cros. So that's sold to Mark Fallon for $9.99. James Ludwig second. Then Mark Fallon's Correction. Then James Rayner. Then Michelle Miller on Gimme. That's George Harrison. Sold to Michelle Miller. Stephen A. Young second. Debbie Blair third. Another $69 bid on Fleetwood Mac. Debbie Winston on Four Tops. Stacey, you're next on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Stephen A. Young next on Four Tops. Cassie first to Elton John. Mark Lent next on George. James Logan next on Elton John. So was Debbie Winstead and Debbie Blair. And we have Fleetwood Mac out. And okay, so final call at Fleetwood Mac. Michael Knapp's already actually at 70. I'm about to sell that. Thomas Sujar is at 55. So sorry, Michael, overlooked your bid. And now Depeche Mode, 3 people bid $15. No one's bid since then. Craig Weatherford's at $15 on Depeche Mode. So if you're not Craig Weatherford, you don't have the high bid on Enjoy the Silence. Everything in this bin is discounted. Everything in this bin is discounted to $14.99. So this is all vintage or pre-owned LPs. They're on sale for $14.99, Tanner. Everything in here, $14.99. This is John Cage, Variations 2, $14.99. $14.99 for John Cage. That's on the Columbia Masterworks label. $14.99 for John Cage. $14.99. No condition notes on that. Golden earring, long blonde animal, $10 off on golden earring. About a VG Plus cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. Red Polydor label. Thomas Hujar gets Jeff Beck for $55. Michael Nath gets Fleetwood Mac for $70. New bid on Depeche Mode for $20. That means Yas Gee and Craig Weatherford and somebody else is all out on Depeche Mode. That is a final call now for $20. For $14.99, I'm going to lay them right here in the corner, Tanner. For $14.99, Hendry Smink gets Golden Earring. That's sold to Hendry, $14.99. Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim. Uriah Heep is $14.99. Innocent Victim, $14.99. These are all discounted. That's $14.99. And John Fogerty, Center Field, $14.99. Has the hop sticker on the back. This is John Fogerty, Center Field, $14.99 on that. This is a picture disc by Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, VG Plus condition, $14.99. $14.99. Let me grab some new auctions. There is so much to show. Let me see what else I have over here in bootlegs, including Fleetwood Mac. This is called the Rock Hoppers Live 76. That's going to be good. And what else do I have back here? I think I got some Zappa stuff I've been trying to get to. Let me pull one out. Let's pull out a Frank Zappa. What we have here. Frank Zappa, Dupre's Paradise. There we go. A couple interesting records here. We have a new bid on Depeche Mode for $21. Let's see here. Blade Singletary was first on Golden Earring. So, Tanner, actually, that first $14.99 record goes to Blade Singletary. Hendry, you were second. Next is Depeche Mode 21. And then Brian Finfrock on Uriah Heep. This is sold to Brian Finfrock, $14.99. And then Debbie Winstead got Culture Club. Thank you for the Golden Earring correction. I got that fixed. Debbie Winstead gets Culture Club. Depeche Mode's at $22. Debbie Winstead got Culture Club, and we have Depeche Mode out. Okay, this is Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Dupre's Paradise. Once again, a lot of Dale's Pittsburgh bootlegs in here that I really don't, wow, that's very nice. A lot of these I really don't know what they are. We're going to put them up for sale. Frank Zappa is a $45 start. This is Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Dupre's Paradise. It says recorded 1974, Duke University. You never can trust what's on these bootlegs, though. But let's go ahead and say that this is live in North Carolina at Duke, 1974, $45 start on that. Depeche Mode, we have an out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Henry for $22. The Depeche Mode 45, so we can put up another one. And this is Fleetwood Mac, the Rock Hoppers, live 1976. Fleetwood Mac, that's going to be the Christine McVie, Stevie Nicks classic lineup. That looks very clean. Fleetwood Mac, 1976, $45 start on that. There's two new bootlegs. Now, earlier I mentioned several 45s, including something that had Ren and Stimpy in it. And I'm still trying to find the Guns N' Roses. But let me pull this Ren and Stimpy, and let's do the Madonna Vogue picture disc. These are both going to be $15 starts. $15 starts on this one. So, we have the Ren and Stimpy show, Little Idiot, E-E-D-I-O-T. This looks interesting. It's on it's on colored vinyl. I thought it was a flexi disc at first, but that's actually vinyl. Ren and Stimpy, $15 start. 1992 Nickelodeon. Wow. Never seen this before. It's on like amber colored vinyl, and that's now up for bid. The Ren and Stimpy show. Never seen anything like that before. Very cool. And Nickelodeon 45 from 1992. And we have Madonna, a Vogue picture disc from 1990. So this side is Keep It Together. This side is Keep It Together. This side, the other side is Vogue, the original single. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. So that is that's up for bid. If anybody's watching, if you were watching because one of our ads advertising we buy vinyl, make sure you just send our Facebook page a message. We actually have a crew. Paul, Henry, and Tyler are somewhere between Minnesota and Indiana right now with a trailer full of records. They have a little room left, but they're going to have to come back, unload, and then next week they're taking off again. We have so many leads on collections right now. It's unbelievable, actually. But It is unbelievable. I mean, we're trying to figure them all out. We are between now, I mean, just a continuous flow. There's going to be a lot of collections coming in, so we'll sell them here every night. Back up to the top, we had the last thing I did before I introduced all these new auctions was Zappa at 45 and Zappa at 45, Fleetwood Mac 50, Fleetwood Mac 45, Ren and Stimpy 15, 15, 15, 20, 15, 20, 20, 22, 22, Fleetwood Mac 55, Ren and Stimpy 25, Ren and Stimpy 30, Fleetwood Mac 60, Madonna 15, Ren and Stimpy 35, Madonna 20, Fleetwood Mac 65, Madonna 22, Fleetwood Mac 70, Madonna 21, Madonna 23, Fleetwood Mac 51, Madonna 22, Zappa 50, and Madonna 25. I have 30 lava lamps. That sounds pretty cool. I like lava lamps. We sold the two. I actually have them. I showed them one night here. I had 4 different lava lamps. We've sold 2, it looks like. Yeah. I get them. They come from our same distributors as New Vinyl. We sold 2 here in the store. The Bee Gees, back to the $14.99 bin. This is sealed. Bee Gees is sealed. Monday's Rain, $14.99. $14.99. Monday's Rain. That's sealed Bee Gees. ELO Discovery, a great album. No condition notes, gatefold. $14.99 for ELO Discovery. Also, Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. No condition notes. I've been marking down a ton of Bob Dylan records. Some great deals being held lately on Bob Dylan. I told y'all I had literally thousands of them. Jefferson Airplane, Flight Log, EX Condition, $14.99 for Flight Log, Jefferson Airplane. That's like a compilation. And let's show one more. Another Dylan record. This one's called Saved. Another Dylan record. This one's called Saved. One of his gospel albums or religious albums. And that's got the original inner sleeve with it. $14.99. Okay, so Zappa's at 55. So when I walked away or when I started this bin or restarted this bin, Zappa was at 50 with George Delisle. Madonna 25, Madonna 25, Madonna 26, Zappa 55, Madonna 26, Madonna 35. Mark Fallon first on the sealed Bee Gees. Tanner, these are $14.99. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Romelu was second. Debbie Winstead on NG. That was probably for the Bee Gees. Zappa's at 60. James Ludwig first on ELO. Debbie Winstead next on Bee Gees. Zappa's at 65. Also, John Miller on Jefferson Airplane. That is $14.99. We have Madonna 38 and we have Madonna 27. Madonna's at $38. Update on all 4 auctions. Madonna is at $38 with Jeffrey Dunlap. The Ren and Stimpy, I think it's Tony Shore's right now at 35. 35 with Tony Shore. Ren and Stimpy. Final call on Ren and Stimpy. Fleetwood Mac was at 60 with Michael Nath, and then 65, 70. 70 on Fleetwood Mac with Michael Nath. There hasn't been a bid since then. Michael Nath still has that for 70. Zappa is at 60 with George Delisle, then 65 with Tony Shore. We have Madonna at 40. Madonna at 41. I hope y'all got all that. That's where we're at. I think the only bid I hadn't seen recently is on Fleetwood Mac. And there wasn't any claims for these Dylan albums, right? I don't think so. Continuing, we have Styx, $14.99 for Pieces of 8. And The Who, Happy Jack, an original in VG condition, $14.99. I'm going to go over here and grab a bottle of water. I'm actually going to put this monster back in the fridge because it's like 2/3 full. Oh, thank you, Seth. Seth's over here at the cooler too. I'm going to put this monster in the fridge because it's like 2/3 full and it's probably room temperature. I hadn't took a drink since like 7:30, so I'm going to go get a bottle of water. I desperately need one right now, and while y'all are still bidding and getting these figured out, I'm going to drink some water right quick. I'm back. I'm refreshed. Ren and Stimpy, 36. Ren and Stimpy, 36. Madonna, 45. Madonna, 45. Madonna, 46. Terry Gearhart gets sticks. Zappa, 75. Madonna, 48. Madonna, 50, 51, 55. I think that means Michael Nath gets Fleetwood Mac. I mean, make sure nobody else bid in all that. Right there, they didn't. That sold to Michael Nath for $70. Nath picks up, once again, another vintage Fleetwood Mac. Ren and Stimpy has a new bid. Tony Shore, you're out. That is now at 36 of Mark Lent. Madonna's at 55 and Zappa's at 75. Happy Jack, The Who, an original on Decca. It is in VG condition, but a nice jacket. I love that artwork on there. Take a look at that. $14.99. Okay, continuing. Meet the Beatles. A Scranton Press OG Mono in VG condition, $14.99. The other night we had a pristine copy we auctioned. This is how they normally look. VG condition, $14.99. Debbie Blair gets The Who. That's sold to Debbie Blair for $14.99. Original Rascals Classics Collections. This is sealed. It's a 1988 Rhino reissue. It is sealed, though. Now just $14.99. Mark Fallon first on Meet the Beatles. Dan Ingerson second. Brian C. third. Josh Tanner fourth. Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease, Wolfman, $10 off. Original Orange Epic label, $14.99 for T. John Grease and Wolfman. And Schlagers. This is another one of those Warner Brothers Lost Leaders compilations, $14.99. Schlagers, Green Warner Brothers label, $14.99. 2LP compilation. 2LP compilation. Madonna is now at $56. Ren and Stimpy. Tony Shore, let me know if you want back in. He's out. I think I've already said that once. That means this is sold to Mark Lent. No one else bid. Nope, that's sold to Mark Lent Tanner for $36. Ren and Stimpy. Zappa, wow, they just got a new bid for $80. Georgia Lyles at $80 on Zappa. That leaves those two right there. Let me pause and bring over some 45s because, boy, do we have, at some point tonight, the only thing we're going to be doing is showing 45s. So hope everybody sticks around for some of that. But we'll get to that eventually. But there is so much more to show right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more 45s. These should all be instant sellers as well. ZZ Top, Sleeping Bag, double-sided promo in the company sleeve. ZZ Top, $9.99. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night, and I Should Have Known Better. The Beatles, Hard Day's Night, and I Should Have Known Better, $9.99. Wow, very nice condition. They even put the date it came out, October 66th on the label. Good Vibrations, super nice. The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations. The OG release in the company sleeve. The Electric Prunes, I Had Too Much to Dream last night, a classic in the original reprise company sleeve. And on Paisley Park Records, that's Prince, If I Was Your Girlfriend, 1987, $9.99 for Prince. $9.99 for Prince. Okay, so we have Madonna was at, we had 80 on Zappa, Madonna 65, Madonna 66, and now for these, James Logan gets ZZ Top Tanner for $9.99. Stephen A. Young, you were next on ZZ Top. Madonna's now at 70. Debbie Winstead gets BC for, that's a BE. That's a BE for the Beatles. Hard Day's Night and I Should Have Known Better. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Michelle Miller was second. Brian C. was third. Mark Fallon gets the Beach Boys. Pamela Yeager second. Tony Shore's at 85 on Zappa. That's Frank Zappa live at Duke University in North Carolina. Vintage bootleg, $85. Debbie Blair next on the Beach Boys. Jonathan Berg next on the Beach Boys. So was Jane Fink, Dan Ingerson, and Pamela Yeager first on the Electric Prunes. C.C. Allen first on Prince. Brian C. next on the Electric Prunes. Madonna's at 71. Cassie next on Prince. Craig next on Prince. Stacy next on Prince. Debbie next on Prince. Mitchell next on Prince. Trevor next on Prince. And we have Madonna at $75. Also, Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. This is $14.99. $14.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, gatefold, super clean copy. Also, Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, $14.99. And the Moody Blues Octave, check this out. It's a promo copy. The label's not, but it's a super clean copy. Has the hop sticker, has a clip corner. $14.99. $14.99. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. This is in shrink wrap. $14.99. And original on the Cotillion label. $14.99. And the Grassroots. Where were you when I needed you? A classic on the original label. The Grassroots. $14.99. So back up to the top. Madonna was at $75. Debbie's out. Travis Wade has it for $75. And now, a final call on Zappa. George Delisle, I think you were the other bidder. Let me know if you want back in. Tony has it for $85. Madonna's at $75. Debbie Winston gets the Moody Blues, and Debbie Blair, Debbie and Debbie, sold and sold. Mark Fallon says he's going to bed. He says that a lot. I'm going to bed. He doesn't actually mean that. He'll still be on for the next 3 hours. That's called reverse psychology. I'm going to bed. All right, let me grab some more $9.99 45s. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 more $9.99 45s. We have Dinah Ross and the Supremes Reflections, $9.99. Cheap Trick, Everything Works If You Let It. That's a white label promo, $9.99. Whitney Houston, So Emotional, picture sleeve. Hank Williams Jr., Young Country, $9.99. And Alexandra O'Neal, Fake, that's $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Picture sleeves, very, very nice. We have sold so many 45s tonight. We have so many more to get to. We also have more autographs that I hadn't put up yet. 45s to auction, bootlegs to auction, and some of this other stuff I pulled out over here to discount earlier, to discount auction, what I call discount auction. I'm going to do a quick bite now on something. I hardly ever do anything like this, but I have a ton of Yorma Calcoans, and this one's personalized. $20 bite now. This is Yorma Calcoan, Qua. It is signed. It's personalized. Howdy Dale, thank you, Yorma Calcoan. $20 bite now on that. The actual record is very nice. It's on Grunt. $20 bite now on the Yorma Calcoan. Let's tag these 45s. They're all $9.99 each. They're all $9.99 each. Back up to the top. I'm also about to end Madonna as soon as I get done with these. Next was Debbie Winstead or Debbie Winstead first. Debbie Winstead first on DR, $9.99, Tanner. James Ludwig first on Cheap Trick. Tony Shore second on Cheap Trick. Debbie Winstead first on Whitney Houston. Brian C. next on Cheap Trick. Tim Jernigan first on Hank Williams Jr. Shane Deaver second. Jeff Johnson third. And John Dorsey on Yorma Calcoan for $20. That's a $20 bite now on that. That just leaves Alexandra O'Neal Fake. These are sold. A couple auctions here, Tanner. The Madonna picture disc is sold to Travis Wade for $75. And the Frank Zappa is sold to Tony Shore for $85. It's time for a whole new slew of auctions, new everything. But first, here's what's left in this $14.99 bin. John Cage is available for $14.99. So is John Fogerty Centerfield for $14.99. And Bob Dylan Planet Waves, that's $14.99. To my knowledge, I have no more Mick Taylors. No more Mick Taylors. So, no more on those. Here is an actual Yorma Calcoan we're going to put up for auction. This is called Vital Parts. Very cool. Yorma Calcoan actually has a picture of him on the cover. Very clean vinyl as well. $15 start. $15 start. Very clean vinyl. That's called Barbecue King. Barbecue King. That's signed by Yorma Calcoan from Dale's collection. Let me see if I have any more Jeff Beck boots. Edwin Blom is chomping at the bits for some Jeff Beck. Let me see what I have over here. Bowie, Aerosmith, Jeff Beck, and did we just, I guess, I don't know if we had this. Is this the one we had earlier or not? I'm not for sure. This is Jeff Beck, Bogart and a Piece, somewhere over the rainbow. It's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's super clean. $45 start. There's another Jeff Beck bootleg. This Yorma Calcoan's up for bid. Looking for a $15 start. I think Debbie's at $20. And Rachel wants Dylan for $14.99. Lucas gets John Cage. I think someone did claim this earlier, but I don't think that was a real buyer on that one. So Lucas, you get the John Cage. That's why I didn't pull it. Jeff Beck's at 45. I have no Led Zeppelin boots. We sold about 50 of them 2 months ago. This collection these came from was 7,000 records. They were all autographed and bootlegs and imports. We've already sold all the Led Zeppelins. You missed those about 3 months ago. Collection, The Young Rascals, that was sealed for $14.99. Charlie Daniels, T. John Greason, Wolfman, $14.99. Schlagers, Harper's Bazaar, The Association, Ella Fitzgerald, Arlo Guthrie, Herbie Hancock, Fifth Avenue Band, Everly Brothers, Gordon Lightfoot, Trini Lopez, that's $14.99. Uriah Heep, that's still available, very surprisingly. Demons and Wizards, $14.99, very clean copy for Demons and Wizards. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, and Emerson, Lake and Palmer, that's in shrink wrap for $14.99. Final call on Jeff Beck for $45. Final call on Yorma Calcoen, and Debbie Winstead has that for $20. Those are final calls. Here's some more $9.99 45s. $9.99 45s. The first one is going to be, let me get these, Rocky Mountain High, John Denver. $9.99 for John Denver, Rocky Mountain High. We have Sweet Ballroom Blitz, $9.99. Sweet Ballroom Blitz. Merle Haggard, Rainbow Stew, $9.99. Cold, Cold Heart, that's Hank Williams Sr., and the B-side is So Lonesome I Could Cry. And Paul Simon, Graceland. Those are all $9.99 there. Boy, we still got some great stuff to auction here. Let me put up Cherry Pie, and let me put up Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. Let's put those up. I still haven't found that Guns N' Roses single. It's somewhere in here. Believe me. Let's see here. We have John Denver. So these are $9.99. Debbie gets John Denver. Debbie Blair was second. James Lugwood on Sweet. That's so to James Lugwood. Michelle Miller next. Pamela Yeager next. Trevor Melsha is going to get Merle. Next was Jonathan Berg on Sweet. Cassie Center next on SR, which I'm not for sure what that was for, maybe. Brian was next on Merle. Mitchell Richardson gets the Hank Williams. Brent Turner was next. That leaves Paul Simon, Graceland. This was back-to-back hits. Graceland and You Can Call Me Al, Paul Simon. Near mint in the original company sleeve. Yorma Calcoen is sold to Debbie Winstead for $20. And Thomas, actually, let me confirm that. Who bid 45 on this? Thomas Hujar, $45 on that. Next 45 auctions. Warrant Cherry Pie from 1990 in the original company sleeve. It is unplayed, near mint minus. Cherry Pie, and the B-side is Thin Disguise, $15 start. $15 start on that. Also, Marvin Gaye, What's Going On, the original Tomla Motown pressing in the original Motown inner sleeve. Unplayed pretty much. I mean, I don't see a mark on it. This is unusually high grade for this record, and the B-side is God Is Love, $15 start on that. Marvin Gaye, What's Going On, and Cherry Pie. Those are now for bid. Those are unplayed 45s. So SR was for senior. So actually, Hank Williams Sr., Cassie Center was first. Cassie Center was first on senior. Mitchell, you were second. Then Brent Turner. And then James Rayner is going to get the Paul Simon. James Rayner gets Paul Simon. Debbie Winstead was second. John Dorsey said, Chad, what about my JK? Yorma Calcoen was up for bid, John Dorsey. And over here, you wasn't putting a number next to it. If you're bidding, make sure you put an actual number next to it. Let me find where Debbie had bid 20. She was using Y for Yorma Calcoen, which is right here. So Debbie Winstead put 20. She bid 20. Then you put JK. You was before, and then you put JK again, and then you put JK again, and then I think you put JK again, but you wasn't actually putting a bid next to it. There's no numbers there. You actually, if you're bidding, I got to see what your actual number of your bid is. So even if it's the opening bid, if I say something's a $15 start, make sure you actually put JK. Hand me that Yorma Calcoen autograph. He was actually first, but Debbie put a new number. So let's bring that back over, and that's the one right there. So this was a auction. This was up for auction. It was a $15 start. This was a $15 start. Now, we did a buy it now on one earlier. This was the one that was a buy it now earlier. And John Dorsey, you got this one. This was a random buy it now. This was just like a buy it now, $20. This is an auction. It was a $15 start. And I only seen one person who bid $20, which was Debbie. And that's when I said final call. I didn't know if you were bidding or what. So I'll put that back up. So if you're at 21, make sure if you're bidding, you put a number next to the letters. Yorma Calcoen, JK21, what you've done. So you got the other one for $20. This one's still up for bid. And I'll say final call to you. If Debbie wants to bid, she's got to bid more than $21 now. Now, back up to the top, we put up Cherry Pie, 15, 15, 15, which is also warrant. Stacy Metternich bid 20, Cherry Pie 25. Cassie got the Hank Williams Sr. Yes, that's correct. Cherry Pie 26, Marvin Gaye 15, Warrant 28, Marvin Gaye 20, Warrant 30, Cherry Pie 30, Marvin Gaye 25, Cherry Pie 32, Cherry Pie 33, Cherry Pie 35, Marvin Gaye 27, JK 26. So Debbie's at 22. Debbie Winstead's at 22 on Yorma Calcoen. John Dorsey, you are officially outbid. I have a crate of new vinyl to bid or put out. Brian Finfrock wants the Uriah Heep Demons and Wizards. There's only a handful of records left in that bin. If anybody else decides they want any, let me know. I actually have a whole crate of new vinyl to go through. That is correct. Almost a quarter till 10, and we're still showing new stuff that we hadn't brought out yet. John Dorsey's at 23 on Yorma Calcoen, and so is Stephen Martinelli. All right, Cherry Pie's got a lot of bids, and Marvin Gaye has a lot of bids. So if I ever put down a buy it now, you don't have to put the price. Anything that's a buy it now, if I'm like, okay, this is a first come, first serve, you don't have to try to type in the price fast. It's just like letters or name, whatever. But if you're bidding, I definitely need to see a numerical to know what you're bidding on. Before we get started with this crate, I'm going to grab some more $9.99 45s. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4, and 5. Wait a minute, is that 2 of those? Make sure I don't have the 6. Okay, let's go ahead and knock out this bin. All right, first one is New Kids on the Block, I'll Be Loving You Forever, $9.99. $9.99, New Kids on the Block. Also, Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, that's also $9.99. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart, that's $9.99. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time from the 1988 Summer Olympics. Taylor Dayne, I'll Always Love You, Taylor Dayne. And Separate Lives, Love Theme from White Nights by Phil Collins and Marilyn Martin, $9.99. $9.99 on those. Those are all $9.99 45s. New Kids on the Block, Tina Turner, Cyndi Lauper, Whitney Houston, Taylor Dayne, and Phil Collins. Those are all $9.99. All right, Marvin Gaye's at 30, Yorma Calcoen 23, Yorma Calcoen 23, Yorma Calcoen 24. I'm glad I learned how to finally say his name because I've had to say it a lot in the last couple months. We've only had like 50 of his autographs. And Cherry Pie, I haven't seen that in a while. Cherry Pie, Calvin Ward had it for $35. $35 on Cherry Pie. Yorma Calcoen 25, Yorma Calcoen 26. Davey Winstead first on Tina Turner. That was the first tier, $9.99. Grant Peltzer put Dane, or actually put Davey, but he meant Dane. Joanne Epperson gets Phil Collins, and Debbie Winstead was second. So Whitney Houston, Cyndi Lauper, and New Kids on the Block is all available. Stacy says she's at 36 on Cherry Pie. So Stacy's the high bidder on that at $36. Debbie Winstead, you were second to Phil Collins, and that leaves New Kids on the Block. I'll Be Loving You Forever. The B-side is I'll Be Loving You Forever. It's actually a double-sided promo. Whitney Houston and Cyndi Lauper, those are all still available. Marvin Gaye is now a final call. Calvin Ward has What's Going On. It's in fantastic condition. Original Motown Company sleeve. $30 on that final call. Cherry Pie's at 37. And now a final call. Who was actually first on this? Stephen Martinelli is the high bidder. Davey Winstead's out and John Dorsey's out. That's at $26. $26. New crate of new vinyl. First is Led Zeppelin Presents, $31.99. Led Zeppelin Presents, 180 gram remaster, $31.99 for that. 2 copies of AC/DC, Who Made Who? AC/DC, Who Made Who? $31.99 for that. And another 3 days grace, $28.99. 3 days grace includes the smash hits I Hate Everything About You, Home, and Just Like You. $28.99 for 3 days grace. The Misfits, Static Age. Static Age is $33.99. And Metallica, Load. We had Reload earlier. Here's Load, $44.99. And AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, $31.99 for Fly on the Wall, $31.99. I see a couple things coming up, Tanner. I may need my laptop for. May need my laptop for this. A couple waiting lists that's on the verge of coming up. Okay. So, Cherry Pie 37, Yorma Calcoen 27, Cherry Pie 38, Yorma Calcoen 28, Cherry Pie 39, Yorma Calcoen 29. Jeffrey Dunlap wants 3 days grace. That's so to Jeffrey Dunlap. Yorma Calcoen 35, AC/DC, Rock or Bust with the lenticular cover. AC/DC, Rock or Bust, lenticular cover, $33.99. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. AC/DC. Actually, I think there was from a flip video. Let me pull at least one copy out for the flip video from last week, and I have 2 copies left. AC/DC. That is $33.99. And then we have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, Nickelback. And I know pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nick Bargeron. Tanner, go ahead and put Nick Bargeron down for that one. He was on a waiting list, All the Right Reasons. Nick Bargeron, All the Right Reasons. And Sturgill Simpson. This is Cutting Grass Volume 1. Great stuff here. Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass, $33.99. I've only got 1 copy of that. All right, so Calvin has Cherry Pie for $39. Stacy is out. And actually, Marvin Gaye is already sold. I think I can go ahead and sell that to Calvin Ward for $30. And now he's at $39 on Cherry Pie. Yorma Calcoen's at $29, now $35. John Dorsey's out on Yorma Calcoen. I have other signed Yorma Calcoens to auction tonight. I have not put up Striper. James Ludwig wants Nickelback. That's so to James Ludwig. The Allman Brothers, live in Pittsburgh, 1971. Mark Lent was on a waiting list. This is on gray Pittsburgh steel, gray colored vinyl, 2 LP. They're actually numbered on the back, and that's a Allman Brothers concert from 1971 on 2 LPs. Mark Lent was on a waiting list. I have 3 extras. I think they were low stock. That's why I went ahead and grabbed some extras. $36.99 for the Allman Brothers, live in Pittsburgh. Stiff Upper Lip, AC/DC, $31.99 on that. And Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $31.99. That's in the original brown paper bag, just like the original. That's a new remastered copy. Yorma Calcoen is sold for $35 to Stephen Martinelli. Cherry Pie is sold for $39 to Calvin Ward. Sherry Darnell wants the Allman Brothers, live in Pittsburgh. Stephen Martinelli wants AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip. Those are both sold. And let me go ahead and grab some new auctions. I think I got another Led Zeppelin here, one of my favorites. Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? If I can figure out what I've done with it. Hope I still have it where I can get to it. Uh-oh. Let's see here. I'll make that a bite now. That. Uh-oh. Fishing in the Dark. That's always requested. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Fishing in the Dark. I don't think I've ever seen the 45. $10 start. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. We'll go Fishing in the Dark. $10 start on that. That'll be a bite now. That's a bite now. That's another great one. Wow, that's going to be good. That's good. Yep, there's Led Zeppelin. All right, so those are all $9.99. I'm got to show those. Here we go. 345 auctions. 345 auctions. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This, we had the live cut earlier. Here's the studio cut from the album. Cult of Personality. Near mint minus, unplayed in the original company sleeve. Live in color. I think the other one brought like $35. The live cut. This is the original studio cut. $15 start on that. And Led Zeppelin, Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? Near mint minus. The B-side, or actually the A-side, is Immigrant Song. So Immigrant Song and Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? Led Zeppelin, $15 start. There's 345s up for auction. Let me go back up to the top. The last thing was Stiff Upper Lip. Stephen A. Young on Led Zeppelin. That was In Through the Outdoor. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Chris Sheridan wants In Through the Outdoor. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band 10. Now 12. now 15. Living Color 15, now 20. Brian Lacey also wants Led Zeppelin unless he was about to bid on something. He put L. Zepp. Brian Lacey, I'm putting you down for an In Through the Outdoor if that's right. And then we had a $15 bid on Led Zeppelin, then 20, then 20, then 20, then 20, then 30. And then Trevor Melcher wants Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass. Led Zeppelin, wow, I can't keep up with them. Led Zeppelin's at 55. As soon as I say the next bid, another one pops up. Led Zeppelin's at 55. That escalated quickly. And Living Color's at 30. I think that's the high bid on Living Color. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is at 15 with Wayne Carr. Wow. I was like about to say the next bid and another one would pop up. So I'll just let those chill out for a second. We have Obscured by Clouds, Pink Floyd, $33.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash, $36.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash, $36.99. Tom Petty, $46.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Pearl Jam Vitology, haven't shown that one in a while, $39.99. And David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World, $31.99 on David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing that handful of 45s I was talking about. What are you eating there, Tanner? Is that a chocolate-covered donut? Seth's eating them too. What is wrong with y'all? Man, they're over here eating chocolate-covered donuts and my stomach's growling. That's okay. I'll get you back. We have Led Zeppelin, 60, 65. Calvin's at 35 on Living Color. Pamela bid 33. Tom Sullivan wants David Bowie. Davey Winstead, I will put you on a waiting list for David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World, a classic. Scott Drum gets Pearl Jam for $39.99. James Ludwig, let me know if you want on a waiting list. Cassie Center wants the fantastic Tom Petty Greatest Hits. That's so to Cassie Center. And let's do a very quick recap on this bin. Not before I show you some $9.99 45s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all $9.99. Bob Dylan, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Fantastic. $9.99. Saved by Zero, The Fix. Saved by Zero, picture sleeve. $9.99. Dolly Parton, The Great Pretender and Downtown. $9.99. To Live and Die in L.A., Wayne Chung. $9.99. And Squeeze, 853-5937. Squeeze. Those are all $9.99. $9.99 on those. We'll start tagging those just a second. The next handful gets even better. Let me see what else we got going over here. So we had Cassie getting the Tom Petty Greatest Hits. Mel Moss wants the Obscured by Clouds. That's so to Mel Moss. James Ludwig on the Pearl Jam waiting list. Tanner says we have another copy. Those are $39.99. So James Ludwig. Tanner just pulled one out of the bin. I didn't even know we had one over there. Yep. That's so actually this one's a little bit more, but I'll only charge you $39.99. So no waiting list, James. I'll give you one right now. So that's so to James for $39.99. And now for the $9.99 45s, Tanner. We have, I'll recap the auctions in just a second, let everybody know what exactly they are and what the bids are. Josh Tanner gets Bob Dylan for $9.99. Debbie Winstead was second. Stacy Metternich third. Sherry Darnell fourth. Brian C. fifth. Josh Tanner first on Dolly Parton. Stephen A. Young first on The Fix. Debbie Winstead next on Dolly. Pamela's out on Living Color. Brian C. wants Squeeze. And Pearl Jam is a waiting list on Vitology. I still got To Live and Die in L.A. by Wayne Chung for $9.99 if anybody wants that. Led Zeppelin's not a promo. No, Led Zeppelin's not a promo. This is Led Zeppelin, Immigrant Song, and Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? The high bid on Led Zeppelin is, Carol, I have you at $65. Brett Mutzel was at $60. Carol says he thought it was a promo, he's out. Brett Mutzel is at $60, but actually Daniel Bouziden was in first at $60. The bid goes back to Daniel Bouziden at $60. Daniel Bouziden is at $60. Daniel, it is near mint in the company sleeve. If anybody else wants to bid, Daniel has it for $60. I don't think anybody else bid on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, which I found extremely surprising. It was like 4 or 5 $10 bids, and then Wayne Carr bid $15, and it was silence, and it's going to Wayne Carr for $15. Fishing in the dark. Living Color, Calvin Ward has it for $35. That's a final call. Final call on that. Okay, and Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band was already a final call, so that's already sold to Wayne Carr. But now Living Color, it's had some recent bids. There wasn't like another bid on that. There's like a bunch of people all bid 10, and then it was done. Okay, Led Zeppelin Presents, $31.99 for Led Zeppelin Presents. AC/DC, Who Made Who, $31.99. Still got 2 of those. 3 Days Grace, $28.99. Self-titled, includes the hits I Hate Everything About You, Home, and Just Like You. The Misfits Static Age, $33.99. Metallica Load, $44.99. AC/DC Fly on the Wall, $31.99. AC/DC Rock or Bust, $33.99. Got 2 of those still left. The Allman Brothers, Syria Mosque. That is $36.99. That's live in Pittsburgh. Syria? I guess that is Syria. Syria Mosque. That's live in Pittsburgh, $36.99. Also, AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip. And Dave Matthews Band Crash is $36.99. This is Living Color, Cult of Personality, the studio cut. We auctioned off the live one earlier. Final call on both of those auctions. If we had a new bidder in there on the Led Zeppelin, Daniel Mutzel, who was watching on YouTube, Brett Mutzel, you were bidding on Led Zeppelin, but somebody was already in first at $60, and then you bid $60. So let me know if you want back in. I'm about to sell both of those. David Polkey wants AC/DC Fly on the Wall. That's sold to David Polkey. Now, Terry Gearhart wants Dave Matthews Band. If anybody else wants anything, I've still got new vintage discount records to show, but I have more $9.99ers. 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's do this one. I don't want 2 of the same artist in here. That will get confusing. A classic, another Pleasant Valley Sunday, and the B-side is Words, a very psychedelic song by the Monkees. $9.99, one of my favorites there. Pleasant Valley Sunday, written by Carole King, actually. Paul McCartney and Wings, Hell and Wheels, and the B-side is Country Dreamer. Great stuff there. Paul McCartney and Wings, Hell and Wheels. Fortunate Son, and Down on the Corner. When CCR put out a single, they pretty much put hits on both sides. That's an original fantasy label. Fortunate Son, Down on the Corner, $9.99. The Police, Spirits in the Material World, picture sleeve, $9.99. Spirits in the Material World, and Sheila E., and that's called A Love Bizarre. A Love Bizarre Part 1 and Part 2, $9.99. These 45 auctions are done, Tanner. This is Led Zeppelin Immigrant Song for $60, which is sold to Daniel Booziden, and Cult of Personality is sold to Calvin Ward for $35. These are all $9.99. Way back up at the top, we got Pamela Yeager on the Monkees, so I'm going to start these over here right there. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. Debbie second, Brian C. third, James Ludwig first on CCR. James Ludwig first on CCR. Wayne Carr second, Mitchell third, David Grace fourth, David Blair fifth, Sherry sixth, James Ludwig first on the Police. James Ludwig first on the Police, Calvin Ward second, Brian C. third, C.C. Allen first on Sheila Easton, Stephen A. Young next on Police, David Winston next on Sheila E., Brian C. next, and Helen Wheels and Country Dreamer still available. Paul McCartney Classics, $9.99. Syria Moss, yes, we're able to get some Record Store Day titles. One of our distributors, I can get on there and order them. It's pretty remarkable. Sometimes they pop up where I can order them, and I definitely order them. Especially stuff like this that's still in stock. 2 LP numbered live unreleased concert from the Allman Brothers, 1971, numbered, colored vinyl, Record Store Day, $36.99. Let's grab a new crate. Paul McCartney has been claimed by Debbie Winstead. Let's put up some more auctions. So much to get to. So little time, right, Tanner? How about the Police? Sting the girls and make them die. Guess who? That is The Police. It's a 2 LP vintage bootleg. Check this out. The Police. Very nice vinyl. I'll call it EX. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale's Pittsburgh collection, 2 LP. This is The Police. Sting the girls and make them die. And I'm assuming this is the correct information on the back. BBC London 79 and Palladium Theatre New York 79. $45 start. $45 start on The Police. Vintage bootleg. Chad Van Horn wants the AC/DC Who Made Who. Brian C., you're next on Paul McCartney. The Police is at $45. Got some other great 45s over here to auction. Aha, man, forgot about this one. Tush, ZZ Top, check that out. Promo label on London, 1975 with the picture sleeve. A promo picture sleeve of ZZ Top Tush. Really cool picture sleeve too. $15 start. Tush. That's now up for bid. Aha. Dwight Yoakam, Little Ways. Reading, Writing, Route 23. $15 start. Tush, Dwight, The Police, all up for bid. Let me find some more $9.99 45s. There's one. There's two. That's going to be an auction. That's an auction. That's an auction. Auction, auction. Man. I'll make that a buy now. That's an auction for sure, though. Some of these, like, I don't think I've seen too often at all. I'll go ahead and make that a buy now. And those two. Okay. Holy moly, there's still a lot over here. Okay, these are all $9.99. $9.99. Then I'm going to do a $9.99 crate. I got a $9.99 vintage crate to go through. And then unlimited amounts of, what time is it? It's 10:03. Still got 193 people watching. Foreigner, double vision, double-sided promo, $9.99. Foreigner, double vision, double-sided promo. Milli Vanilli, Baby Don't Forget My Number. Milli Vanilli with the picture sleeve. I don't know who's actually doing the music, but there they are. Who'll Stop the Rain and Traveling Band. $9.99. Who'll Stop the Rain and Traveling Band. Don Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance. Picture sleeve. Don Henley, $9.99. Wilson Phillips, Hold On. Wilson Phillips, Hold On and Over, $9.99. And Mariah Carey, Vision of Love, and then 3 tracks on the other side. Prisoner, All in Your Mind, and Someday, $9.99 for Mariah Carey. All right, let's see what's going on here. So back up at the top, the last thing I set down was The Police at $45 with Thomas Hujar. Edwin bid $46. Thomas bid $55. Candace bid $15 on Led Zeppelin. Jesse bid $15 on Led Zeppelin. $56 on The Police. $25 on ZZ Top. $30 on ZZ Top. $15 on Dwight Yoakam. $65 on The Police. $66 on The Police. $70 on The Police. Debbie Winstead, first on Foreigner for $9.99. James Lugwood was second. Calvin Ward was third. Crystal Newman on Milli Vanilli. Dan Ingerson on CCR. Darren Wortman wants an AC/DC Fly on the Wall. So did Darren Wortman. Thank you. Shane Devers next on CCR. The Police, 71. Debbie next on CCR. Pam Dickens first on Don Henley. Debbie Winstead next on Don Henley. Jane Fink first on Wilson Pickett. Josh Tanner first on Mariah Carey. Debbie Winstead second. Brian C. next on Wilson Pickett. Rob Madine said, Hold On. Edwin was next on Foreigner. Grant Peltzer next on Wilson Pickett. The Police, 72. ZZ Top, 30. The Police, 73. Police, 75. ZZ Top, 32. ZZ Top, 32. Jane Fink also next on Wilson Phillips. David's out on ZZ Top. You missed out on 2 Towns Van Zandt auctions, and they went cheap. ZZ Top, 35. So I think there's only been one bid on Dwight Yoakam for $15 with Debbie Blair. Only one bid for $15 to Debbie Blair. Final call. Final call. ZZ Top just got a new bid for $33, but we already got 3 other people at $35. Mitchell saw that. Now he's at 38, and Stephen Martinelli's at 40. Stephen Young was next. Jane Fink says, I don't want Wilson Phillips, and I don't think you got it, did you? She did. So Wilson Phillips goes to Brian C. Brian C., you get the Wilson Phillips. And the last bid I said on the police, or actually there's a new bid just came in for 76. There was not a Wilson Pickett. There was a Wilson Phillips. New vinyl, AC/DC, Allman Brothers, AC/DC, Metallica, Misfits, 3 Days Grace, AC/DC, and Led Zeppelin. I'm going to go through all the new vinyl again later tonight. First, though, we have a discount bin for $9.99. Everything in this crate, I hope I grabbed the right one. Yep, everything in this crate is $9.99. $9.99. What's the other auction? ZZ Top and Dwight Yoakam. Yep. Okay. Wilson Pickett. Sorry. Wilson Pickett. Yes. It was Wilson Phillips, which is something I don't get too often. We definitely have a lot, or we occasionally have a lot of Wilson Pickett. Sorry, my brain, this time of night, as busy as we've been tonight, my brain is, some of the fuses have almost disconnected. Wow, I still got some great 45s over here. We got Led Zeppelin still to go through. Led Zeppelin's been hot on the auction block, as usual. Okay, let me get some more. Man, got some just fantastic more 45s over here. I'm going to get these on deck. Okay, so everything in this crate is $9.99. It's a vintage discount bin for $9. Okay, let's go through some of these. $9.99. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG Plus. It has the track listing hop sticker on the back. $9.99. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $9.99. Elton John, Single Man, half off for $9.99. Single Man, half off, $9.99. Tomorrow Night, Lonnie Johnson, half off, $9.99. That's on King. I think that's a blues record. Joe Jackson, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Beat Crazy for Joe Jackson. And then one more, The Who, It's Hard, or excuse me, The Who, It's Hard, half off, featuring Eminence Front and Athena, $9.99. Okay, so, wow, lots of new bids. ZZ Top, this is a promo. This is a promo Tush single. I had that at 60 and then 68. The Police was at 80. The Police 82. ZZ Top 70, now 75. Police 83, 84. Guns N' Roses is on deck. ZZ Top 80. Davey Winstead first to Neil Young for $9.99. ZZ Top 85. Steven next on Neil Young. Davey Winstead first on Joe Jackson. So to Davey Winstead and Davey Winstead. The Police is at 85. Jonathan Berg first on The Who. Jane Fink second. ZZ Top 90. Police 86. So once again, I think there was only one bid on Dwight Yoakam. And that's so to Debbie Blair for $15. So now I can put up the Guns N' Roses. And let me figure out what I've done with that. I've got a whole stack of auctionable 45s here, and this is definitely in the pile. Paradise City from their debut album, Appetite for Destruction. About a VG Plus picture sleeve. It is nice, though. Paradise City, and the B-side on that was Move to the City. Very nice vinyl, and that's Guns N' Roses, $15 start. ZZ Top is now at 110, and the Police is at 86. This is Guns N' Roses, GNR is now for bid. So these two records are still available for $9.99. Elton John is still available, and Lonnie Johnson, Tomorrow Night. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can take a drink of water. Tanner was drinking some water too. Seth, where's yours? Seth said he don't drink water. Huh. $9.99. What do you drink? Seth said, I'm lying. Okay. Accusations. Jimmy Smith, Respect. $9.99. VG Plus condition. $9.99 for Jimmy Smith, Respect. The Jam. 12-inch single promo, $9.99 for The Jam. Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture, $9.99. Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture, $9.99. Seth, I believe, is a major Mountain Dew drinker. Is that correct, Seth? He drinks a lot of Mountain Dew. It is unbelievable how much Mountain Dew this guy consumes. Incredible. I got another Leonard Skinner 45 on deck to auction. Okay. We have ZZ Top at 135. ZZ Top at 125, 135. Let me get back up to the top of where I was, because the Police was at $86. Guns N' Roses 15, Guns N' Roses 25, Guns N' Roses 20, Guns N' Roses 35, ZZ Top 135, Guns N' Roses, I got confused myself. First, we'll pull Craig Thomas's The Jam for $9.99. Craig Thomas gets The Jam for $9.99. Jason was second. Edwin Blom third. Debbie Winston first on Jefferson Starship. So that's so to Craig. That's so to Debbie. Also, we have Savoy Brown Hellbound Train, VG Plus condition. Savoy Brown, $9.99. Hellbound Train, $9.99 on that. Also, more Heavy Traffic, Traffic's Greatest Hits. EX condition on Traffic, $9.99. And we have Emotion, Destiny's Child. Emotion, Destiny's Child from 2001, $9.99. And we have Shh by 10 Years After, half off at $9.99. Shh by 10 Years After. One of the toughest titles to pronounce because you literally have to go shh every time you say it. That is $9.99. ZZ Top is, it's like Tusk, like Tush, except tail. Tush. ZZ Top is announced like push, except with a T. Tush. Tush. I've been thinking tush, haven't I? Tush, Tanner. Tush. Did you know that? Tanner he was doubting me. Okay. Guns N' Roses 36. Travis Wade on DC. That's Destiny's Child. Davey was second. The Police is at 87. Guns N' Roses 40. Gregory Gasky gets 10 Years After. Bob Madon, you were second on Emotion. And George Lyle first on Savoy Brown. The Police is at 88. Guns N' Roses at 40. ZZ Top, Tush. That is at $135 with Stephen Martinelli. $135. A promo copy. Fantastic unplayed condition. $135. Final call. Traffic still available. James Taylor, Walking Man, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses, $9.99. And Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, $9.99. Everything in this bin is $9.99. I'm also about to lay down some $9.99 45s. Shane's at $145 on ZZ Top. The Police is at $92. Final call on Guns N' Roses for $40. We have The Judds, Don't Be Cruel, and The Sweetest Gift, The Judds, $9.99. John Denver, Thank God I'm a Country Boy, and My Sweet Lady, $9.99. So Judds, Denver, Andy Griffith. What it was football, part 1, and what it was, football, part 2, Andy Griffith, Starline. Don Williams, Tulsa Time, When I'm With You, Don Williams, $9.99, Tulsa Time. Alabama, Song of the South, Alabama. I Wish It Could Always Be, 55. Alabama's $9.99. Alabama's $9.99. Those are all available. So back up to the top. The last thing I said was the Police at 90. The Police at 89. ZZ Top 145. The Police at 92. Tush is like Rush with a T. Tush. Uh-oh, we have a debate going on. We have Tush and Tush. ZZ Top at 155. ZZ Top 160. Mitchell Richardson on Judds, $9.99. Mitchell Richardson on the Judds. Tanner, that's $9.99. Tim Jernigan on GD, and I think he meant JD, right? Because there is no GD. I bet he meant JD for John Denver. We're going to give that to Tim Jernigan unless he says otherwise. Jonathan Berg, you were second. Crystal's out on Guns N' Roses. Jesse Hood on Andy Griffith. That's so to Jesse Hood. ZZ Top's at $200. Brian C. gets Don Williams, Tulsa Tom. Tom Jernigan put B for something. And then David Polkey gets Alabama. Jonathan Berg, you were second on Don Williams. And we have, where are we at? Okay, so the police. The police is at, 92 with Thomas Hujar. That's a final call. Vintage police bootleg. Police sting the girls and make them cry. $92 of Thomas Hujar. I think I've already done a final call on this. So Shane Devers gets Guns N' Roses for 40. And now Tush Tush is at $100, $200 even. $200 even with Stephen Martinelli. Candace, I've already done a final call on Guns N' Roses. So you're a little bit late on that at 45. And did anybody claim any of these? I don't think they did. I had Jethro Tull, Steppenwolf, and James Taylor. I don't think any of those were claimed. So we have Thomas Beckett on the police at 94 because Edwin bid 93. Roy Buchanan in the beginning, $9.99. And we have the Coasters. This is $9.99. The Coasters' greatest hits, $9.99. It's probably just like half of the stuff that I have to pronounce every night. Most people's like, well, I've heard it both ways. And it's like, well, what is the exact way? What is the correct way? You're going to get corrected by somebody. Okay, next 45s. We have George Jones, White Lightning for $9.99. Willie Nelson, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. Remember Me When the Candle Lights Are Gleaming. Willie Nelson. Lloyd Price, Lottie Miss Claudie, the original, written by Lloyd Price. And Judd's Change of Heart. And I Wish She Wouldn't Treat You That Way, $9.99. $9.99. So Shane's out on ZZ Top. Stephen Martinelli has Push Tush for $200. Wayne Carr, and we have a police. I thought I saw an out on the police. Edwin's out on the police. Thomas Hujar has that for 94. 294. Excuse me, 94 on the police, 200 on ZZ Top. Final call. Now, for $9.99, we have George Jones to Wayne Carr. Shane Devers was second. Vicki Allison was third. Tim Jernigan fourth. Shane Devers first on Willie Nelson. Debbie Winstead second. Calvin Ward first on Lloyd Price. And we still have the Judds, Change of Heart. That's the only one not claimed. The Judds, Change of Heart, $9.99. ZZ Top is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $200. And the police is sold to Thomas Hujar for $94. I'll put that there, Tanner. There's ZZ Top. There was the Buy It Nows. We have Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? And I Know a Little. MCA Records in the MCA sleeve. $15 start on Leonard Skinner. What's Your Name? That's now up for bid. Also up for bid is the Pesh Mode. Actually, let me figure out what else is over here in this bin. I hadn't flipped through the rest of these. Biz Markie, Faster Pussycat, Van Halen, Stryper, Pink Floyd, The Cure, NXS, Warrant, REM, Losing My Religion. REM, Losing My Religion. The B-side is Rotary 11, REM, Losing My Religion, $15 start. And, man, Stryper, what happened to it? Faster Pussycat, this is incredible stuff over here. Stryper, Honestly, and Sing Along Song, 1986. Stryper in the original company sleeve, $15 start. We have Leonard Skinner, REM, and Stryper. Here's some other stuff I have. Lost Boys, Fat Boys, Europe, Fat Boys, Mr. Big, Pretty Poison, Biz Markie, Faster Pussycat, Van Halen, Pink Floyd, The Cure, NXS, Warrant. That's all some stuff that I'm going to be trying to auction before we go off the air tonight. Let me see what I have in bootlegs. I know I have more Fleetwood Macs that I want to get to. Let's see here. Zappa, America. Oh, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I forgot about these. Let's do an Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I love this cover with Keith Emerson playing the keyboards. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Long Beach, August 12th, 1977. It looks like, I do have some other Fleetwood Macs I'll get to, yes. No more Jeff Becks. No more Jeff Becks. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Actually, let me take a look at this thing. Okay. This is a EX condition, $35 start. $35 start on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Very cool. Look at that cover. $35 start. Now, let's go ahead and finish up this crate. Leonard Skinner, 25. Mitchell wants the Judd's Change of Heart. That was $9.99. That's sold to Mitchell. Leonard Skinner, 15. We already had a 25. Or actually, he meant to bid 15, it looks like. Striper, 25. Mr. Big. Striper, yellow. Okay. Everything in this bin's $9.99. I'm going to go ahead and go through it. That way we can go through a lot of 45s. Three Dog Night Harmony. This is a German pressing. Very clean vinyl. A German pressing on that pink probe label. $9.99 on that. Striper is at $25 of Calvin Ward. Final call. No one's bid on Losing My Religion. Looking for a $15 start. Leonard Skinner's at $15. Final call. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer's at $35. Final call. Three Dog Night is sold to Blaine Singletary for $9.99. John Anderson, Oasis of Sun Willow, $9.99 for John Anderson. Gentle Giant, Freehand, $9.99. No condition notes on any of these. Somebody asked for J.J. Kell the other night, and I said we didn't have any. I actually found this in the bin. It's a VG copy. Has Call Me the Breeze on it. VG copy for $9.99. J.J. Kell. Neil Young, VG copy of Crazy Horse, or excuse me, of Zuma. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, VG copy, $9.99 on that. And Joe Walsh, Barnstorm, VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Joe Walsh, Barnstorm. Here's the three auctions that's up for bid. Striper, Honestly, and Sing-Along Song, final call for $25. REM, Losing My Religion, 1991, no bid for $15, final call. And Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? That now has a bid for $16. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, we had a $35 bid for George Lyle, and then a $35 bid from Edwin Blom. Tim Jernigan got J.A., and that was John Anderson. That sold to Tim Jernigan for $9.99. Kenny Cates Jr. was second. Rydell Martin wants J.J. That's J.J. Kill, sold to Retro Class Entertainment on YouTube. Gregory was second. Nicholas was third. Thomas Hujar first on Neil Young. Davey Winstead second. Stephen Martinelli third. Leonard Skinner 16. Nick Bargeron, you were fifth on J.J. Kill. Stripers now at $26. Tony Shore wants the Lost Boys 45. I will put that up in about whenever one of these sells. Leonard Skinner's at 17. Emerson, Lake and Palmer 36. Paul Sandberg, you were third on Neil Young. We have Santana, VG Plus $9.99. And the Bee Gees, Cucumber Castle, VG Plus $9.99. Mitchell Richardson gets that. $9.99 45s. Let's see what else we have over here for $9.99. I've got a few more over here. Yep, that's a $9.99 45. The Lost Boys is in the auction pile, of course. So is that, and that, and that. I think this is the auction bin. Wow, I forgot about a couple of these, including this question mark and Mysterians. Let me see what I have here in this bin. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go ahead and do 6 here. Yes. All right, let's do some 45s. I still didn't finish up this bin, but we have Larry Williams, Boney Maroney. That is original on the specialty label. You Bug Me Baby. $9.99 for that. Tommy James and the Shondells, Hanky Panky, and I Think We're Alone Now. Back-to-back hits. I Think We're Alone Now and Hanky Panky. Sam and Dave, I Thank You and Hold On, I'm Coming. Of course, that's the hit side. Hold On, I'm Coming. Hot Smoke and Sassafras, Bubble Puppy, and the Music Machine, Talk Talk. There's two classic 60s. The Tokens, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. We all know that one. $9.99 for the Tokens. And King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight, and Aaron Neville, back-to-back Golden Nuggets. Aaron Neville, Tell It Like It Is, fantastic. And King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight, fantastic. $9.99. Okay, we have back up to the top. Last thing I said was Striper 26. Then we had a $28 bid on Striper. Leonard Skinner 17. $36 bid on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Debbie Winstead gets the BGs for $9.99. Justin Chase bid 15 on REM. Now a final call. Emerson, Lake and Palmer 40. And now for some $9.99 45s. First is Stacy Metternich on Tommy James. That goes to Stacy Metternich. Debbie Winstead was second. Stephen Martinelli wants Sam and Dave. That's so to Stephen Martinelli. Brian C. gets the Bubble Puppy. The back-to-back hits, Double Puppy, and Talk Machine. So that's so to Brian C. Nick Bargeron gets the tokens. Nicholas, you were second on tokens. That leaves King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight, and Aaron Neville's Tell It Like It Is, back-to-back. And Larry Williams, Boney Maroney. Those are still available if anybody wants those. Edwin's out on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That means we're going to sell that to Georgia Lyle for $40. Leonard Skinner is Stephen Martinelli's for $17. I'm about to sell it. We're definitely going to go ahead and sell Justin Chase REM for $15. I'll put that right there in the middle. And Striper is, where are we at on Striper? Calvin Ward, go ahead and sell that to him for $28. That's sold to him for $28. I'll actually lay those on top of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. The only thing I want to make sure we're done on is Leonard Skinner. Stephen Martinelli has that for $17. Here's what's left in the $9.99 crate. Rare Earth is sealed, $9.99. Kansas, point of no return. There is some cover damage at the bottom. No condition notes on the vinyl, though. Kansas is $9.99. Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections, that's $9.99. Jefferson Airplane, 30 Seconds Over Winterland, $9.99. Aretha Franklin is $9.99. And Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, $9.99. $9.99. Okay, time for some more $9.99 45s. Now, before I grab a couple more bootlegs, let me see here. Zappa, America, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Jackson Brown, yes. David Bowie, Aerosmith. I do have another Jeff Beck. I hope Edwin's still watching. If not, then I lied to him. Jeff Beck, Alive and Kicking. Jeff Beck, Alive and Kicking. On the label, it says The Dragon's Lair. Has a phone number on it. Probably some kind of store. This was bootlegged, sold out of the back room. The vinyl looks like it's in about EX condition. Jeff Beck, Alive and Kicking. $45 start. $45 start on that. Blade Singletary wants RE. That's for the sealed Rare Earth. Fred Carnell was second. And then Debbie Winstead gets Aretha Franklin. Let's go ahead and sell Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner is sold to the last bidder of Stephen Martinelli for $17. Thomas Hujar's in on Jeff Beck at $45. So is Stephen Martinelli. Josh Tanner wants Charlie Daniels Band. This is a $9.99 discount crate. Everything in here is $9.99. Johnny Cash, Jefferson Airplane, Kansas, Santana, Joe Walsh, Gentle Giant, The Coasters, Roy Buchanan, Steppenwolf, Jethro Tull, James Taylor, Traffic, Lonnie Johnson, and Elton John. Those are all $9.99. Edwin's in on Jeff Beck at $46. I have some more 45s to auction, and there's some pretty good ones. The Lost Boys, I promised that for Tony Shore. I'm grabbing it right now. And what else do I have over here? I have I have some really nice Beatles stuff. I have Bob Dylan, Like a Rolling Stone, in the company sleeve. So we got a bootleg. I think we can do 345 since we got a bootleg up. Oh yeah, I forgot about these over here too. Somebody asked about Pretty Poison, Mr. Big. Let me do these as well. So, well, actually, if I can grab a hold of them. This was Pretty Poison. Okay. We're about to do a lot of buy it nows on 45s, okay? First is from the motion picture, Hiding Out, Pretty Poison. From the motion picture, Hiding Out. This is really cool. It's actually a 45 company sleeve with a hop sticker on it. It's from Virgin. It has a hop sticker on it. Pretty Poison, $15 start. Bob Dylan, Like a Rolling Stone, in the original company sleeve. Fantastic vinyl. $15 start on Dylan, Like a Rolling Stone. And then the Lost Boys, Lost in the Shadows. The Lost Boys, performed by Lou Graham. super clean, picture sleeve, promoting the film, $15 start on that. There's 3 more 45s. So, when I left off, we had Jeff Beck 45, Jeff Beck 55, Jeff Beck 56. What was the Kansas? Kansas was point of no return. Point of no return. There is some cover damage at the bottom. No condition notes on the vinyl, $9.99. Kara Bauer wanted the Elton John for $9.99. Jeff Beck 66, 70, 71, 75, 77. Dylan 15, Dylan 15. Lost Boys 15. Beck 80, Dylan 18. Jeff Beck 81. What was the Roy Buchanan? The Roy Buchanan was called In the Beginning. No condition notes. Super clean copy. Red Polydor label. $9.99. All right, now let me figure out. I guess I can go through a $6.99 bin. That's something I have over here. Before we officially do a recap, before there's an official recap, I will go through a $6.99 bin, at least one of them. And then we're going to do a huge recap a little bit later tonight because I have went through 9 crates tonight so far. And a lot of it could be condensed, especially the new vinyl. We had more new vinyl tonight than we've probably had in a while. But everything in this bin, we've went 19, 14, 9, and now $6.99. This is the lowest we're going to go, a $6.99 bin. Jeff Beck still getting bids. I don't guess Pretty Poison has a bid, so I'm going to go ahead and move that along. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on Pretty Poison, $15 buy it now on that. Lost Boys is now at 18 with Tony Shore. And Bob Dylan, I think, just got a bid a moment ago for 18. So Lost Boys is at 18, Dylan's at 18, and Jeff Beck's at 89. And in between this crate, we're going to show a lot of buy it now 45s. Debbie Winston gets Pretty Poison for $15. I mean, we're probably going to go through a couple hundred here. So first, $9.99. These are all first come, first serve before we start the $6.99 bin. Chubby Checker, the twist. I'm just probably going to read most of the time just the whatever I think is the A-side is. I'm just going to read whatever I think the A-side probably is. That's Chubby Checker, the twist. Merle Haggard, the fighting side of me. Some of them are double-sided hits like Eagles, Take It to the Limit, and Lion Eyes. That's a double-sided hits, $9.99. Shotgun, Junior Walker. And Junior Walker, Do the Boomerang. Shotgun, definitely the hit on that. Santo and Johnny, Sleepwalk. And Herbie Hancock, Rocket. Herbie Hancock, Rocket. Herbie Hancock, Rocket. Those are all $9.99. Okay, so when I walked away, Jeff Beck was at 90. Debbie Winston got Pretty Poison for a $15 buy it now. Jeff Beck, 91. Debbie Winston on CC for Chubby Checker, $9.99. Calvin Ward gets Merle Haggard. We have Tim Jernigan, second on Merle Haggard. Stacy Metternich gets the Eagles. Davey Winston second, Kara Bauer third, Jeff Beck 94, Craig Weatherford on H, that actually says HH for Herbie Hancock, Justin Chase second, Thomas Hujar 95 on Jeff Beck, Edwin 96. So Junior Walker, Shotgun, great song, and Santo and Johnny Sleepwalk, those are still available for $9.99. So these are sold. Michael Nath gets Bob Dylan for $18, Tony Shore gets the Lost Boys for $18. Time for new auctions. Let's put up 3 new 45 auctions. The Doors, Riders on the Storm. Here's another Led Zeppelin. Whole Lot of Love on the original label, the original markings, I guess I should say. And Faster Pussycat, something we could sell on as an LP format any day of the week. So our next 3 45s, The Doors, Riders on the Storm, and Changeling. Very clean in the company sleeve. $15 start on The Doors. Whole Lot of Love and Livin' Lovin' Made in the original Atlantic sleeve. Very clean, and it is an 1841 Broadway. That is everything indicating an OG release of that. $25 start. Whole Lot of Love. And Faster Pussycat is House of Pain, and the B-side is Slip of the Tongue in the original Electra sleeve from 1989. $15 start. The Doors, Led Zeppelin, and Faster Pussycat. Those are now up for bid. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I'm going to show about 5 or 10, and then we're going to go through some more 45s. I'm going to be going through mostly 45s. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, VG condition, $6.99 for Born to Run, VG condition. Stephen Steele's Live, one side's acoustic, one side's electric. No condition notes, $6.99 on Stephen Steele's. America, Harbor, $6.99, produced by George Martin. $6.99 also for the Sham Review, as in the Sam Sham and the Pharaohs. That's $6.99. And CCR is in VG condition, Bayou Country. Original label, VG condition, $6.99. Back up to the top, Jeff Beck, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. The Doors, 25. The Doors, 15. The Doors, 25. Faster Pussycat, 15, 15, 18, 18. Jeff Beck, 105. Faster Pussycat, 20. Faster Pussycat, 15. Led Zeppelin, 30. Led Zeppelin, 25. Faster Pussycat, 25. Led Zeppelin, 40. Faster Pussycat, 19. Led Zeppelin, 35. Jeff Beck, 106. Michael Thomas, that is. Michael Thomas on America for $6.99. Faster Pussycat, 15. I think there's already 5 bids higher than that before it, though. Gregory, second on America. Faster Pussycat, 22. Cassie Center, first on CCR. Tim Jernigan, second on CCR. Kenny Case Jr., third on CCR. Led Zeppelin, 45. We have Faster Pussycat, 27 and 23. Jeff Beck is a single LP. It's a single LP, side 1 and side 2. And the high bid on Jeff Beck is 106 of Edwin Blom. Faster Pussycat then is at 30. Led Zeppelin's at 45. And the Doors, Mitchell Richardson, still the high bidder on that. Way at the top for 25. So 25 on the Doors, 45 for Led Zeppelin, and 30 for Faster Pussycat. That's where we're at on those 3 there. Continuing with some more new 45s. Tanner, these are all $9.99 45s. I have Steve Martin and the Toot Uncommons, King Tut. The B-side is Steve Martin, King Tut, and $9.99. Liar Liar by the Castaways and Lies by the Knickerbockers, $9.99. That's a double-sided deal. Danny O'Keefe, Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues, and Jonathan Edwards, Sunshine. Sunshine Go Away Today, $9.99. Patsy Cline, Crazy. That's definitely the A-side. Also, Your Cheating Heart, her cover of Your Cheating Heart. And Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter, You're Looking at Country. Patsy and Loretta. Let's do one more since we did 2 country. Let's make it a trio. Always on My Mind, Willie Nelson, and The Party's Over. Willie Nelson. Those are all $9.99. $9.99 on those. All right. Jeff Beck was at 107. Nick's out on Faster Pussycat. David Polkey's in on Faster Pussycat at 33. Candace is in on Led Zeppelin at 47. Debbie bid 31 on Faster Pussycat. Calvin back in on Led Zeppelin at 50. New bid on the Doors for 27. And now for $9.99, Brian C. put Steve. That's sold to Brian C. Steve Martin. Debbie Winstead put PC. And PC was for Patsy Cline. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Nick Bargeron was second. Calvin third. Crystal Newman first on LL for Loretta Lynn. Michelle also next on Patsy Cline. Tim Jernigan next on Loretta Lynn. So was Debbie and Mitchell Richardson. And then Tim Jernigan got Willie Nelson. Michelle was second. Jeff Beck 108. That leaves Jonathan Edwards, Sunshine. The other song was Danny O'Keefe, Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues. And then the other was another double-sided, Liar Liar by the Castaways and the Knickerbockers, Lies. Those are $9.99. I'm going to put them right over here. We don't have an out yet on Jeff Beck. Faster Pussycat is now a final call. David Polkey has it for $33. Led Zeppelin, I think that got bumped up to $50 with Calvin Ward. That's now a final call. And the Doors, Rider on the Storm. Mitchell Richardson, just so you know, you got outbid. Tim Jernigan has it for $27. Thomas Hujar's out on Jeff Beck. Edwin has it for $108. Let's go through some more $6.99 albums. Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp, VG Condition, $6.99. Charlie Daniels Band Fire on the Mountain, VG, $6.99. Carole King Fantasy, VG Plus, $6.99. John Kay, Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes, John Kay from Steppenwolf, VG for $6.99. And Grand Funk, We're an American Band, that's VG $6.99. All those are $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next handful of $9.99.45s. I'm also about to end some auctions because we got some other stuff to put up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got my next $9.99.45s here. Debbie Winston first on Charlie Daniels. Debbie, let me know which one you want. Let me know if you want Saddle Tramp or Fire on the Mountain. Saddle Tramp or Fire on the Mountain. Let me know which one you want on those, Debbie. Mitchell's in on the doors at 28. Tim Jernigan's next on Charlie Daniels. We'll figure out what Debbie wants, and Tim's back in on the doors at 30. Let's go ahead and sell Edwin Blom, the Jeff Beck, for 108. They're still bidding on the doors. The other one was Faster Pussycat. I set a final call on that. No one else bid. That means that sold to David Polkey for $33. Same thing for Led Zeppelin. Calvin Ward gets that for $50. The only thing we're still bidding on is Riders on the Storm. So Debbie Winston wants Fire on the Mountain. I'm going to put that over here on the corner, Tanner. That's $6.99 to Debbie. And now Tim Jernigan, Saddle Tramp still available. Nothing else was claimed there. 5 more $9.99.45s, and then I'm going to put up new auctions pretty much on everything because Mitchell's out on the doors, and I'm about to sell that to Tim Jernigan for $30. Willie Nelson. Also, Calvin, I see your offer. Probably, we have some stuff that hadn't been sold tonight. I may entertain offers, but right now, these are all $9.99. Willie Nelson, Georgia on My Mind, and Blue Skies. Willie's $9.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Long-Haired Country Boy, $9.99. Force MDs, Here I Go Again with the picture sleeve. Miami Sound Machine, Bad Boy with the picture sleeve. And 40 Hour Week, 411 from the album 40 Hour Week. That's Alabama with the picture sleeve. $9.99. Alabama with the picture sleeve. Let's go through. I'm going to end the doors when I step back over here, but let me grab 3 new 45s. Van Halen, Pink Floyd, and The Cure. Van Halen, Pink Floyd, and The Cure. 3 more 45 auctions. I'll also grab another bootleg. I think I got some more Fleetwood Macs. First, Michelle Miller on Willie Nelson for $9.99. We had, what's the other song on the doors? The Changeling. The Changeling. I think Jim Morrison says the Changeling. That's a great song. That's the first track. I think that's the first track on L.A. Woman. C.C. Allen on Force MDs. That's sold to C.C. Allen. And then Tim Jernigan put CD for Charlie Daniels and also AB for Alabama. The only thing not claimed there was Miami Sound Machine, Bad Boy. If anybody wants that for $9.99. So the doors is sold to Tim Jernigan for $30. We put that right there. And our next auctions are Van Halen, Jump, and House of Pain. Jump obviously being the A-side with the picture sleeve, kind of a black and white version of their cover, 1984. $15 start on Van Halen. Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall, and One of My Turns. This is Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. Teachers Leave Those Kids Alone, and One of My Turns, another track from The Wall. That's a $15 start. And The Cure is Why Can't I Be You and Hot, Hot, Hot. Spun Gold, back-to-back hits. The Cure, $15 start on that. Let me check out what I have over here in the bootleg crate. The America's not a bootleg. It's actually some kind of Warner Brothers Special Products compilation. I have an orange vinyl Leon Russell. I'm going to see what I have left with Fleetwood Mac. I know I have some more. Let's see here. Let's do this one. Really cool cover here with Stevie Nicks. I've had this one before. Once again, I'm not real for sure on which, what this exact concert may be. I didn't get time to tag these. We just had them kind of cleaned. And this is Fleetwood Mac. I've had this one before. And the last thing I remember is we sold this one very well. This one sold very well, as in it had a lot of bids and a lot of activity from Dale's collection. Very clean, very nice. And this is Fleetwood Mac. That's a cool looking bootleg. $55 start on that one. $55 start on that one, Fleetwood Mac. Okay, Van Halen 15, Van Halen 20, Pink Floyd 15, The Cure 15. The Cure is Why Can't I Be You and Hot, Hot, Hot. Okay, let me grab another handful of 45s before we go through any more $6.99 albums. Okay, $9.99. Reba McEntire, Somebody Should Leave. That is with the picture sleeve, $9.99. Joey Scarberry, theme from The Greatest American Hero. Theme from The Greatest American Hero, and Mike Post, theme from Hill Street Blues. Back-to-back theme songs, TV shows. Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. Simply Irresistible, Robert Palmer, B-side Nova. We Didn't Start the Fire, Billy Joel, We Didn't Start the Fire, as featured in The Office. And Bob Seger, Shakedown, film theme from Beverly Hills Cop 2, or from Beverly Hills Cop 2, in the picture sleeve, $9.99. $9.99. Oh, wow. I might have to keep that. That's actually Rush related. Coming up next. I'll go ahead and sell it, though. What year is Fleetwood Mac? This is 75 onward. Like I said, it says 77 on the back. I don't have any of the information on these bootlegs, but this is the 75 lineup, 75 and on. Stevie Nicks, Lindsey Buckingham, John McPhee, Christine McVie, and Mick Fleetwood. That is the 75 lineup. Okay, so we had a $55 bid on that, another $55 bid, a $60 bid, and now for $9.99, Davey Winstead wants Reba. Michelle Miller wants Theme. Those are both sold. Dan Ingerson on BC. BC was for Belinda Carlisle. Nicholas was second. Stephen Martinelli on Billy Joel. We Didn't Start the Fire. That is sold to Stephen Martinelli. Brian C. third on Belinda. Regina wants Seeger. Fleetwood Mac 57. Fleetwood Mac 65. The only thing that wasn't claimed there was Robert Palmer. Simply Irresistible for $9.99. That's still available. I think it's time to end some 45s. If these don't have... I think we had, Candace Lindenberry, Van Halen for $20. Stephen Martinelli got Pink Floyd for $15, and Craig Weatherford got The Cure for $15. Those are all sold. There was no other bids on those. There's lots of new bids, though, on Fleetwood Mac, 57, 65, and now 70 with Michael Nath. I think it's time to put up 3 new 45 auctions. Let's see what else I have over here, including U2, Love Comes to Town with B.B. King, The Clash, Gates of the West promo copy, and Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson. This is U2 with B.B. King, When Love Comes to Town. They cut that song from Rattle and Hum with B.B. King. This is the original U.S. picture sleeve from 1989. It is near mint minus. It is fantastic. And that is a $15 start, U2. When Love Comes to Town. Fleetwood Mac is at $75. That's now a $15 start, U2. The Clash, Gates of the West, and Groovy Times. That's a white label promo in the original company sleeve. $15 start on that. And Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal. Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal, $15 start on those. Okay, let's go through some more of these LPs before I grab any more 45s. Let's go through some more LPs for $6.99. Joni Mitchell, Wild Things Run Fast. VG copy, $6.99. The Judy Garland Story, Volume 2, The Hollywood Years. No condition note, $6.99 on Judy Garland. This is Diana Ross. No condition notes on that, $6.99. Touch by The Supremes. Also EX Plus near mint minus. The Supremes, $6.99 on The Supremes. The Yellow Jackets Shades. Shades is sealed for $6.99. And Sweet Soul from the Shirelles, $6.99. Fleetwood Mac, 70, 71, 75, 75. Michael Nath's out. U2 15 with David Graves. Fleetwood Mac 76. Jane Fink first on Joni Mitchell for $6.99. Michelle Miller was second on JG. Nope, that was Judy Garland. So Michelle Miller gets Judy Garland. Davey Winstead gets Diana Ross. Terry Gearhart was second. Davey Winstead first on the Supremes. Terry Gearhart second. And Blade Singletary wants YJ, the sealed Yellow Jackets. So we have a final call on Fleetwood Mac. Davey Winstead has it for $76. Terry Gearhart, never mind. Thomas Hujar just bid $78. No bid on Smooth Criminal. No bid on Clash. Final call on U2. David Graves has that for $15. No bid on MJ. No bid on the Clash. Final call before I make those a buy it now. Terry's at $80 on Fleetwood Mac. Sorry if you just heard my bones pop. Let's grab some more $9.99 45s, Tanner. Here's the one I just talked about that was... I think this is the Take Off. Isn't that the Bob and Doug McKenzie? What's the one Geddy Lee sings on? Step Off. Take Off. Bob and Doug McKenzie. $9.99. The Time, Jungle Love, and The Bird by The Time in the company sleeve. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me, title song from White Nights. I Don't Want to Live Without Your Love, Chicago. Journey, Still They Ride, and La Raza del Sol. The Georgia Satellites doing the Hippie Hippie Shake and Hand to Mouth in the original company sleeve. The Georgia Satellites. Those are all $9.99. Okay, back up to the top. We had Fleetwood Mac at $80. We had a $78 and a $79 bid, also an $80 bid. Michael Nath bid $18 on U2. Stephen Martinelli bid $16. Fleetwood Mac $85. Fleetwood Mac $81. We have a $17 bid on The Clash, a $20 bid on U2, an out on Fleetwood Mac, and then BD. That was for Bob and Doug McKenzie. That's $9.99. That's sold to Henry Pardides. Calvin Ward wants Time. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Brian C. next on Bob and Doug McKenzie. Michael's out on U2. Grant Peltzer wants Lionel Richie for $9.99. Fleetwood Mac at $86. Calvin Ward first on Journey. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Grant Peltzer second on Journey. Debbie Winston wants Chicago. Mitchell Richardson, you were next on Time. That leaves the Georgia Satellites Hippie Hippie Shake for $9.99. High bid on Fleetwood Mac is with Debbie Winston at $86. Debbie has Fleetwood Mac at $86. U2's now a final call. Stephen Martinelli has that for $20. Nicholas, the lone bidder on The Clash, he gets that for $17. And that means Michael Jackson is a buy it now. If anybody wants Michael Jackson for a $15 buy it now. Smooth Criminal. $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. With the picture sleeve. Sold to Josh Tanner for $15. All right, U2's about to be sold. Debbie was second. Fleetwood Mac's at $86. I'm going to grab some more $9.99 45s. Yep. About to start some new auctions too. Let me grab right from the middle of the box. Let me change it up a little. Nice. I did good. I think y'all are going to like these. Uptight, Everything's All Right by Stevie Wonder. Castles in the Sand on the B-side. Janet Jackson, Nasty, You'll Never Find a Love Like Mine in the original company sleeve. Free, All Right Now. Free, All Right Now. Red, Red Wine by UB40, the Neil Diamond cover. Toto, Africa. And Good For You, Toto, Africa. Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, $9.99. And there's more great ones right after that batch. So there's the next ones. These are all $9.99, Tanner. First thing we have, Mr. Big. I will get that on deck. Fleetwood Mac, $88 with Thomas Hujar. We pulled Michael Jackson already, another Michael Jackson. And now for $9.99, Calvin Ward gets Stevie Wonder. Stephen Martinelli gets Free. So Stevie and then Free. Calvin second on Free. Grant Peltzer on P-Tot. P-Tot. And that was for, not for the Carpenters or Toto. It may have been for Toto. Tot. Toto, there it is. That's sold to Grant Peltzer. Rebecca Barber gets UB40. And that leaves the Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, and Janet Jackson, Nasty. Those are $9.99. All right, new bid on Fleetwood Mac. Debbie Winston's at $90. Thomas Hujar's at $91. U2, When Love Comes to Town, that is sold for $20 to Stephen Martinelli. All right. We have Fleetwood Mac's now a bid. I'm going to grab 3 more 45 auctions. Somebody just requested Mr. Big. Let me figure out which stack that's in. Well, I know I got to do this one sooner than later. Ragdoll, Aerosmith. Check that out. In the picture sleeve. Ragdoll in the picture sleeve for $15 start. Aerosmith Ragdoll. Let's do a classic here. Lay Lady Lay. Check out that Columbia sleeve. Bob Dylan, Lay Lady Lay from Nashville Skyline, and Peggy Day on the B-side. A fantastic condition in a very unique blue Columbia company sleeve. Lay Lady Lay, one of my favorites from Dylan, one of his all-time classics. That's a $15 start. And let me find that Mr. Big 45. I also got the Monkees, Question Mark and the Mysterians, the Beatles, Elvis Costello, the Beatles, Elvis Costello, Bruce Springsteen, the Beatles, Bob Dylan, Elvis Costello, the Beatles, Prince, Elvis Costello, the Beatles, Alabama, Cutting Crew, Leonard Skinner, the Beatles, the Beach Boys, Stand By Me, E.T., New Kids on the Block, Madonna, the Beatles, the Fat Boys, Europe, the Fat Boys, Mr. Big, I have found it. Addicted to That Rush, Mr. Big, $15 start with the jukebox strip. Addicted to That Rush, Mr. Big with the company or with the picture sleeve. That's 3 great 45s there. $15 start. All right, Fleetwood Mac. We have 92, 95. I'm New. Could ask for certain bands. Austin, thank you and welcome to Collectco. We kind of show whatever is being shown. So I'm about to start showing some more stuff in here. I'm showing random 45s. We kind of just do whatever's being shown. Fleetwood Mac's at 92, 95, and these are auctions back here. Fleetwood Mac 92, 95. Fleetwood Mac at 96. Aerosmith 15, Aerosmith 15, Aerosmith 15. Fleetwood Mac 97, Aerosmith 15. Bob Dylan 15, Aerosmith 20, Aerosmith 16, Aerosmith 17. Fleetwood Mac 95, Mr. Big 25, and Mr. Big 15. Well, right now, we're pretty hot and heavy right now doing 45s. I've got a whole, that's what John priced today. He spent 8 hours today pricing 45s. And that's been the majority of tonight's show, including School's Out by Alice Cooper and 18. That's kind of a double-sided hits. School's Out and 18, $9.99. Foghat, Slow Ride, Take It Easy. That is on Bearsville from the album Fool for the City. That's really cool. Slow Ride. Show Me the Way, Peter Frampton. Baby, I Love Your Way. That's 2 classics. Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy. And Simple Pleasures, Bobby McFerrin. And Chicago, If She Would Have Been Faithful. Chicago, $9.99. Oh, I got to do this one. One more. Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight. $9.99. Boy, the next 5 here are also instant sellers. Fantastic hits. I've still got a half of a box of 45s. We've probably hit the 50% point on 45s. So let's go back up to the top. We had 3 auctions. I'll get an update on those after I tag these. We had Jesse Hood getting AC for Alice Cooper. That sold to Jesse Hood, $9.99. Henry was second. Fleetwood Mac, $99. Michelle third on Alice Cooper. Stephen fourth. Candace fifth. Calvin Ward first on PF for Peter Frampton. That sold to Calvin Ward. Mitchell Richardson's going to get the Foghat. Daniel Buzide in second. Craig Weatherford on Bobby McFerrin. Grant Peltzer on Chicago. Jesse Hood first on Phil Collins. Josh second on Phil Collins. David Graves third. Mitchell fourth. Bob Dylan 16. Fleetwood Mac 100. So, Mr. Big, lone bidder, Calvin Ward at $25. No one really said out. He went ahead and jumped that to $25. That's a final call on Mr. Big. There was 2 people who bid $15 on Bob Dylan, and now we have a new bid of $16 on Lay Lady Lay. Kara Bowers at $16 on Lay Lady Lay. And Aerosmith had a ton of bids. The last high bid was Mitchell Richardson at $20. Ragdoll picture sleeve, Aerosmith, $20. So those all have kind of new bids except for Mr. Big. That's a final call. We're still bidding, it looks like, on Aerosmith. But that's a final call as well, I guess. And Bob Dylan just got a new bid. They're still battling it out over the Fleetwood Mac bootleg. I'm going to show some more 45s. Let me grab another handful. These are all $9.99. A classic from Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, The Tears of a Clown. And the B-sides is Who's Going to Take the Blame. Tears of a Clown, $9.99, a classic Motown. Cecilia by Simon & Garfunkel and Bridge Over Troubled Water, another kind of like back-to-back hits. Drift Away by Dobie Gray. Dobie Gray, Drift Away, Give Me the Beat Boys. Eddie Murphy, these usually sell really well. Party All the Time. and Party All the Time instrumental, Eddie Murphy. And Shining Star, no matter who you are, Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the B-side is That's the Way of the World, Earth, Wind, and Fire. We'll do one more, one of Springsteen's all-time classics, Glory Days, Bruce Springsteen, $9.99 in the original Columbia sleeve, Tanner. Can you believe it? In the original company sleeve. So Bob Dylan was at 17. Kara Bauer, you're out. We have Nicholas getting Smokey Robinson. That's sold to Nicholas. $9.99. Fleetwood Mac is at 110. C.C. Allen on EM. Eddie Murphy, that's going to C.C. Allen. Davey Winstead on Earth, Wind, and Fire. John Duran, you were second on Eddie Murphy. Kristen Orr was third. Bob Dylan, 18. Alicia was next on Earth, Wind, and Fire. So we still got Glory Days, Bruce Springsteen, Dobie Gray, Drift Away, and Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and Cecilia. That's $9.99. Okay, Thomas Hujar is at $110 at Fleetwood Mac. That's a final call. Debbie, let me know if you're done bidding. Aerosmith is sold to Mitchell Richardson for $20. Bob Dylan, I'm going to make sure Kara just bid 18, so that one's still going. And Calvin Ward got Mr. Big for 25. Okay, so new 45 auctions. We got one already up there, so I need two more. We're going to do, let's see what else. What were some of those other ones? I think they were near the front of this one. Yeah, there was, let me put all the Beatles stuff back here. Some of these are going to be buy it nows I hadn't got to yet. They're not all going to be auctions. Yeah, Sweet Home Alabama and Cutting Crew. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight with the picture sleeve. $15 start on Cutting Crew. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. And Sweet Home Alabama, Saturday Night Special in the MCA sleeve. $15 start. Fleetwood Mac then is sold to Thomas Hujar for $110. Those three are now up for auction. Brent Ribley, let me know if you want back in on Bob Dylan. Let me know if you want back in on Bob Dylan. And Cutting Crew and Leonard Skinner's $15 starts. Let me grab another bootleg from over here. Actually, we hadn't done an autograph in a while. Here's a Chris Hillman. Let's just keep doing bootlegs. Unless y'all really want to see some. Here's a Frank Zappa, Wax Flags. Frank Zappa, Wax Flags. Interesting. This is Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Wax Flags. 2 LP vintage bootleg. There's one. There's two. Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Wax Flags. Vintage bootleg, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. So Kara's at 18 on the Bob Dylan. Brent wants to see it again. It's in a very unique blue Columbia Company sleeve. And wow, that's actually the first time I've looked at it. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus, and the B-side's Peggy Day. Both are Bob Dylan songs. That's a very interesting blue Columbia Company sleeve. Usually don't see them like that. Kara has that for 18. Alicia, I hope I'm saying that correctly, put A and then AL. I'm not for sure what that was for. Let's see here. Cutting Crew's at 15. Final call. No one's bid on Leonard Skinner's Sweet Home Alabama. That's a final call for $15. Let me grab some more 45s. These are all $9.99. We have Psychedelic Shack, that is, The Temptations. $9.99. The Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. That is $9.99. Elton John, Take Me to the Pilot. The B-side on that is Your Song. Wow, $9.99. Michael Jackson, Ben, and Michael Jackson, I Want to Be Where You Are. $9.99. The Police, Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, and Spirits in the Material World. Back-to-back hits from The Police. $9.99. Celebrate Good Times, Come On. That's Kool and the Gang. Celebration. And Smoking in the Boys' Room. by Brownsville Station, $9.99. $9.99. Had some putbacks today. Yep, we'll show those. Okay, if you want to bid on any of the auctions, make sure you put the numerical. These items back here are auctions. These are auctions. So that's how that works. David was the first one to officially bid on Leonard Skinner for $15. These are all $9.99. First is Stephen A. Young. He gets the Temptations. That is sold to him. Stephen A. Young. Next is Kara Bauer on Elton John. That was Elton John, Take Me to the Pilot in Your Song. Brent bid 21 on Bob Dylan. Kara, you're out. And that leaves Brownsville Station, Smoking in the Boys' Room, Cool and the Gang, Celebration, The Police, Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, and back-to-back hits by Michael Jackson. I can tell it's getting late and everybody's getting sleepy because normally these should be sold. I'm going to keep these in a separate pile. If they don't get claimed tonight, I'm going to show them again tomorrow. So those are still remarkably still available. Frank Zappa is a buy it now for $55. Another remarkable late night thing. This is not, when it gets late, less people, everybody's getting a little bit sleepy, start getting some great deals because I feel like this probably should have brought close to like $100 like the other one did. Edwin bid $56. That was actually a $55 buy it now. So I'll go ahead and sell that to Edwin Blom for $55. Debbie Winstead gets the Michael Jackson in the $9.99 pile. All these auctions are sold. First was David Graves. He's going to get Leonard Skinner for $15. I'm going to put that right there. Next is Cutting Crew. That had one bid for Grant Peltzer, sold for $15. And then Bob Dylan is sold for $21 to Brent Ribley. David Graves gets the Brownsville Station, Smoking in the Boys' Room for $9.99. That leaves Nights in White Satin, Celebration by Cool and the Gang, and Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic and Spirits in the Material World for just $9.99. Those are still available. I do have a Depeche Mode. I'm going to put that up for auction. Let me figure out what else I have over here in this handful. Let me go ahead and show the Beatles. This is $9.99. Let It Be. That's the A-side, Let It Be. And You Know My Name. Look up the number. That's $9.99. The Beatles, Let It Be. Also tagged for auction was Warrant. I Saw Red and acoustic version of I Saw Red. That's from 1990. That should be from Cherry Pie, right? $15 start. $15 start on Warrant. $15 start on Warrant. I Saw Red. Depeche Mode. Policy of Truth. And Khalid, maybe, from 1990. Depeche Mode. Also a $15 start. And the Rolling Stones, Brown Sugar and Wild Horses. Let's take a look at it, but it's going to be a $15 start. That's something new. It says 2015. It says 2015. I'm pretty sure that's something fairly new. Okay. Alicia, hope I'm saying your name correctly. I think I'm getting that out correctly. Gets Celebration by Cool and the Gang. Is that a first-time buyer? She bought from us before? So that is sold to you for $9.99. Let me know if you're a first-time buyer because I'm pretty sure you are. David Graves is a first-time buyer. He just sent us a message saying I'm a first-time buyer. I thought that's somebody. Some of these names I usually have a pretty good memory, but some of these names start to look the same. So that's sold to Alicia for $9.99. Daniel Buzodin gets The Police for $9.99. And Depeche Mode 15, now 20. I've registered previously. Okay, so she's already bought before. That just leaves Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. And no one wants the Beatles, Let It Be. And that's up here. Okay, so Alicia, welcome back. David Graves is a first-time buyer. He just sent us a message. If you're a first-time buyer, or maybe if you hadn't bought in a while, we just need your email address and your mailing address. Debbie Winstead wants the Beatles for $9.99. And Kara Bauer, well, first, Evan, Cities. That's an original single. Nights in White Satin and Cities. Evan, if you want it, it's yours. If you say pass, it's sold to Kara Bauer. Now the 45s, Daniel Booziden was at 20 on Depeche Mode. No bid yet on Warrant. Warrant's on black vinyl. It's near mint, the company sleeve. I Saw Red and acoustic version I Saw Red. That's a $15 start. No bid yet though. And then Brown Sugar, Wild Horses. And this is some kind of single. It has a scuff there on it. Wild Horses and Brown Sugar. 45 RPM from the Rolling Stones. Interesting. 15. I think that's an original picture sleeve, but this is a reissue where they're not really wearing their pants and they're using the cover to cover themselves up. That's a $15 start. All right, Kara gets the Moody Blues. I figured those would sell. I'm going to put up another LP up for auction. Let me grab another LP, and that is going to be... I haven't done a Cat Stevens bootleg yet. This one looks interesting. The Hoaxers Midnight Daydream. It's got a multicolor picture on the front. Let's take a look at Cat Stevens here. Very clean vinyl. I got to listen to this. Cat Stevens, $35 start. Vintage bootleg here. It's called The Hoaxers Midnight Daydream. Cat Stevens, $35 start. I'm going to put that up for bid. There's 345s, but those are almost done. Before I even get started, seems like before they're even getting started, I'm about to sell them. Let me grab a few more $9.99 45s. $9.99 45s. I have Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Dancing in the Dark and Pink Cadillac. $9.99. Mama, He's Crazy. The Judds, Wynonna and Naomi. Down Home, $9.99. Keep the Fire Burning, REO Speedwagon and I'll Follow You, $9.99. The Story in Your Eyes, The Moody Blues and Melancholy Man, also $9.99. Wild Wild West by the Escape Club and Linda Ronstadt, When Will I Be Loved? Those are all $9.99. I have almost messed up and logged out of Restream again, but I caught it. Debbie's at 35 on Cat Stevens. Debbie Winstead also wants Pink Cadillac by Bruce Springsteen. That's $9.99. Mitchell Richardson gets The Judds. That was Mama, He's Crazy. Michelle Miller gets Linda Ronstadt. And that leaves the Escape Club, the Moody Blues, and REO Speedwagon. These are now ended and buy it nows. No bid on Stone, so that's a $15 buy it now. No bid on Warrant, that's a $15 buy it now. Daniel Booziden gets the Depeche Mode for $20. Those are $15 buy it nows if anybody wants them. Cat Stevens is sold to Debbie Winstead for $35. Only bid on that. Debbie Winstead on Cat Stevens. So, continuing, Warrant and Edwin Blom's going to take the Stones for $15. That just leaves Warrant, which is something I usually doesn't say is left over for $15. New auctions. Get near the end of our 45s here. Still didn't convince anybody to do the Beatles, so let me try another one. Come Together in Something. This is on the Capitol label, not the original Apple, but that is Come Together in Something. And Stacy, I've got yours. I just got to get it to you. So that is Come Together in Something. That's a Capitol, like 80s pressing of that. $9.99, Something in the Way She Moves. I'll make that $9.99, and let me find a few more auctions over here. Let's see what we have with auctions. That is the Beatles. We have Elvis Scott. Ooh, Prince. Here we go. Prince, When Doves Cry. Prince, When Doves Cry. $15 start. Debbie got the last Beatles. I was about to say, it's not still laying over here, so that's sold to Debbie. $9.99. Elvis Costello. I'll show you what that is in just a second. There's the Beatles. Hey, there's another Bob Dylan in one of those really groovy colored company sleeves there. First time I've used the word groovy in a while. There's the Beatles. There's more Costello. So that's on deck. That's on deck. That's on deck. There's the Beatles. The Beatles. There's that. The Beatles. I'm going to make that $9.99. That definitely needs to be auctioned. That definitely needs to be auctioned. Okay. And let me see. Let's do an autograph. How about Jack Cassidy and our very own Yorma Calcoen? This is going to be a $35 start. $35 start. Let's see what we have here. This is hot tuna. This one's called Hot Tuna Hop Corv, signed by Jack Cassidy and Yorma Calcoen. $35 start, has the original inner sleeve. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, super clean, and this is a $35 start. 2 signatures on it, Jack Cassidy and Yorma Calcoen. Now, so 3 auctions. We have prints. There is some writing, 0766 on the front. When Doves Cry, and the B-side is 17 Days. When Doves Cry and 17 Days. That is a $15 start. A classic, Bob Dylan, Like a Rolling Stone. This is another one that the vinyl is like, and the label's such a dark red. I don't know what's up with these, but they're obviously they're different somehow. I don't know how to describe it, but I've had enough 45s to know 2 things. These are very different company sleeves, and this looks so dark, the red and the black, Like a Rolling Stone. Bob Dylan, and the B-side on that was Gates of Eden. $15 start on that. And now the Elvis Costello. Elvis Costello, Blame It on Kane, Mystery Dance, and Watching the Detectives. We know that one. Elvis Costello, Watching the Detectives. So that's a 3-track EP from where? The UK. $15 start on Elvis Costello. So Prince, Dylan, Elvis Costello, all $15 starts. Let's do some more $9.99 45s. We may actually almost get through with this bin tonight. Mariah Carey, One Sweet Day from 1995. Looks like it has the jukebox strip with it too. Mariah Carey, $9.99. The Who, Squeeze Box, and Success Story. Squeeze Box, the A-side on that one. Debbie Gibson, Shake Your Love, and Shake Your Love. Double-sided, not a promo though. Owner of a Lonely Heart, yes, with the picture sleeve. The Kingsmen, Louie Louie. The Kingsmen, Louie Louie. And the Isley Brothers, Twist and Shout. That's back-to-back hits. Let's do one more. When a Man Loves a Woman, Percy Sledge, and Cover Me. Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman. These are all $9.99. $9.99. The Who Squeeze Box is sold to Brian Arrigo. Actually, that's a Mariah Carey. The Who Squeeze Box is sold to Brian Arrigo. Michelle Miller was second. $15 bid on Prince. Alicia on PS. That's for Percy Sledge. Alum Die was second. Prince is at 16. Final call on Dylan. Final call on Elvis Costello. So Kingsman Louie Louie still available. Is everybody awake? Kingsman Louie Louie, $9.99. Yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart, $9.99. Debbie Gibson, Shake Your Love, and Mariah Carey, One Sweet Day. Those are all available for $9.99. Definitely going to keep those handy right over here. Let's go ahead and sell these to Brent Ribley. He gets Elvis Costello for $15, and he gets Dylan for $15. Nick Bargeron says he'll take the Kingsman, Louie Louie. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Can't believe no one's got, yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart. And I think it's the first time I've ever put up a Yorma Calcoen autograph, and it's never got a bid. Now it's a $35 buy it now for Jack Cassidy and Yorma Calcoen. Signed album from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, $35. Davey Winstead is the high bidder on Prince. Jesse Hood, you're out. So that is now at $15. Okay, I'm going to still show some more 45s, but we haven't touched this crate. I'm actually just going to probably go through this tomorrow night. We have so many $6.99 crates, or I might even post it in the group. We have so many $6.99 crates. I got to do some condensing over here. I hadn't even done my nightly house cleaning yet. Got so many crates over here I need to condense. And I'm going to go ahead and make some of these a buy it now, like that one. And getting our last 45 auctions and all the Beatles records sorted. And some other stuff that I may go ahead and make buy it nows. But there's a couple over here that need to be sorted because they're Beatles. Hootie and the Blowfish, Marvin Gaye. Very unique Tamla sleeve for that one. Now, let me see where we're at over here. What was this? This was the $9.99 bin. So I had 4 different flip crates tonight. That was $9.99, Roy Buchanan. This was a crate of new vinyl. This was a crate of, I don't know. This was a crate of $14.99 records. Tanner, I may could use a couple sticky notes. That was the next to last bin of new vinyl we had. So let me move these over here. How about we can keep the chat comments, or the chat comments busy by everybody letting me know where you're watching from. Everybody can let me know where you're watching from while I'm doing a couple of last minute, doing some crate condensing over here. I need to borrow some. Tanner just stepped to the back. I got to borrow some sticky notes to do some sorting. We've had 7 crates of new vinyl tonight, and then we went through multiple flip crates. There is some stuff left. There's the 1999 stuff. The 4 flip crates condensed into a third, so a lot of that got sold. Tell you what, if you like Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, and Pink Floyd, tonight was your night. Oh my gosh. If you're looking for new LPs. I know there's a lot of people who usually hop on late that love to see the new vinyl that's left. And I would like to show it because there's still 3 full crates left. We've been usually only having like a handful of LPs left, but a lot of these were restocks, lots of restocks. So hadn't shown new vinyl in a while. Been doing a lot of vintage stuff tonight, pre-owned and vintage. Let's see where we were. We had Prince. Prince out. Okay, so Prince is sold to Debbie Winstead for $16. No one got the Cassidy Yorma Calcoen autographs. We have viewers in California, Maryland, The Bed, Work. Did you show Alice in Chains? Alice in Chains is somewhere in Minnesota right now. Indiana, Georgia, My Bed, Alabama, Crossville, Canada, North Carolina, Pittsburgh, Texas, North Carolina. I stand corrected. Tyler is in Wisconsin. Tyler has the Alice in Chains. So the Alice in Chains is in Wisconsin right now. Dale's on Shakedown Street and Chicago, and Paul's in Wisconsin as well. Now we just need Henry to comment. Is he awake? Paul Bowles, Wisconsin. Paul and Tyler, they have all the sealed records, okay? So for those that's hopped on all night asking for Alice in Chains, that makes, I think, the 5th person who's hopped on and said, has Alice in Chains sold yet? It's not even here in Tennessee yet. It's somewhere in the back of a trailer right now on the highway probably. Debbie Winstead gets yes for $9.99. So that still leaves Debbie Gibson, Mariah Carey, and Warrant. Actually, Warrant was supposed to be a $15 buy now, but if anybody wants it, $9.99. All right, I'm going to put Hot Tuna away for a different night. It's not going to sell right now, but it will definitely later. But if anybody wants it, $35 buy it now. Let's do 3 more 45 auctions. 3 more 45 auctions. 3 more 45 auctions. Check this out. I don't think I've ever had that one before. Bruce looks a little rough there. That's a $15 start. Question Mark and the Mysterians. Wow. A couple of these I'm going to start a little bit higher because it's later, but and I'll do the other Elvis Costellos. But someone has asked for Biz Markie, so let me do those. And let's see what we have left over here. Okay, so we have Which AIC album? I don't know. What is it? Jar of Flies? It's Jar of Flies sealed. It's going to be put up for auction here. Let me go ahead and tell you what's going to happen. We're going to put it up for auction. It's going to bring a lot of money, and it's going to be sold to the highest bidder. There's some people that hop on, they wait like a week to bid on it, and they're disappointed because it's like a $500 record. It's probably going to bring, I don't know what it's going to bring, but it's sealed original. It's going to bring a lot of money. It's like the most in-demand record on earth right now. Jar of Flies and Sap and Unplugged. Biz Markie, Just a Friend, double-sided. Biz Markie, Just a Friend. This is a $15 start. Biz Markie, Just a Friend. There's some people that waited around. I forgot what it was, but it was like, oh man, I think it was that Taylor Swift record. It was like all these people wanting to bid on it. When I told them it was like a $595 start, they like freaked out. I was like, man, have you not done the research on it? Question Mark and the Mysterians, super clean copy, unusually clean copy of 96 Tears. 96 Tears in the original cameo sleeve, $25 start. Cameo sleeve, which is not easy to find in itself. The vinyl is near mint minus, $25 start on that one. Starting that one a little bit higher because don't see that one too often. And then Bruce Springsteen, Badlands, Something in the Night. This has got to be from the UK. I don't think this was released in the States. This is Bruce Springsteen. I think this is a German Bruce Springsteen. It definitely looks German. Badlands and Something in the Night, $15 start on that. Kristen Orr, if you're bidding on Biz Markie, make sure you put Biz Markie, $15. Brent's at $25 on Question Mark. Bruce is a $15 start. Let's do a new vinyl recap from tonight while we're finishing up some auctions. We have Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $28.99. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $28.99. Pink Floyd Relics is $33.99. Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. I wish Alice in Chains, which their music is owned by Sony, I wish Sony would put everything that they've ever recorded into print. They just need to bite the bullet, and these pressing plants just need to start stamping Alice in Chains albums. It would save everybody a lot of trouble. I think y'all know, if y'all watch these shows every night I do, there's somebody about every night hopping on asking for Unplugged and Jar of Flies Sap. There is millions and millions of people needing that album. It is an unbelievable amount of people looking to buy that album right now on vinyl. And for some reason, they're not pressing them. I don't know if it's a copyright deal or something, but somebody's missing out on tens of millions of dollars. The Best of REM, which is Sony. The Best of REM in time, 1988 to 2003, $46.99. Let's see here. Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin that is sold to Alicia. That is sold to Alicia, $28.99. Fred Carnell, I'll put you on a waiting list. Nick Bargeron's at $26 on Question Mark and the Mysterians. Jeffrey Dunlap wants MET. Jeffrey, what was MET? Mel, I will pull your Umaguma as soon as I get to it. So Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. The Best of REM, $46.99. Led Zeppelin 1, $64.99. That is Led Zeppelin 1 remastered. And then LP 2 and 3 is a full live concert from Paris, 1969, $64.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Pack Up the Plantation Live, 2 LP, live Tom Petty, $46.99. U2, Octung Baby, 2 LP remaster, even better than the real thing. Zoo Station, The Fly, Mysterious Ways, Trying to Throw Your Arms Around the World, Acrobat, Who's Gonna Ride Your Wild Horses, Until the End of the World. That is $46.99. It was for the other new Metallica. Okay, give me 1 second. I don't think I've got to it yet. You'll have to let me know exactly which one. AC/DC, Blow Up Your Video, $31.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. You Can't Always Get What You Want. Give Me Shelter, Midnight Rambler, Let It Bleed. Country Honk, $33.99. Pink Floyd The Wall, sold to Mel Masuda. Mel Moss gets Pink Floyd The Wall. 1 copy left. 2 LP remaster, $49.99. Pink Floyd Umaguma, sold to Mel Moss. Those are both sold, Mel Moss and Mel Moss. No bid on Bruce Springsteen. Actually, yeah, BM was for Kristen Orr's Biz Markie. So this is a $15 buy it now. If no one buys it, I'm going to keep it for Bruce Springsteen night because I got a bunch of other unique Springsteen 45s like that. Question mark in the Mysterians. Brent Ribley, are you still with me? Nick Bargeron's at $26 on that. Final call for question mark in the Mysterians, and we can go ahead and sell Kristen Orr Biz Markie for $15. Sell that for $15 to Kristen Orr. Okay, we have David Bowie Low, $31.99. Metallica Reload. Reload is $44.99. 2LP Remaster. Dixie Chicks is $28.99. AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, $31.99. And Metallica Garage Days Revisited, that is $31.99. Brent's still watching. He's at 27 on question mark. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. How about an early, pretty sure it's early, 64. 64? I consider that pretty early for Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye, check out this company sleeve. It looks like a high-wheel bicycle. Tamala Motown, and it looks like a high-wheel bicycle. How cool is that? First time seeing this one. Tamala, another one going places, promoting Marvin Gaye, Pretty Little Baby, and Now That You Won Me. Marvin Gaye is a $15 start. Marvin Gaye is a $15 start. What songs are on the Warrant 45? David Gray, it's I Saw Red and I Saw Red Acoustic. $15 buy it now on that. Jamie Wills Erickson on YouTube. Jamie, I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer. I don't recall ever saying your name before, so thank you and welcome. I think we've had a few first-time buyers tonight. Welcome. I'm selling this to you for $46.99. I'm going to set that right over here. Here's how we do things. We sell every night here on Facebook and YouTube. We're also streaming on X. $7 in limited shipping. On a normal week, we would start on Monday, and we do sales on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I miscounted there, but that was 6 nights. $7 in limited shipping. We invoice on Mondays. We invoice on Mondays as much as you want to buy for $7. That's a week-to-week charge. That's how things work around here. We do this every night. If you like buying records, you are in the right place. Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, $28.99, is the Tom Petty concert from Gainesville, Florida. Let's take a look at it. I know it's, let's see here. It don't actually say, but I don't know. That's one of his original releases. Pack Up the Plantation. Don't actually say where it is. Jeffrey Dunlap wants Metallica and Justice for All. He wants And Justice for All. That's on a crate. That crate's coming up next. I'll grab it for you in 1 second. Kevin Kubina wants Garage Days, but thank you and welcome. We're buying some amazing collections right now. Actually, Paul and Tyler that commented earlier, they're on the road right now. They've picked up a couple collections. I think they're picking up another one tomorrow. We travel all over the country. We buy records. We bring them back here, and we sell them every night from people's private collections that we buy. And then we also deal, as you can see, in new vinyl, and we sell a lot of new vinyl. Kevin Kubina gets a Garage Days. Question mark is at 31. Becky Lerner wants DC, and that was for Dixie Chicks. Wide Open Spaces. So that crate, lots of store restocks. Store restocks being Tom Petty, Metallica, AC/DC, Metallica, David Bowie, Floyd, Stones, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin. Just one kind of stray record in here. I'm kind of surprised it's still here. The Best of REM, a 2LP, 180 gram, $46.99. $46.99. And now, question mark and the Mysterians. I figured that one would do well purely based on two things. The condition, and it's in the company sleeve. Fantastic. And now Marvin Gaye, we had one bid with Wayne Carr. One bid with Wayne Carr for $15. Fred Carnell wants REM. So that just leaves in that crate Bowie, Zeppelin, Metallica, Pink Floyd, AC/DC, Stones, and Tom Petty. That's like literally the 7 artists I keep over here on this rack. That's why we have so much of this. The 7 artists I keep over here on this rack that I really keep in stock here in the store, that's all of them right there. That's why we have so much of this same artist tonight. They were stuff that I've been selling the heck out of lately. The other artist is Rush and Black Sabbath. And I have some of those titles too if anybody's looking for any Rush or Black Sabbath. And when I'm talking about these titles, I'm referring to new sealed vinyl, not OGs. These are new and sealed, remasters and new releases. If these were all OGs, especially with some of these bins, that would be absolutely insane. Queen 3637. Let's go ahead and sell Marvin Gaye to Wayne Carr for $15. Wayne was on like at 7 o'clock, and he's still on at 11:30. He's a long-time customer. Thank you, Wayne Carr. That is sold to you. Let's mix in a random. Handful of 45s. We did a lot of new vinyl there. I'm about to go through another crate. Let's go through a random handful of 45s, and we'll start off with a classic. Green Tambourine by the Lemon Pipers, $9.99. Air Supply, Making Love Out of Nothing at All, with the picture sleeve, $9.99. Chuck Berry, Memphis, Tennessee, and Rock and Roll Music, Chuck Berry. A classic right here, Roxanne, The Police, and the B-side is Can't Stop Losing You. Those are A&M Records memories. Those are double-sided hits. Roxanne. Clarence Carter, Stroking, and Love Me With That Feeling. It's Clarence Carter, Stroking, $9.99. Let's do one more. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, and Young Man's Blues, Elton John. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Wow, $9.99. All right. So, Nick bid 38 on Question Mark and the Mysterians. Brent bid 39. Kristen Orr wants Clarence Carter. Jamie Wheels Erickson on The Police. Roxanne. Nick was second on Clarence, and Kara gets Elton John. That leaves Chuck Berry, Air Supply, and I can't believe no one got Green Tambourine by the Lemon Pipers. Those are still available for $9.99. Actually, before I get started, I'm going to put up a couple more 45 auctions. The next couple 45 auctions I have are, I don't know. Let's see what we have here. Here's another Elvis Costello. Let's do that one. $15 start. And, The Monkees, I'm a Believer and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. Now, that is two classics. Right, Tanner? Tanner said correct. So our next two auctions is The Monkees, I'm a Believer, and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. Fantastic. Nice condition, too. I'm a Believer, I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. $15 start. Wow, I'm a Believer. That's like one of the greatest ever. Thank you, Neil Diamond. And then Elvis Costello, Pump It Up, and Big Tears. Another UK single. This time it's a single. Big Tears and Pump It Up. Nice sleeve. Elvis Costello, $15 start. $15 start. The Monkees, Elvis Costello. Here's another bin of new vinyl left over from tonight. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. 4 LP box set. We sold a copy of How the West Was Won. Here's BBC Sessions. Led Zeppelin BBC Sessions. Every track Led Zeppelin performed for the British Broadcasting Corporation. $214.99. 3 CDs and 5 LPs. Also with goodies including an amazing book. Brent's at 15 on Elvis Costello. Nick's out on the Question Mark and the Mysterians. So Brent has that at 39. This is a tough OG to find. I've only ever had a couple out of hundreds of thousands of records bought and sold. This is a new copy, half-speed master of the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge on 2 LPs, $46.99. Also, another OG that doesn't come through too often. If it does, you can expect to spend a couple $100, and that is Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99. By the way, there's not really an OG of this, so this is kind of the OG, and there is sort of an OG of this. They were pressed at RTI, but when we have them, they do really well at auction. Pink Floyd More, $33.99. I haven't seen an OG of that in a long time. Man, it's been... last time I had an OG of this, 6 or 8 months ago, $33.99. OG means original. It also means original gangster, but we call it for OG. So when I say I hadn't seen an OG of that, that means I haven't seen a 1994 pressing in probably quite some time. Mel Moss wants Division Bell only. That's sold to Mel Moss. Let's wrap up a couple auctions. Brent Rively gets the Elvis Costello for $15. Let's also go ahead and sell him the Question Mark and the Mysterians. That is sold to Brent Ribley for $39. I may have to give that a spin. And I can't believe I'm doing it, but the Monkeys is a $15 buy it now. The Monkeys, I'm a believer. That is a $15 buy it now, if anybody wants that. I'm a believer. AC/DC, Flick of the Switch, $31.99. Bad Company, self-titled, their debut album on clear vinyl, and this is $31.99. That's the Atlantic 75th Anniversary Celebration clear vinyl, $31.99. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and the Spiders from Mars, $31.99 on David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and the Spiders from Mars. All right, let me do another handful of 45s. We're not done with 45s yet. Not done. $9.99. We have Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers and Hung on You. Unchained Melody, though, of course, the big one there. This is The Look, Roxette. Nope, Roxette is the artist, my bad. That is Roxette, The Look, and Silver Blue, $9.99. The Coasters, Yakety Yak, and Along Came Jones. Yakety Yak, the A-side on that one. Green Onions by Booker T and the MGs. And Caroline No, Brian Wilson. Summer Means New Love, but Caroline No by Brian Wilson. I'll go ahead and do the last one I got in my hand. The Carpenters. This is We've Only Just Begun. And For All We Know, The Carpenters is $9.99. Craig wants the ROVKSSET. ROVKSSET. He wants Roxette, maybe. Is that Roxette? That was spelt a little bit differently, but I think I figured what you were saying there. That's so to Craig Weatherford. David Graves wants the Coasters, Yakety Yak. And Craig, I got you. Also, so the Carpenters, Brian Wilson, Booker T, and the Righteous Brothers are still available. Okay, finishing up this crate, Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets, $49.99. Rush 2112 is $36.99. And then Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same, $144.99. AC/DC, Highway to Hell, $31.99. AC/DC Power Age, $31.99. Excuse me, Pearl Jam Versus, $31.99, their second album. Metallica, Master of Puppets, $31.99. And Justice for All. And that was, somebody claimed that a while back. Jeffrey Dunlap wants Metallica and Justice for All. This is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap. They're $44.99. I've got two more if anybody wants one. Led Zeppelin 3 is $31.99. Jeffrey just claimed it again. Jeffrey, I got you down for it. Led Zeppelin 3 is $31.99. Metallica Kill 'Em All is $31.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. The Beatles Now and Then, $29.99. And Led Zeppelin 2, $31.99. Mel Moss also wants a Metallica and Justice for All. The more I listen to this, the more I like it. It's a fantastic album. I mean, it's just incredible. This Frayed Ends of Sanity. You've got to be some kind of just absolute, I don't know. It took them, they had to like make flow charts and write on notepads all the different demos and stuff for them to make that song and put it together. Extremely complex. Just it blows my mind every time I listen to it. $44.99 for Metallica and Justice for All. Let me see here. Maybe some of the 45s that I didn't get the do buy it nows on or get the auction. How about we make them buy it nows? George Michael, A Different Corner, $15. $15. George Michael, I Want Your Sex, $15. Back-to-back George Michaels. Blues Brothers, Soul Man, $15. NXS, Suicide Blonde, $15. And Europe, Superstitious, $15. Those are stuff that those are ones that I was going to auction, but now I'm just going to make them a $15 buy it now. Now they're just a $15 buy it now. Go ahead and knock out a few of these. Kristen Orr says, I'll take the last and Justice for All. That's a great decision. That's a great decision. These are $15 buy it nows. Henry Pardidez, first on Blues Brothers. Tanner, $15 buy it nows on these. That's sold to Henry. Jamie Wills Erickson on the NXS Suicide Blonde, sold for $15. That leaves Europe, George Michael, and George Michael. And I wonder if Carlene has those. She's our #1 George Michael collector. One more run through here. Actually, that was it. So that being, once again, Led Zeppelin, The Beatles, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Metallica, Pearl Jam, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Dave Matthews Band, Ziggy Stardust, Bad Company, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Stones, Led Zeppelin, and Led Zeppelin. The first George Michael was called A Different Corner. That's one I hadn't seen before. I've definitely had I Want Your Sex, and Europe Superstitious is one I don't recall seeing too much. One more crate of new vinyl to recap. Nick Brogeron says he'll take the $9.99 warrant. It is still available. $9.99 warrant. One more crate of new vinyl to recap. And that's actually 2 crates condensed into one. But let me show a few more $9.99 45s right quick. Some more $9.99 45s right quick. I have Chuck Berry, Roll Over Beethoven, and Maybelline, 2 classics from Chuck Berry, $9.99. The Penguins, Earth Angel and Hey Senorita. The Penguins is $9.99. The Marcells, Blue Moon, $9.99. Benny King, Stand By Me, and the Righteous Brothers, You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling, $9.99. Nick Bargeron wants the warrant for $9.99. That is somewhere right over here. Warrant is right here. Sell that to Nick Bargeron for $9.99. Last thing we're going to do is recap this last bin of new vinyl from tonight. Man, we have so much stuff left over from tonight. We have a whole show of auctions and buy it now crates behind me. And I'm sure John's going to be here tomorrow pricing even more new stuff. So it's going to be another busy and fantastic night tomorrow. Plus, it's Friday night. Hopefully people can watch a little bit later. And we'll have another full night. But let me recap this bin. Brent Ribley wants P and M. So we have the Penguins and the Marcells. Those are $9.99 and $9.99. That leaves the Righteous Brothers, Benny King, and Chuck Berry. Put those right over here. All right, let me do one more, maybe buy it now. Some auctions I didn't get to. Let's see here. Elvis Costello. I Can't Stand Up for Falling Down. Girls Talk. Someday Modern, maybe. Stand By Me, the picture sleeve from the movie. Theme from E.T. These are $15. New Kids on the Block, Please Don't Go Girl. Madonna, Cherish. And I think there's one more Elvis Costello. Yep. Mystery Dance. Wow, on colored vinyl. I probably should have auctioned that one. Oh, well. And I'm going to run 2 auctions. Fat Boys, The Twist, $15 start. And Hootie and the Blowfish, Old Man and Me, $15 starts on those. Jeffrey Dunlap wants Stand By Me, $15 buy it now, Tanner. Brent Ribley gets Elvis Costello and Elvis Costello, $15 and $15. That leaves Madonna, New Kids on the Block, and Theme from E.T. Led Zeppelin, Presents, $31.99 for Led Zeppelin Presents. AC/DC, Who Made Who, $31.99. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. Misfits, Static Age, $33.99. Metallica Load, $44.99. AC/DC, Rock or Bust with the lenticular cover, $33.99. I've got a couple of those left, actually. The Allman Brothers, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Record Store Day release, 2 LP on gray colored vinyl, $36.99. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, $31.99. The Very Best of Dolly Parton, $33.99. Let There Be Rock, AC/DC. Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, $36.99. High Voltage, AC/DC. And Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass by the Rolling Stones. Mike Anderson wants WMW. WMW was... WMW. WMW. It's something right in front of me, but where I have been talking nonstop for 5 hours, my brain is not computing who made who. I knew it was right here in front of me. That is so to Mike Anderson. Thank you. All right, so just wanted to make sure nobody wanted to bid on these. I'll go ahead and make them buy it nows. Hootie and the Blowfish and Fat Boys. Those are $15 buy it nows. They're going to sell tomorrow. If any of those you saw you think you want, when I put them up tomorrow, like at 8 o'clock, they're going to sell. Rush, Farewell to Kings, $34.99. Iron Man 2, which is like an AC/DC's greatest hits, $46.99. Physical Graffiti, there's only one word you need to know, and it's called cashmere. That's all you need to know. If you know that, then you're going to go ahead and buy it. And AC/DC, for those about the rock, we salute you, $31.99. I've got like this many more 45s we didn't go through. I've got 7 crates of $6.99. 7 $6.99 flip crates made up we didn't get to. But we have sold a ton of 45s, and we're going to resume tomorrow showing the rest of them. We got more bootlegs tomorrow. We only did a handful of autographs. More coming tomorrow. And there should be new. Is tomorrow Friday? Yes, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, there'll be another new vinyl delivery. There should be. If not, I'll be surprised. But there should be a new vinyl delivery as well. We have a Highway to Hell Claim by Kristen Orr. We have almost the entire AC/DC discography in stock. Kristen Orr on AC/DC. It's sold to you, Kristen, $31.99. Thanks, Brent. Thanks, everybody else who says thanks. It's down to me and Tanner. It was me, Tanner, Seth. Seth leaves at 11 sharp, as y'all know. But I'm about to eat some supper at midnight, like I normally do. Probably start getting ready for tomorrow night's sale. I don't have any Zach Sabbath. I probably need to order some, but right now I have no Zach Sabbath, unfortunately. So that was a great show. I'm not just saying that. I think it really was, and I look forward to tomorrow night. I look forward to doing this every night. It got a little hectic earlier. Got so busy. I had to remind everybody, please try not to comment one letters, but Razor's Edge. I think I have that over here. Kristen Orr says she'll take the Fat Boys. So that's sold to Kristen Orr for $15. Any Pink Floyd bootlegs. Austin, you're about 2 months late. We sold over 100 of them. So we bought a collection in Pittsburgh. I got Razor's Edge right over here. That's just something we've had in stock for a while. I hadn't shown them since April. Thunderstruck. You've been thunderstruck. AC/DC. But about 4 months ago, we bought this collection in Pittsburgh, and we're still selling bootlegs, but we sold about 100 Pink Floyd bootlegs in one night. And then the next night, we sold about 100 Led Zeppelin bootlegs. We had about 500 Grateful Dead bootlegs. We had about 500 Rolling Stones bootlegs. Some of those we still have. We still have about 400 Bruce Springsteen bootlegs. Razor's Edge. Tracy Tomlin gets a Razor's Edge. Anybody else wants one? $31.99. Thunderstruck. Money Talks. Mel Moss wants to swap out metal with physical graffiti. He already had metal. He got a metal earlier. He wants a physical graffiti. But if you're a first-time buyer, for those about to rock, it's $31.99. $31.99. If you're new to our channel, we do this every night. Tim Turner wants a Thunderstruck, which is Razor's Edge. We sell here every night, and what I tell people is, this is not your typical record store or show. We put out hundreds of records every day, and we normally sell every one of them. So you've got to watch every single night. This is not a typical record store. We buy so many records, and we put out so many every day, and a high percentage of them sell. You've got to be watching every night because you don't know what's going to be shown or what's going to be sold. Because you never know when just a random Pink Floyd bootleg might pop in a collection. It's rare that we buy that many at once. Sometimes there will be a collection of like 4 or 5, and then we'll auction them. Yes, Holly Safe, your first time was the Led Zeppelin ad. I think I found you through the Led Zeppelin ad. Also, I found a lot of new-time customers through the Grateful Dead ads. Jeffrey Dunlap says it's true. It's true. This is not a typical... I have to explain that to locals that's around here too. We're not a typical record store. We put out hundreds of records every day, and like almost all of them sell. If it's new stuff, it's going to eventually sell. And then the good vintage stuff, it is gone immediately. You have to watch... You have to tune in every night if you can, or it's all going to be gone. So it don't stick around. We have almost nothing left over that, if there is something left over, it's like a surprise or a shock, and then it'll probably sell the next night, or it's just not a great title. But if it's something good, it's gone. It will be sold at auction. So, and with that, I'm hitting the button, and I am about to get started for tomorrow. Looking for Poison Greatest Hits. That's not in print. Poison's Greatest Hits is not in print. That's very tough to get. Kristen will have a Def Leppard High and Dry. That's back in stock next week. Neil Young Mirrorball. Luke, that is an impossible record to find. That's a $300-$400 record. I've only ever owned 2 of them. That's a tough one to get. If we had that, it would be about to be auctioned, or it would already be sold. That is a very rare and expensive record. I bet if I auctioned one tomorrow night, it would bring $500 if I actually had it. Not cheap. Okay, I'm into the sale. I'm going to find myself some food, hopefully. And that's it. Good night, and see everybody tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I'll be right here doing this again.